Claude Code Essentials certification. And the way we're going to pass that certification is, as always, we're going to do lectures, hands-on labs in our own accounts, and I'm going to provide you a free practice exam. So you can go take that exam, ace it, and put it on your resume, LinkedIn, show people you know how to work with Claude Code. And I just want you to know that I've been doing this for a long time, for almost a decade, probably a decade, 50 courses in AWS, Azure, GCP, Terraform, Kubernetes, NVIDIA, and more. So you are in really, really good hands. If you really like this kind of content that I'm producing, you want to see more of it, the best way is to get the paid additional materials, as that supports us creating this stuff. And we really need your help to keep this stuff going, especially now with AI, and it's just becoming harder for folks to find our content here. But yeah, that's about it. And I will see you in the course. Ciao, ciao. Hey, this is Andrew. We are taking a look at what is the Exam Pro Claude Code Essentials. This is a certification course that walks you through all the features of Claude Code, has a strong focus on practical hands-on, and does not shy away from what doesn't work. We have the exam code, which is EXP Claude Code 01. Pay attention to exam codes, because when they change, that means that the course has been updated. So just watch out for that. Who's the certification for? We'll consider the certification if you want to explore all the features of Claude Code in the shortest amount of time so you can fully realize the product, or you need practical knowledge over sales knowledge, or you're prepping for the Claude Code Camp, as this is the prerequisite course. Here is the roadmap that I have. And so the course in question that we are looking at right now is the Claude Code Essentials. And so this is a very hands-on course focused on Claude Code. There is the Claude Certified Architect, but this is covering all of the Claude ecosystem, and it's more for partners of Anthropic, and it's more about like strategy. Okay, so there is technical knowledge, but it's not going to be at the same level as this Claude Code Essentials course. They're definitely complementary, so if you want to do both, you absolutely can. And this one also might be hard for you to access if you're not a partner. They might change it down the road, but we'll see. We are considering a Claude Code from Zero course, because there are people that have zero tech background. And generally, my courses, you need to have some knowledge, okay? But there are people out there that are in different verticals. Maybe they're in finance or something else, and they want to jump on into this as quickly as possible because they know that there's an opportunity. And so this would require a lot more steps, and so we're considering that course there. The natural path after the Essentials is the Claude Code Engineer. That is our project-based bootcamp. Okay, that's Claude Code Camp. And this is where we're going to actually apply our knowledge. So Claude Code Essentials teaches you the tool. Claude Code Engineer shows you how to apply it to your workloads. So all the fun tips and workflows and stuff like that, and working through problems, that's what we're going to do in that one. Then down over here, we have for professionals, the Enterprise Architect. So if you are an org and you're going, Andrew, this is all great, but I need to apply it to my organization, then we have this over here. And this is more like a paid product for enterprises. So it is enterprise training. And for most of you, you might not be interested in this, but for the few orgs out there that are, let me know. And you can have Andrew Brown in your office doing org training with you for Claude Code. How long will it take to pass this exam? Well, it depends on your skill level. So it could take 16 hours or it could take 6 hours. Because if you watch it at 2 times speed and you are really good with this stuff already, then it's not going to take you very long, okay? But I'd say 10 hours on average. So split your time between lectures and labs and practice exams, and you'll be good in a week, maybe 2 weeks, depending on what pace you want to go at, okay? How are we going to pass this exam? Watch the videos for the lectures, memorize key information, do a hands-on labs, do the pay practice exams in the simulator, and your first one's on us. You can go over here and grab it there. So you can go and do that. Where do you take the exam? It's on the Exam Pro platform. So you'll sign up there and you'll have one exam at the end there that's not a practice exam, and you only get a limited attempts on that. So that's just how it's going to work, okay? So the content outline here is broken into 4 domains. We have core concepts, And foundations, the Claude Code services, skills, memory, context, advanced capabilities. I just want to point out that the curriculum itself does not match one-to-one with this. The reason why is that when you're designing an exam versus a curriculum, you're going to be jumping around all over the place. And so if I try to put these exactly under each domain, it wouldn't be a very good learning experience. But from an exam standpoint, we need to categorize this stuff a little bit differently. It's just the nature of learning, okay? But this is the breakdown. The passing grade here is 70%, so that's all you got to do. There's going to be 50 questions on the exam, and you get 15 wrong. There are no penalties, and you got multiple choice. Okay. The duration of the exam is 1 hour or 1.2 minutes per question, and there is a seat time of 60 minutes with 90 minutes. Okay. Yep. You probably heard me say this a ton of times if you see my other courses, so we won't go too far in detail here. This will be valid for 24 months or 2 years. But really, like once you have it, you don't really need to go for it again. It's really up to you if the product really changes. So make that judgment call yourself. Okay. Just some real talk here about certifications, that there's a lot of foundational knowledge that you need to know to apply it, okay? And if you do not have that knowledge, a great place to fill it is on Free Code Camp or via the Exam Pro supporter subscription, where we have additional resources. Certifications serve a structured way of learning with a learning goalpost to help you make it to the end. So I would just say, like, if you really don't know this stuff, that would be the Claude Code from Zero's course. But yeah, there you go, okay? Hey folks, it's Andrew. I want to introduce you to one of our guest instructors for this course. It's going to be Gunnar. And the way this came about was I was on the socials and I was saying, why doesn't Claude Code have an MCP for Doom yet? And I was just joking around, but Gunnar turned around literally within 24 hours and made an MCP server that lets you play Doom. And so I thought that was really cool. I said, Gunnar, you gotta show us how to play it and how to use it. And so he said, okay, sure. And so he shot a video in here. And so when we get to our MCP section, this is supposed to be a little fun thing for you to do. And if you get to it, go say, Gunnar, hey, I used your Doom MCP. I bet he would really appreciate that, as he was very generous to turn around and produce that for us and share it with you folks. So there you go. Hey, this is Andrew Brown, and we are talking about what is an agentic coding tool, also known as coding agent. There's probably other names for this, but these are the major two. And so what is it? It reads your code base, it edits files, it runs commands, and it integrates with your development tools, because if it's an agentic coding tool, it better work with your development tools. And these things can interact with a variety of interfaces. I believe the Anthropic team likes to call these surfaces, but like for Claude Code, it can work with your terminal, your IDE, your desktop app, browser extensions, and more. And so here's a screenshot of Claude Code, which actually, again, shows up in many different forms. And some of the most popular coding agents as of today of the video is Claude Code, OpenAI Codex, Kiro, and there isn't exactly an open source one, so the only one that I know of right now is Open Code. So I'm not endorsing it, but I'm just saying that there's that. And they all kind of work a little bit differently. So Claude Code is really good at working across multiple surfaces, and we'll talk about that in a separate video. So it's very flexible in terms of working in many different types of workflows. The only thing is that it's limited to the Claude models. OpenAI Codex is not so much a code harness, and we'll talk about that concept later. But it is obviously focused on the OpenAI models. Kiro is a full IDE, and it actually uses Claude underneath. And then Open Code is basically Claude Code as open source. So the idea is that it can work with many different models. Would Cursor and Windsurf be included in here? You could probably say they're agentic coding tools. I would classify them as AI coding assistants or AI coding IDEs. Same thing with Kiro. But technically they could fall under here. It doesn't really matter if we mess up this definition, but just think agentic tool, something that works with code, okay? All right, folks, so in this video, I just want to quickly show you these different coding agents. And so here you can see we have Kiro. It is basically an extension or a reworking of Visual Studio Code. Here we have the Claude desktop app. You do not necessarily need to use a desktop app to use it. For Codex, I believe that it is a desktop app, but it seems like we can also open this up in Visual Studio Code, which is what I prefer. So it looks like it has a lot of options. So it's probably more closer to how Claude Code would work. And again, there's just many ways that you can work with it. But the idea is that all of these things are being driven by an agent. And so maybe what we can do is try to create a single local repo and just run some very basic hello world on each. As my goal isn't here to teach you all of them, it's just to show you that they're all the same, okay? 1 second. All right, so all I did is try to open up a folder. So I made a folder on my desktop called example app, and I just opened it here. I added it here. The only one that I couldn't really get to it was with Codex. It really seems like it wants a repository, and it's at local. I have no idea what it's pointing at, but I'm just going to go here and just say it is vibe or spec. I'm going to go ahead and just say, can you create a new folder called Kiro example? And write me a Hello World app in Go. Okay, so we'll go ahead and do that. You can see that's off to the races. And I'll just say, can you make me a new folder called Claude and create a Hello World app for Go. Okay, we'll say trust the workspace. What's interesting with this one is that I actually had to choose for Codex to, well, I didn't have to, but I set up a sandbox right away. We'll talk about sandboxes later on, but it was interesting that was early on. Say, can you make me a folder called Codex, and in that make a Hello World app, Go app, okay? And so we're just executing these in parallel. And so here it's asking, okay, do you want to do this? I generally don't use the desktop app for Claude, but it depends on where we're at. We might do it. And so here we have another one. So it's asking us to make it. I guess I called that one example. So here it's showing us what code we should execute. And this one, I guess we could follow what it's doing here if we want. If we go over to here, Codex is doing something. Where, I do not know, because there's some kind of branch. I don't know what branch it's on. So that's the only thing I'm not exactly sure about. Oh, I guess we could have added a project here. So maybe, okay. So that's what I would have done. I would have just added the folder. Okay, so here, that's actually what I would have wanted. So again, the interfaces are a little bit different. I'm just going to stop that one, go over up to here. And we'll go here, create a Golang app in a folder with Hello World with within a folder called Codex example. Just so we get kind of an idea. But for the most part, these are the same. But like this, again, is not the experience that I'm used to with it. And so here, this one is done. So we go here, we got Go mod, very straightforward. For Claude, we have the code. I guess we could preview it here. I'm not exactly sure. Oh, it runs an interface here. That's fine. But I just really want to look at the code. So we'll go over to code here. Pretty darn similar. We go over to Codex. It is working through it. And we have it. So generally, they're all basically the same. But the way they work, when you look at their extended features, are going to be different, okay? So there you go. Let's take a look here at code harness, which is AI jargon and also varies greatly in definition, but I'm going to do my best here to give you my definition of what it is. And so you might hear code harness, agentic harness, code agent harness, so there's many of it, but the idea is that it's the surrounding program or infrastructure that turns an LLM into a coding agent. So it's including extra things like engineered prompts, tool use, sandboxes, many ways that you can interact with it. And generally, these code harnesses are defined by their ability to work across multiple surfaces. We'll talk about what we mean by surfaces in a separate video. But most agentic coding tools are code harnesses, and some would argue that not all coding agents are, but most of them are, okay? So here is a long list, and you'll notice that we're seeing ones that we have already seen before and a larger, broader list. But yeah, just know that you're going to come up there. And for the most part, you can just think of code harness as an interchangeable term for agentic coding tool, okay? Let's talk about what is Claude Code. So Claude Code is an agentic coding tool, and it reads your code base, edits files, runs commands, and integrates with your development tools. You can find Claude Code at code.claude.com. It's available in your terminal, IDE, desktop app, browser, and more. So it's across multiple services, which we'll talk about. And so it's going to look a bit different and work a bit different depending on where you use it. Here is the most common way to use it, which is via the terminal, and probably the most natural way to use it because it is a CLI tool. Its use cases include things like automating your workflow. You keep putting off. Build features and fix bugs, create commits and pull requests, connect your tools with MCP, customize with instructions, skills, and hooks, run agent teams and build custom agents, pipe scripts, automate with the CLI, and work from anywhere. The thing that people are really interested in is the agent teams, where you basically have a bunch of agents working together in a team to accomplish a task, which we definitely cover in this course. So look forward to that. The main thing is that Claude Code is a CLI program. It's a code harness. It's an agentic coding tool, but at the end of it, it's just a CLI program, okay? And so by nature, it runs in your terminal. Claude Code is specialized to write code, but it can also write docs, run builds, search files, research topics, and more. And Claude Code uses an agentic loop, multiple models, specifically the Claude Code models. We have tool calls to achieve your desired goal. We are going to dive into all of these things, okay? All right, let's take a look at the agentic loop. If you've learned about agents, you probably already know this, but we'll cover it anyway, and specifically in the context of Claude Code. So there's some very specific things or configurations for it. And so with an agentic loop, the idea is that you are going to invoke Claude Code. You're going to ask it to do something, and that's going to start the loop. And so the loop is over here. And the idea is that at the start of your request, there's going to be a very specific model being used. It's going to be Opus, Haiku, or Sonnet. Probably Sonnet, as that is the default. And it will continue on from there. Okay, and there are three phases that the Claude Code utilizes to execute its agentic loop. We have gather context, take action, and verify results. And it loops in on itself. So it's going to continuously do this until it achieves its goal. All of these things can call out to tools. So that is the idea of where it will call out to something that it doesn't know how to do, or knowledge that it does not have. And it's going to reach out to be able to do more, or just to interact with your system, right? Because the LLM is in its own little box. It would have to call out to a function in order to interact with your developer environment, okay? And the great thing is that at any time you can interrupt this loop and give it corrections, and then eventually it will decide that it has met the goal or needs more feedback or it doesn't want to run anymore to not waste your money. And that's that. But we will dive in a little bit more on the tool calls and the models for this, okay? Let's make sure we understand what tools are. So tools are code functions that an agent is aware of and can invoke to complete their tasks. And when I say they're code functions, I literally mean it's just a code function. If you know cloud computing and you've ever used a llama before, where it's an isolate piece of code, this is what it is. And so the reason why an LLM needs to interact with an external function is because it can only do so much within itself, right? It can just produce text. And so it needs some way of interacting with external programs, or maybe there's something that is deterministic that you can use code for, and that's what it will use tools for. So let's use an example of a tool that might be called in each stage of the agentic loop for Claude Code. So let's say it's trying to gather context. And let's say the prompt is trying to fix a failing Python unit test. So For gather context, it may attempt to read a file. So it's going to try to read the test payment.py. The agent knows what tools are available to it. It knows the name of the function, what its inputs are, and what it expects back as output. Okay, so that's already rigged up for it. But here, for gathering context, it's going to read a file, which is the test file. And now it's going to take an action. So it's going to go ahead and try to edit the file. So it will need to know where that file is and what change to be made. Then it's going to verify the results. So it will run the command PyTest, and then it will expect an output and track what that output is. Okay, but that's just a very simple example of one prompt through there. If it helps, we're going to just look at more examples, not the functions themselves, but just what could be in each category. So for gather context, it could be reading files, searching APIs, querying databases, code-based scanners. Technically, this is RAG right here. So retrieval augmented generation, where it's going out and grabbing data from a database to enrich its context. That's a RAG, okay? We have system state queries for that. And I don't really even talk about RAGs in this course because it is the concept of agents and stuff like that, but it just kind of seamlessly happens here, so we don't even think about it when we're working with Claude Code, okay? But for take actions, it can edit code, as we saw, run a command, write files, call APIs, execute scripts. We have verified results, so we can run a test, we can compile code, we can query output, we can expect logs, we can compare results. So the Claude Code has built-in tools in 5 categories. They have file operations, search and find, execution run, web search, code intelligence. So within Claude Code, can you make your own tools? I believe so. Like in the context of skills, you can. I literally can't remember at this point, but if we can, it will be covered in the course. If we can't, then you just won't hear me mention it. But anyway, that is what tool call is, and it's happening underneath, and it's really driving a lot of the interactions. Without tools, no code would be changed, right? Nothing would be happening. It would just be talking to you. But there you go, okay? All right, let's talk about models, in particular for the agentic loop, specifically for Claude Code. And that's the fact that when it executes, it's going to use the same model for all phases of the agentic loop. And so you have that opportunity to change it at that point in time. You have different model choices. You have the default option, which is just going to do its best guess in terms of what it should use. You have Sonnet, which is great for daily coding tasks. You have Opus, which is for complex reasoning. You have Haiku, which is fast and efficient for simple ones. You have Sonnet 1 million. So this is where you use Sonnet with a 1 million token context window for long sessions. And then you have Opus Plan. This is a special mode that uses Opus during plan mode, then switches to Sonnet for execution. Okay, so there is some variation there, but for the most part, they're always using a single model. There are 3 levels of models, and we basically just covered it, but we'll cover it again. So you have Claude Opus. I think of it as really slow, really smart, great for difficult tasks. You have Claude Sonnet, all around well balanced, the Goldilocks of models. So that's what you're going to be mostly using. And Haiku, really fast, really dumb, great for general tasks. If you are using the subscription model, it's very hard to gauge usage between these 3 models. Whereas if you are using the API, you're getting token usage information, so you have a better idea of that spend. We do have this graph over here, which is a bit dated because it's saying like 3 and 3.5 and 3. And you already know we have something newer. But generally, Haiku is, intelligence and cost all the way down here, as it suggests. For Opus, it's probably way higher now. So it's probably way up here now. And Sonnet is probably in the middle. Okay. But to really understand these, you just really have to use them and figure out their tasks for them. For the most part, I've just been running Sonnet and have been having no issues. But some people say that if you move over to Opus, it's extremely good. But again, you need to drive this stuff and figure it out, okay? Hey, this is Andrew. We want to take a look at Claude modes. So there are more than one Claude mode, but the 2 that you absolutely need to know about is normal mode and plan mode. So normal mode, or also known as automatic mode, is when Claude Code will execute and it will only stop to ask you permissions to execute specific commands. It might give you summarized information, but it won't generate a large plan. Then you have plan mode. This is Claude Code where it will create a plan. It will generate out a document for you to review, and you can choose to accept and execute it or keep asking it questions to make revisions. So here I might say something like, I need a plan for how to test if an API is working for Bright Data to search for products. And here it is executing out that here, and it produces a plan. What I like about the Visual Studio Code extension is that it will actually make a markdown file and show it to you here. And I find that a lot easier to use than the GitHub CLI, but I do find that I can't often switch between contexts between the two. So that is one challenge there. And I also believe that the plan mode is the same thing as /plan. Okay. So if you do that, I believe it's the same mode, but because it's so commonly used, they've made like a very easy toggle for it. And I mean, that's about it. It's not that complicated as in terms of what it does. One thing that I would suggest is that after it makes a plan, the plan kind of vanishes. And so sometimes I'll tell it to like save the plan to a file, and that can be really useful if you want to iterate on it. And so that's just one little tip I have for you, okay? I just wanted to point you to an additional resource that could complement this course, and it's the Anthropic courses on SkillJar. And so I think what's valuable here is that they will deep dive into some specific things like MCP and stuff like that. You don't really need to know them that deeply, but if you do want to know that they are there and they are explained very well, there's lots that they do not do in this stuff, which I'm going to cover, which is very practical information. But I just want to make sure that you're aware of complementary things that are out there. And we'll continue on, okay? Ciao, ciao. All right, so we're taking a look at Claude subscription. So when you subscribe to Claude, you are going to get access to Claude Code, Claude Cowork, a bunch of other stuff. And this is probably the primary way that most people are going to access Claude Code. One thing that's a bit tricky with subscriptions is that Anthropic lumps all Claude uses under a single session. And so it can make it really hard to understand your usage for Claude Code, which is really, really important. Another thing that's a little bit different is that if you've used things like Windsurf or Cursor, they will have this multiplier to give you an idea of how much the cost is. And we don't really get that when we are looking at things within Claude Code. So we can see we have Sonnet, Opus, and Haiku. Notice there is no 1 times, 2 times, 3 times. So you just have to remember, you know, Sonnet is in the middle, Haiku's on the bottom, and Opus is on the top. But, you know, that doesn't really translate to how much it will output and use. We can see the usage that is happening within our Claude account. If you go to the Claude website, go to your usage page, and we'll get information here. So notice we have usage limits. Okay, and this is for the current session. The current session isn't for a session for Claude Claude Code, because Claude Code has its own session. This is the current session within a 5-hour rolling window. Okay, and so you can see that we've only used 3% up here, and then we have a weekly limit across all models, and so here you can see it is 27%. Okay. And so what would happen if, let's say, we ran out of our limit? Because I was using this like Claude Code to build an app, and I was trying to stress how many hours it would take and how intense of coding session would I run out of. I think for me it was like 3-hour mark, 3 to 4 hour mark. And that's fine because then the window rolls over in that time. So I think a 5-hour mark is okay. But let's say I needed to continue on with my work. How can I get extra usage? Well, they have an option that you can turn on. And the great part is that when you do that, you can just enter the amount that you need. And they're pretty honest about you not getting overbilled. This isn't a scenario of meter billing where it goes out the window and you'll end up with a $5,000 bill. You have full control here. Obviously, if you are using the API directly, then there's more risk on that part. But for this, not so much. So that is okay. But there's more to talk about because we need to unpack quite a bit with this usage limit, because for me, it was really confusing. But I think I can make it really, really clear. Okay. I just want to take a look at this 401 authentication error that I keep encountering. I specifically am getting it when I'm using subscription model. And I think mostly when I'm using the CLI, it's not a big deal. It actually kind of makes sense because if you're using OAuth, you don't want to have these long-lived credentials. And so periodically I could see it expiring. So maybe you go in, you have dinner, you come back, and when you go and launch a new session, it's like, hey, your token's now expired. Please obtain a new one. You're just going to run and log in. So it's not a big deal, but I did start to encounter it more frequently. And so I just wanted to uplift this so you know that it's going to be a thing that you're going to deal with sometimes with your subscription. Okay. Hey folks, so in this video, I just want to show you where in the subscription information that you can see this usage. So down below, I'm logged into Claude right now. And down below, if we go to here and we go to settings, from here we can go to usage. And so this is where we're going to see that information. Of course, daily, this value is going to change, but you can see current session resets in 2 hours. And then you can see here that this will reset at 1 p.m. for all models, and there's a weekly limit usage. So it says less than a minute ago. I don't recall using Claude a minute ago, but that's totally fine. If we wanted to go over our amount, we turn on extra usage. It'll probably give us a pop-up. We have an amount that we can place in here to top it off. I'm not doing that here today. If I happen to need to do it, then I will record a video on it and show you, and that would follow after this one. But this is all you really get for that. There is other ways that we can monitor usage. I'll show that in separate videos, but I want to show first how to get this installed so that you can as well look at how to view usage, okay? But there you go. All right, let's take a look at system requirements to run Claude Code. So you can run it on Mac OS, Windows 10, Windows Server 2019, Windows 11, Ubuntu, at least the version 20, Debian 10 and above, Alpine Linux 3.19. For hardware, you need 4 gigabytes of RAM or more, they should say. You do need an internet connection, and you're going to need shells for it to work with, like Bash, ZSH, PowerShell, CMD, and you'll need to get Git for Windows installed. So I'm not sure if I mentioned this, but because I probably already had it installed on my machine, but if you don't have it, make sure you get that installed. But I didn't run any issues. And there are limitations to where it is supported. Probably sanctioned countries, you cannot use it, but everywhere else, it's the usual thing. The only reason I bring up system requirements, even though they seem very obvious and basic, is that when I was using it within WSL2, I was experiencing it halting, and meaning like it would completely freeze up the WSL environment, and I would have to shut down and restart that environment. So I'm not fully running this stuff not within a virtual machine or container, because that's just how I roll. But just be aware that this stuff can use a lot of memory. And it's not that you're running an LLM locally, but you do have to hold things in memory, and so you can run into issues. And when you're using virtual machines or containers, you're getting a slice of your available memory. And so that's where you can run into these issues. But just be aware that it does happen, and it does happen to me in this course, and I do resolve it and show you how I resolve it. But again, it shouldn't be a big deal, okay? All right, so we're talking about how we're going to get Claude Code installed. Well, there's a lot of different ways. And so one way you're going to absolutely want to install it is the CLI directly in your terminal. As it is a terminal program, it's probably one of the best ways or base ways of utilizing it. So we're going to install Claude Code. And notice we have Linux, WSL2, and Mac as our options for the bash script. Notice that WSL1 is not there. WSL1 is not supported, so you have to use WSL2. There's probably some other edge case I cannot remember, but that is the stuff there. For Windows, we have a PowerShell script. They also have a command prompt script, so there's another way to do that. There is also ways of installing this stuff with like Winglet and Homebrew and stuff like that. I never recommend using those methods for installation because sometimes those packages aren't up to date. And even the Anthropic team is suggesting to use these one-line commands, as this is going to be the most efficient way to install it. The old way with Claude Code was with NPM, so it was an NPM package. That no longer exists, and so anything around that, if you hear about NPM, it's not going to work here. I don't even think the new thing is an NPM script. I'm not really sure. I could not tell, but we will figure that out. So the way you're going to log in is by using auth login or /login to authenticate. So here we have Claude auth login, but I found that if you're using WSL 2 or some kind of environment where you have to paste it back in here, or maybe in a cloud developer environment, this method is not great because it's not going to be able, you're not going to be able to paste it back in properly. So instead, you probably just want to launch Claude normally, which we'll talk about in a moment, but launch Claude normally and type /login and then choose your option with subscription and get in that way. Notice that we have Claude account subscription, Anthropic console account, so that's with the API or third-party platform, because with Claude, you can get an API key from Amazon Bedrock and utilize it that way, or Microsoft Foundry, or probably Vertex AI, or you can get the API directly from Anthropic and utilize stuff that way. So there's more than one way to authenticate. And once you are logged in, if you ever need to check to see whether you're logged in again or not, you can just type in Claude auth status. And I'm using that all the time, just be like, am I logged in? I can't remember. What am I logged in as? And so that is going to be a means to which you can do that. And then when we want to launch it, we're going to type in Claude. Okay, and that's going to launch the interactive shell, which is what you want to use. And then here we can type whenever we want. So that /login we just mentioned, you could do. One thing to note is that you are launching this in the project folder, because that's going to put it in the context of whatever it is. So here I have the grocery share pricing monitoring app that I was building. So if I want that to work like this in the context of that, then that's what we're doing, okay? And if you have any issues with it, you can run Claude Doctor. So this is a way for us to fully check if Claude is in good working order here. Okay, so we have all that information. So that's pretty much, there you go. Now, when I recorded this stuff, it was early on and I wasn't exactly sure what I was doing. And so I didn't re-record it to bring in these other things because I wanted to preserve the challenges I had with it, just in case that you did as well. But I'm going to add another video here looking at using Doctor, just so that you can experience it. Not that it's that complicated, but we'll take a look at that, okay? But just understand that some of these videos I'm recording were recorded well before this, and I've now, obviously I know now how to do this, but again, I try to capture that stuff for you because you might run into the same problems that I'm running into, and I want to help you get over those issues, okay? Ciao, ciao. Hey folks, this is Andrew. In this video, I just want to show you how to use Doctor and see if there's anything that is useful for us in there. So we can do it two ways. We can trigger it directly here or within the interactive environment or interface. But I'm going to just go ahead and type in Claude Doctor, and let's take a look at what information we have. So it says currently running this specific version, this path, how it's installed. So the native method, I assume that it's some kind of binary that we're installing and it's not JavaScript. I'm not sure what other modes there would be. Maybe if we installed it via Homebrew, it might say like, hey, it was installed with Homebrew. I'm not really sure. Do we have auto updates enabled? Auto update channel is latest, no locked versions. Let's hit enter. And so that's all there is. I'm not really sure what else we should expect to see, as there's not a whole lot of information there, but they say in the docs, run the Doctor if you're running into problems, right? But yeah, there you go. Nothing exciting. All right, in this video, I want to show you what it takes to get Claude Code going. So the first thing we're going to need is to pay for it. There's no way around it. If you want to utilize it, it is a paid product. And I just want to make you informed of the cost. So if you go to here into pricing and make a new tab onto the overview, we should be able to see the price. This looks good. $17 sounds good, but it's actually 17 USD. So I'm in Canada, and if I convert this over, we'll say 17 USD to CAD. We're going to end up with $23, which is not exactly true, because if I was to go to my plan, which I just upgraded here recently, I'm paying $24. So, and it was unusual because when I checked out, it said $25. So there's a little bit discrepancy in terms of that cost, but just be aware that these are US prices. And so you have to weigh whether it's worth it for you or not, or at least play around with this for a month. But if you look down below, you can see that it includes Claude Code and Cowork. So our options are there. That is what we care about. If you are going to other tiers, then it's going to be different for team and enterprises. You can figure that out by yourself. But the point is, you're going to need to have a pro plan. And you can see over here, I have a pro plan. It says pro plan in the bottom left corner. So there's multiple ways that we can get to Claude Code. If we go to code.claude.com, we have our single line command for installing. And there's obviously lots of ways that we can go ahead and install it. Another way is if you are over here and you click Get Apps and Extensions, it's just other links to other places, so Claude Code. And so we're going to have to get this installed and going. And so I'm going to start with the terminal. I'm not going to do Slack because I have no interest in Slack. But we will go ahead and we'll give the terminal a go, as it is a CLI tool and that's going to be our primary way for installation. And it really depends on how you want to install it. So if you're using PowerShell, if you're using WSL, if you're using the Windows command line, the approach is going to be different. It's pretty straightforward. Today, I'm on a Windows machine. I personally like to use WSL, and so that's probably the method that I would use to install it. But I will use PowerShell first, as that is something that is on my computer. So you can't see me. I'm typing PowerShell off screen here in my start menu. I'm choosing to run as an administrator. Okay, I'm going to drag this on over and we're going to look for that command. So we'll first go ahead and try PowerShell. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. Okay, and that's going to go ahead and install. So we'll give it just a moment here to get going. Usually it's pretty quick. I'm not sure if I'm missing anything. No, it's IRM. It's fine. And so it's going to go ahead here and get working here. So we'll give it a moment. So it's now installed. We have version 2.171. It's showing you where it's installed, and now we have it installed. So if we want to get started, we can type in Claude help. Okay, and right off the bat, we already have problems. And that's okay. Like, that's why we're making this video here. But it says the term is not recognized as the term. Native installation exists, is not your path. Adding to your operating system properties, environment variables is what we'll need to do. So I'm doing this again off screen, but I'm looking for system properties. So I'm typing in system properties. I think it's this. I'm not the best at Windows configuration. Baco's really good at it. It's been years for me fixing computers here. But I did type in system properties. It's strange because when I typed it into my start menu, it didn't say system properties. It said system properties. I'm just going to take a screenshot of this so you can see it. And, oh, this is going to let me screenshot it. I'm trying. It's not letting me do it. One second. Let me try this one more time. But if I type in system properties, again, just trying to take a screenshot of it, it will not let me do it. Oh, here we go. Oh, almost. One more time. I almost got it. System properties. I know you can't see this. I'm trying to get it on the screen here for you. Properties. And it's being finicky, so I won't be able to show it to you. But the point is that you need to make your way over to system properties, that menu I had open here. And in here, you're going to have environment variables. And so it's asking for us to add this somewhere here. So let's take a look and see what we need to do. And apparently I cannot move this one. So what I'll do is hit cancel, move this one out of the way, then hit environment variables, move that out of the way so I can see what I'm doing. So the term Claude is not recognized. We notice it's being installed in users, Andre for some reason, .local .bin. And so here it's saying we need to add the path. So edit user path, new, add path above. Okay, so we'll give that a go. So I'm going to go new, or actually maybe just edit. I think we'd rather just edit the path. So we'll edit the path. And the idea is that it's giving us a bunch of paths that we can add here. So, yes, that's path. Okay. So I'm just making sure that it is in fact that. And so we'll go ahead and hit new. I'm not doing this every day, but it's not like it's super hard. So we'll go ahead and I'm going to copy this location here. I'm going to show you how to install on WSL as well. So I know you might say, well, Andrew, I don't really want to use the PowerShell mode, but we will get to that, okay? And so we'll go ahead and we will say, okay. And we'll go ahead and do that. And let's see if we now have Claude. Well, it says we have to restart it. So I'm going to close this out. I'm going to hit OK. So that's now saved. I'm going to hit OK here. I'm going to reopen PowerShell as administrator. I'm going to say yes. I'm going to drag this on over so we can see it, okay? And we're going to go ahead and type in Claude help and see if that executes. It's coloring, so that's a good indicator that it's working. And so we have it there. Probably the first thing that I would want to do is to get logged in. I would imagine it would be auth, okay? Sometimes when I do these videos, I do the lecture content out of order from doing it, and I try to get the first experience the first time, so that's why it might seem like I'm not totally clued in, but that's fine. So we'll go ahead and type in Claude auth and see what options we get. So there we go, there's our login. So we'll go ahead and type in login, and it's gonna bring us over to the website. We're gonna say authorize, and we should now be connected. So I'm gonna go back over to here, and it is successful. So I'm gonna go ahead and type in clear, and we'll type in Claude again, and we'll get some help. I know the font is small. I'm not sure if I can bump that up. Sometimes it's finicky. I don't always know how to fix the font here. Properties, not cursor size, font size. Sorry, folks, should have done that at the start. Whoa, that's too big. We will make that smaller, okay? We'll bring that down to, I don't know, maybe 18. There we go, that's reasonable size. And so what options do we have? Well, I'm just gonna go ahead, make this a little bit bigger. We'll type in clear again. Whoops, we'll type in clear again, and we'll type in help. And so somewhere here, we should have an option to prompt it. Just a second. You know what? I think we will wait to use it later as the step, like, I think we have to initialize the project with Claude in it. And so I want to leave it as is right now. But the point is that if you have it installed and you're logged in, you're in good shape. So this is PowerShell. We will go to the next one, okay? Ciao, ciao. All right, folks, we are back. And so we attempted to install it via PowerShell, and we had to edit our environment variable so it would know where the install is. We'll go ahead and we'll do the Windows one, and we're going to continue on with all of them. Don't worry, we'll do the WSL here in just a moment. I'm going to go ahead and just copy this one here. Technically, it's already installed on my machine, and the installation is going to have the same approach. So there's not going to be anything super exciting here, but I'm going to do it anyway, just so that we can experience it together. Okay, and so I have command prompt open. I open it in administrator mode. I'm going to hit enter, paste it in, and there should be nothing super exciting here, so we'll go ahead and hit enter. And, well, nothing's happening so far. Oh, let me hit enter again. There we go. And so we're seeing what's happening here. 2.171, it was already installed. And I already added it to my environment variables, right? So if you didn't watch the PowerShell video, watch it because it's very short, but shows you how to add those environment variables. We'll go ahead and type in help. Remember to go ahead and make sure you log in. So we'll do Claude auth login, and that will pop over here. And if we're already not logged in, we'll go ahead and hit authorize. It will go back here, and now we should be authorized to use Claude. It says we were logged in, which is good. I'm going to type in Claude help. Okay, we are fine. And so we have now, I keep thinking it's CLS, that's what it is. So we now have that installed in command prompt. So there you go. And we will continue on showing you how to install it in various ways, okay? All right, so another way that we should be able to install this is via Linux or WSL or your Mac OS. There's obviously Homebrew and Winget. I think that I would probably not recommend to utilize these methods and just use the CLI ones. They're probably fine, but there are cases where if this isn't up to date, this, again, it varies depending on who's managing these providers, but they're not always up to date, and sometimes you can run into issues where it's like, hey, something's not working, and you just don't realize that you're waiting for that push out. So I recommend this, and they recommend these methods probably for the same reason, as these packages aren't going to be always up to the latest date. But I'm also going to get an EC2 instance running here. So this is just to see if we can run it on a virtual machine. You can do this in any cloud provider if you want, but I'm just going to spin one up here nice and quick. But we're going to also do this on our local machine. So here I'm just going to launch Amazon Linux, and I just need the smallest one, so T3 micro, which is fine. I do not need key pairs, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to my advanced details, and I'm going to select an instance profile. I have one called EC2 SSM role, so that allows me to use Sessions Manager to log in. And if you've never seen that before, I'll just show you really quickly what that looks like. It's a custom role that I created. This isn't an AWS course, so I'm not going to go too deep into it, but I just want to see what the experience is like deploying this on any kind of provider. But this is a role that I created with these two Here, you probably only need this one, the SSM Manage Instance Core Policy, to use Sessions Manager, but we'll go over to here, and we'll have that there on that. I don't think there's anything else I need. As a T2 micro will be fine, or T3 micro. We'll go ahead and we'll launch that instance. And I don't need a key pair because I'm going to use Sessions Manager to get in there. So that's going to spin up while that's happening. And it's not done yet. It's going to take time to get running. I want to use WSL. So I already have it installed. Again, I'm not going to show you how to install WSL, but we'll assume that you have some kind of Linux environment. And I have any kind of code base here. I'm not sure what this one is. I always got something going here. And so it's just connecting to a terminal. This is connected to my NVIDIA one. So I'm just going to connect to the default distro. So probably for my NVIDIA course, I was showing you how to do that. So I'm just connecting, and this is going to be Ubuntu, probably 22, 24. I never know what version it is, LTS, whatever the latest one is. And so we'll go over to here to terminal. There's obviously another way to integrate this with Visual Studio Code, but we're just focused on the WSL, the Linux environment. And so we'll go ahead and we'll install that. So I'm going to go over to here. I'm going to grab this line here. We're going to see what happens. There could be a bit of a trick to this because we have to authenticate, and we are in a containerized environment, like technically a virtual machine within a container, I think. Something like that. No, maybe it's just a container. It's probably just a container. But we'll give it a moment here to install, and then we'll see how we need to do that on the cloud as well. Why you'd be using it on the cloud, I don't know, but maybe you will. Maybe you want to have a virtual desktop because you don't trust the stuff running on your local machine. So that could be a reason why. So here it's saying it's installed, but that doesn't mean we are authenticated. So we'll go ahead and do Claude auth login. So it says open the browser. So if we don't have that, we'll have to click through this. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this here. Sometimes with these tools, there'll be like a no auth login thing that we'll have to do. And so I'm going to go ahead and we're going to hit authorize. We'll see if that just works. That'd be nice if it does. If this is constantly polling, then it will. See, now I have to paste it in. So that's what I thought might happen. So go ahead here, and then we will paste that in. Notice it doesn't let me paste it in. So I'm going to stop that for a second. I'm going to type in clear. I'm going to try to put a help flag on the end of this. And force login flow, paste into Claude code, because it didn't give us that option, right? So I was hoping that there'd be like a flag that was like, you know, no log. I wonder if it's SSO flag. I'm going to take a guess. I really don't know, but we're going to just try this, SSO. Yeah, and so what I'm going to do is go back over to here. This one's not going to work because it's going to generate for each one. And I believe if I hold like control click, it'll open the browser. I'll probably just open it manually. Just grab it like this. I mean, that's single sign-on, which is not exactly what I want to do. Let's try this again. We have the code. I don't have anywhere to paste it, right? So this is where we have a bit of a challenge. Just give me a second. This is why I'm making the course, because this is the stuff you're going to run into. One moment. All right, so I think maybe the other way that we can get the prompt that we want is by just typing Claude, and then we'll get the actual interface. I was hoping there was a way that we could just do it here. Normally, most CLIs will have a flag like no login or no device or something, but I suppose they don't have it, so that's fine. We'll go ahead and give this a try. So here it says, is this project you created one or more you trust? So I didn't really want to do this right away, but I'm just go ahead and hit Control-C and exit, because I'm going to need a folder to put this in. And we're only just doing this so we can test the login. I'm just going to go ahead and here say Claude examples, and we'll go ahead, and I'm going to go and now type in Claude. So is this project you created one you trust, like your own code? We're going to say yes, there's nothing in here. It says, ask Claude to create a clone or repository. The only challenge is that I might already be logged in. So what I was hoping for here was I was hoping to get prompted with the login, which is not what it did. So that's a little bit frustrating. Okay, so we'll go ahead and we'll type in clear. And I'm going to try this again. Claude auth, go ahead and enter. Well, maybe we'll try status and see if we're actually logged in or not. Oh, we are logged in. Okay. All right. So I'm going to log out because I just don't trust this, right? Because I wanted to show you what happens. So we'll go ahead and we'll try this again. Claude auth login. And I'll just copy the link over. So we'll copy this here. We'll try this again. I'll say authorize. We'll copy this code. We'll go back over to here. I'm going to try to paste it in, hit enter. I'm going to type Claude auth status. We're not logged in. So I'm going to try Claude now, because I might have been logged in from something else, right? And I'm going to type in /log. And this is not the way I wanted to do it, but this will work. So Claude account with subscription, Anthropic console account or third-party platform. So we'll go ahead and we'll say with a subscription. And so now it's asking us to opening browser. So we'll go ahead and copy. And so now we have a place where we can put the prompt in. I don't like that they did it that way. I mean, I feel like without having to go to interactive interface, you should be able to do it anywhere, but that's what they chose to do. So we'll go ahead and copy that and we'll paste in our code here and we'll hit enter. We'll see if it takes it. And now we're successfully logged in. So that is going to be the method to which we log in that way. Let's go over to the cloud and do the same process. So my instance is ready. I'm going to go ahead and hit connect. And we should have a public IP address here. And we do want to be the EC2 user. That's really nice, so I don't have to switch that over. We'll go ahead and hit connect, and we'll give that a moment. So that should bring us in here. And oh, that's pretty nice. Okay. And so I'm going to say, who am I? Because this interface is now different. You know, AWS, they are always changing, so you never know what's going on here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and install Claude over here on this Amazon Linux machine. And we'll see if it just takes it. Now, I didn't choose Ubuntu. I just chose Amazon Linux, which is their own flavor. And that could run us issues. We'll find out here in just a moment. Just say Claude code install, because we've already lost the instructions for installing this. And we'll go here. And we want Linux. We'll give it a try. We'll see if it works. So we'll go over to here, back over to here. We'll hit enter. Right-click paste. I do have some artifacts there that I don't mean to have, so I'll make sure I delete those out. We'll hit enter, and we'll see if that takes. Because that's what I don't know. But I'm assuming that they probably have different builds for all different kinds of operating systems, and since Amazon and Claude get along really, really well, I feel like they would probably make something for Amazon Linux. But we will see what happens. I'm just going to pause the video so you don't have to watch this all day, okay? Because it looks like it's installing it and building it natively, so it probably has downloaded it. Here it says I killed it. I don't recall killing it, so I'm thinking it's having an issue with that target, and so that's where it's going to have an issue. Now, the thing is with Claude is that it used to be installed via like Node.js. I'm just curious, if we go over to here, what is actually happening? So parse command line arguments target, so 1. So the idea is that it's expecting you to say what the target is, and that's optional. And it's always good to know how to read code, folks. I don't need AI to figure this stuff out. And it looks like they have the releases stored in a Google Cloud storage bucket, so we could technically check there to see what they have. And then they're iterating through it. So the question is like, what is the platform name here? So we'll go ahead and grab this. So validate if the target is whatever. And so this looks like it's specifying a very specific version, not necessarily what platform it's on. But if we open up this URL, my guess is that this might tell us. We can't do it this way. But I was hoping that this might be a way for us to say like, okay, you know, there are these different distributions or whatever, because I don't know what it is. But I thought that maybe it was just like Node.js or something. So we have curl, wget. We're going to go down here. We're seeing JSON platform. Darwin Linux. Windows is not supported by this script, which is fine. x86 64. Darwin Arch. Version, manifest file, checksum. Download this file from here. Still trying to figure out what the file is. Run in the installer. So there's some kind of binary path. So it's still going to download another file, which could be a bash script in itself, and then we would not know. So it's not that we can't get this working on Amazon Linux 3. Let's say Amazon Linux 3 install Claude code, but it might not be worth our time here. But it's just because it's the first thing I launched. And so you go over here, we see the system requirements, Mac OS, Ubuntu, Debian, Alpine. So it's not even listed in the official platforms. So if it's not listed, let's not waste our time. And we're going to go back over to here. That was good that we discovered that, though. And I'm just going to spin up another instance because I want to see where we hit friction with this thing. Because this is what we should want to do, not just a hello world and get set up. We want to know inside and out, where's this thing going to work? Where's it not going to work? We'll go ahead and terminate that. Let's launch a new instance. We'll go ahead, and this will be Claude code example. We'll actually name it this time. And so instead of Amazon Linux, I'll just choose Ubuntu, which we know will run on. We have our T3 micro. I'm going to go down below here. Same story. I'm going to choose our instance profile, say EC2. And we'll choose SSM role. We'll go ahead and launch that. I don't need a key pair. We'll go ahead and launch that, and we will wait for that to deploy, okay? All right, while we've been spinning that up, I just noticed here, so yeah, the NPM method is deprecated, which is fine. That's what I assumed. And so probably back then you could install it onto Amazon Linux, no problem. So I'm going to assume that you just can't do that anymore. Also, I think I saw a flag for like Claude Doctor, which is just a nice way of diagnosing any issues with your installation, I suppose. Not that we're having any issues as of yet, but we'll go over to here. I want to see if my checks have passed. They have. We'll go ahead. We'll connect. And this is going to be probably a really easy process. We'll go ahead and click that there. And we'll give this a moment to get spun up. So we are now in here. And what I'm going to do is type in clear because it's off the screen here. But we will go back over to the installation instructions wherever they were. It's very easy to get lost around here. And we'll grab the Linux installation. We'll give this a try, okay? And I'm getting some artifacts there, so we'll get rid of that stuff. Okay, and so I would expect this to be a lot faster. I didn't kill anything. It's saying install in Claude code, binary path install target killed. Why? I didn't do anything. We'll try that again. So it could be an issue of like where it needs to install. It has an issue on line 151. You think this stuff would just work, but no, folks, you got to check this stuff. I might not even bother trying to get this to work, but at least we know. I'm going to see if I can vie out that file, right? We can just go back and take a look at it again like this. Like, what's our problem here? It's having an issue on this line here. Literally the install part. I'm pretty sure it's down here where it does the install. This right here. Run Claude install to launch the thing. And so for whatever reason, it's not going to take it. One thing I could do, just I'm sure I have out to the internet. We'll just like ping Google or something. Yeah. So, and obviously we download the file. So I'm not sure what it is. I don't think it's a memory requirement. If we do ls here, pwd, nothing's been downloaded. And so you can see that we're having some friction here with this stuff. But again, I just wanted to try and see if it worked. I don't care if it does. It's more just to rule out where we might have some friction. So I think I'm satisfied with our local installation. I think I'd like to investigate if we can use Amazon Bedrock, because obviously we have a subscription, but Claude Code is accessible other ways. And so I want to just see if we can utilize that another way. But anyway, we'll just consider this an experiment, and it did not pay off as we hoped. Okay. We're not going to fiddle with that. And I'll see you in the next one, okay? Ciao, ciao. All right, in this video, we'll take a look at using VS Code with Claude Code, and we'll go ahead and see if we can install it. Obviously, we have Visual Studio Code running locally, so I'm just going to go ahead and grab it. And we should have already, I'm just going to close up this tab here. We should have already a folder, I do, or a project, I should say. Oops. Oops. And obviously, we could run Claude Code from our terminal. But what I'm going to do is go over to here and go to extensions, and we'll type in Claude Code for VS Code. We will go ahead and install it. Oh, it's already installed. I don't remember installing it. So what I'm going to do is uninstall it and reinstall it. I must have installed it a really long time ago. I really don't remember installing this. But now it's installed, and so somewhere here it should appear. I don't see it. Where is it? So I was hoping that we would have something on the left-hand side. Claude Code use terminal. Okay. Well, where is it, buddy? Oh, up here. There it is. Hello, Claude Code. There you are. Okay, great. And so we have nothing in here, and I'm just going to ask it, can you do the following? Create a subfolder for a website for bath bombs for mom. Create the website using plain HTML and CSS. Please no CSS frameworks. Okay, and so we'll see if it is able to do that. So we'll go ahead and hit enter. I'm assuming I'm already authenticated from before, so I probably have authenticated. Like if we go down here and type Claude auth status, we're probably already authenticated. We are, okay, so that's good. And here it's asking me, would I like to create this directory? Yes, we'll say yes. I probably should have said for this session, so I don't keep getting prompted there. And I really just like these goofy words, but that's just how it does it. And so we'll give it a bit of time. It's not the fastest thing around, but it is going, so we'll give it some time, okay? Here we go. We have some code. And I mean, it just produced it. So yeah, we'll say yes for all sessions here. And oh, we don't say anything in this folder. So maybe this project isn't open in this folder. So I'll have to wait for this to be finished, and I'll do a code period so that we can see if this is populating. I might also be able to just click folder here, but I don't want to mess up our current context window. Okay. All right, so we have some produced here, and it's describing what it's done for our implementation. I'm going to go ahead and do a code period and hit enter, just so that we can get our proper context here. Just close this other one out, because I couldn't see the files that were being created. And so now we should have a subfolder, but I don't see it. So where did it create it? Uh-oh. Where were you, Claude? I don't know. Maybe I wasn't paying attention here. I have Claude code here and then over here. And if I go down here, I could have swore they created it. Is it over here? Whoa, where did it make it? Well, I don't like that. It must have been whatever project I was in before. So I was probably working on CUDA examples. Nope. It is somewhere else. I don't even know where. Teacher seat projects? I don't have a whole lot set up on here, right? So I just go back to Claude examples, and I don't know where it was doing this. So, and can I get past conversations? We can right here. Not exactly sure, so that's kind of frustrating. So I'll go ahead, create a subfolder called bath bombs for moms.com. And this time I'm going to pay a little bit closer attention to what it's doing. Now that we have the proper window open, this should be less of an issue. So here it is creating it there. So I'd have to watch the video and go back and see what I did wrong. I'm not sure what this window is for just as yet. I'm assuming something. We'll just close it out as it's not really serving any purpose. There we go. There's our subfolder. Okay, so, create a website for bath bombs. Bath bombs. Bombs for moms.com. Use HTML and CSS plainly. Do not use CSS frameworks. I do not like when it does that. So go ahead and hit enter. So you do have to still pay close attention to what it is doing. And we will let it go ahead and do that. All right, so we have some code generation here, and I want to see if we have our HTML and CSS. We'll give this a hard refresh for our files. I guess we have to confirm it. Yes, allow edits to the session. Okay, so I guess it was just reviewing and saying, okay, we can take a look at it. And so we have our generator code. So it looks like it's using Anchor, so it's making it a single page, which is fine. The CSS markup is nice and clean. I'd probably ask it to simplify it a little bit more. For the most part, it is okay. So that is looking fine. And so we're just going to wait for that CSS file to generate out, okay? All right, and so our CSS file should be generated, and it's not as nice as when we were using web, but I guess we'll see here in just a moment. I'm going to use HTTP server. I'm going to assume I already have that installed. I'm just going to take a guess. And we do, which is great. We'll open that in our browser, and we'll go to bathbombsformoms.com. I mean, more or less, very similar. Okay, so no problems here. Let's go ahead and give an inspection here. And we will do this. Mobile is fine. It is fine. It is a site. It's something. And so that was just pretty much us exploring VS Code. Of course, we're not doing any serious programming, just to explore the Visual Studio Code extension. But you can see it works. Okay, nothing exciting to run home to here. But I'll see you in the next one. Okay. Ciao, ciao. Let's take a look at interactive mode. So interactive mode is when you type to Claude and you can interact with Claude within a real-time feedback loop. In fact, this is how you're mostly going to be working with Claude is in interactive mode. The reason I'm creating emphasis on this is because I want you to be aware of common shortcuts. And it's just because I'm not going to mention them constantly, I'm going to be using them. But the one that you absolutely need to know above all else is Control-C. That's how you're going to get out of the program. This is pretty common if you use any kind of CLI tool or you're familiar with Bash, but if you're not, I just want to make sure that you know of Control-C. There's also Control-D, which will exit the Claude Code session. I don't think I've ever used that once, but it's not a bad idea to utilize it. Then you have Control-L, which will clear the terminal screen. This is something I should use more because sometimes you just want to clear the terminal screen, but you don't want to delete the session conversation. There's a command called /clear that will actually delete the conversation, which is what you do not want, or maybe you do. It depends on what you're doing. So Control-L might be something worth learning, but it's so far on the keyboard, I would never think to press it. You have Control-R to reverse search command history. Never had to use it, but it's useful, I suppose, if you're not good with remembering commands. Control-T to toggle task list. This will be important down the road when you're running things in parallel or doing lots of stuff, but right now it's not at this time of the course. And then Shift-Tab, which will toggle permissions mode. So the two that you're going to use the most is this one to get out and this one to toggle modes. There are way more key bindings, but I'm not going to get into them because, you know, a lot of them are just subjective and they don't really make things more performative. I use Vim mode, so because I know Vim, and so most of these commands that would help me be proficient, like text editing, is not useful because I just use the Vim bindings, right? But anyway, you need to know this one. This is the number one, and this is the number 2 one, okay? Hey, this is Andrew, and all I want to do in this video is to show you those very, very basic commands or key bindings. So I'm going to type in Claude, launch in interactive mode, and if I hit Control-C, it says hit it again, right? So I have to hit it twice, and then I'm out of the program. We'll launch it up again. Control-C, Control-C, I'm out. Okay, you're getting the point here. The other one that I think you should know right off the bat is going to be Shift-Tab. So you press Shift-Tab. Okay, so it's toggling those modes. Even if we're not using that right now, you will be using it quite a bit. You know, there's other ones like Control-L, which I never use. We don't have any history, but we'll just say, what is 1 + 1? Give it a moment there to compute. And then I'll do Control-L to clear it. It's not clearing it. It's probably, again, because I have Vim mode on. So there are reasons why something might not work, which is fine. But anyway, yeah. Okay, you know the two that you need to know, right? But there you go. So one thing you can do in the Claude.io settings page is you can quickly revoke Claude access if you need to. And so it's interesting because in the platform website, they don't have it, but in the Claude.io website, they have it. So some settings, you got to check both pages to get a full scope of things that you can do. But you can see below here that we can see Claude Code connecting and what it is using. And then you can hit the trash button to revoke access. Is this useful? I don't know, because you don't get a list that goes back so far. So I imagine that maybe after a time period that authorization tokens aren't valid anymore. So maybe it's only showing you the ones that are still valid. And it's not like super clear what we're looking at when we see the authorization tokens. But I guess if there was abuse, you could quickly go in here and just click the trash can as quick as you can and then delete your key. So just have a double chance that you're not having issues. But this one is through the subscription, I believe, because you're not issuing a token, right? So I guess this is more like if you see something weird with your subscription use, that this is where you could revoke it as you're doing OAuth connections. And so this is revoking, I guess, that connection that was made. But there you go. All right, folks, let's take a look at this command called stats, which is short for statistics. This is going to help us view usage patterns. This would be useful if we are using a subscription model because we do not have token-based information, right? Like I'm using X amount of tokens when I'm running stuff. But over here, we have the overview. And as you can see, we have a period of months over time, and it's giving you an indicator of how much usage you're having. It's saying, what is your favorite model? Sonnet 4.6, because I never think to change it out of the default. Should really switch over to Haiku and give that a go. But it does say total tokens. So we actually have 163.9 thousand tokens, but we can't really monitor that as we're going. At least I don't think that we can. And then notice that it said that I had 11 sessions. And I've been active for X amount of days. And when have I been most active? So you use 4 times more tokens than the old man and the sea. I don't know what that means. I'm assuming that's a book, which is fine. And you can see I have a long streak of a few days, which is not a lot. But it's interesting that it says 163 tokens. So that makes me think that, and maybe that's the uses there, that 150,000 tokens is like 80% of your daily usage. That's what I'm guessing. Right? So I guess it's not fully true that there is no token information whatsoever, but it's kind of like hidden away over here. Then over here we have our models, and I've just been using Sonnet. I never even switched out at this point to other models. I'm sure we will in this course. I would imagine here that when we start using other models, we're going to get other lines because obviously there's one. So just imagine if we were to use a few other models, the usage there. But here, I'm assuming this is token count. So we have 2.6 in and 161 out. So this is suggesting that my conversations are pretty darn long. That's the way I'm indicating that. And so maybe that's an indicator that I should have been compacting my thing, my conversations, or maybe moving information into, into Claude files or rules or things like that. And I'm sure we will figure that out as the course goes along, but that's stats. I'm going to run this and we'll see if we can get any other kind of metrics out of this through a lab, okay? Hey folks, it's Andrew, and in this follow along, I want us to explore the stats and see if we can get some new information show up there, and just kind of try to be observant and see if we can see any token information. I had this project called Grocery Share Price Monitoring. I was building it in another part, and you might start to see the screenshots and show up here. This is something I don't plan to finish, and so you can do this in any folder that you want. We just are trying to get something to go here. So I'm going to just back out. I guess I'll make a new directory. Just say mkdir. What's the project I want this to be called? I don't know. Claude Hello World. We'll just say Claude Task App. Okay, we'll just assume we're making one of those. Do code period in Visual Studio Code to open it up. This is the recommended way that I like working, obviously, is with Visual Studio Code with terminal down here. Sometimes I'm using this on the right-hand side in Visual Studio Code. Sometimes I'm down here. There's no consistency, to be honest. I think at first I was using that more, was Claude over here, but I'm just going to move that out of the way for now. And so I'm going to say, yes, I trust that. And I'm using subscription right now because that is what we're trying to figure out is, are we going to see token usage? So right now I should be in an empty project. Actually, I'm in the wrong directory. I'm just going to make sure I CD into that. We'll try that one more time. There we go. Okay, we'll open that terminal there. We'll just expand that a bit. I'm going to type in Claude here. I mean, it is nice also here as well, but it's fine. So let's just check stats first. So obviously I've been using this for a bit of time. And here we have 163,000 tokens. So we actually can get token usage. But what happens when we actually start to use stuff? And I'm going to try it here in, okay, escape here. I'm going to try it in here and see what happens. So I'm going to say, can you draft me a, can you write a README for an API for a simple to-do app? Okay, so we'll go ahead and do that. And right away, we're saying, please refresh your token. This sometimes happens. So I'll go ahead and just say login. Okay, and I'll go ahead and do that. I probably should take a screenshot of that because that seems to be happening to me more often than not lately. And if you run into that issue, that might be annoying. But I'm going to go ahead. Actually, I'm going to stop this for a second because I actually want to capture that that problem and then backfill that there, folks. Okay. We'll just say hello, hello. Okay, and I'm just going to capture that really quickly here. Just a moment. There we go. I just saved our future selves for that, and I think you'll appreciate that in the course. But anyway, we'll go ahead and we'll type in login again, and I'll hit enter here for subscription. And I'm just going to grab the link here because I am in WSL2 and it might not fully, it probably will open the browser, but it might not for whatever reason. And I'm just hitting enter and pasting it into Claude here. And we now have a Gemini button. Of course we have a Gemini button. They're always giving us buttons. We'll go ahead and copy that code. We'll go down below and I'm just going to paste in the prompt here and hit enter. Okay. And so now we have logged in successfully. We'll go ahead and hit enter. And so now we're logged in. So I'm going to go back here and say, can you create a API reference README for a API for a to-do app? Okay, and we'll go ahead and hit enter. And so what I'm looking for here is, do we have any token information? Right? Because sometimes I see tokens and sometimes I don't. But generally, I don't see them, and it's hard to translate over that usage. Okay, so we'll let that run. And if I see any tokens, I'm going to unpause here because I'm just trying to save you some time, but I'll unpause here and then we'll be like, oh, we saw tokens, right? Because we want to observe that token information, okay? Oh, so we have that, good. Do you want to make this change? Sure, yes. Okay. Oh, and we just saw some token information. You saw that, right? It was like 2.1, whatever, but it vanished very, very quickly. And so I don't know. I would think that the API would have something very similar. But the thing that we don't have is that we type in cost, that's context. We didn't learn that yet. It keeps auto-completing to that. I'm trying to go to cost. It won't go to it. Why is it going to context? But anyway, so if we were to type cost, we wouldn't get that information. And now I'm not getting anything, so I'm going to do Control-C. I'm going to open this for a moment here. It'll authenticate the same way. And if I type in /cost, so see, it shows up here, but in the terminal it doesn't. Isn't that interesting? So it says you're currently using the subscription to power your Claude Code usage. So we can't tell what cost would provide. So clearly we can see sparkles of tokens. There is token information, but again, it's very hard to measure what that looks like. Let's go back over to our to Claude here. I mean, we have it there as well, but that's fine. I'm going to go back and type in stats again. And so we have a little bit of usage. But it doesn't tell us much. We didn't go over to model. I think it's because I'm zoomed in here, so that's why we didn't see it. I'll bring this up here. And so if I hit to the right arrow, we can see that, and so we can see the usage there. I think what I'd like to do is just try to switch the models. This is obviously for another video, but I'm going to do it just so we can get more information on here. I'm going to type in Haiku. Haiku doesn't autocomplete. So now we're set to that model, and we'll just say, can you review the API reference for any mistakes, okay? I'm not trying to get anything out of this. I'm just trying to get some tokens usage so we can check there. And is it in the project directory? Yes. I'm not sure why it doesn't know, but that's fine. I like how it's looking in the wrong spot. I'm not sure if it's because we got a dumber model now, or maybe we're not in the right directory. Oh, it just found the file. Okay, so it made some changes. Again, I'm looking for anything that has to do with tokens. Don't see any tokens there. So I'm going to just go ahead and kill that, but it's probably because it didn't make any actual changes. It just detected some information. So that might be the reason why. We'll go back over to here. We'll type in stats, and then we'll switch over here. And so we have a green line for Haiku. Notice we have 82, 1.5 out. So it seems like no matter what we do, the out's going to be a significant amount. So maybe this larger amount isn't because I had a long conversation. It's just like the trade-off to in and out is that information. But I keep thinking that must be token usage, right? I'm going to just go ahead and we'll run Opus. I'm going to do it up here instead. I will just say model Opus. Did it swap it out? I can't tell. We'll reopen that there. I'll just type in model. Oh, okay. So it kind of auto-completes. Then we'll click like that. Fail to unable to change input, change the open settings. So it's unusual that's not working. Maybe if I stop that and try this again, maybe because there's more than one session, that's the issue. The other thing that we could do here is we'll just type in, we'll try this again. So we'll say model, Opus. No, it won't let us do it there. We'll go ahead and do it over here. That's why it's good to know how to do this in more than one way, obviously. We're now over the Opus model, so do you have any suggestions to improve our API docs in the API reference? I just guessed that if you did the @ sign, it would complete. I'm not sure if I'd even, I maybe make some slides on that, but I just naturally know to just do @ sign and stuff like that. And so here it's making some suggestions in terms of usage. Notice at any time we can type and interrupt this. And I'm not really reading what it's doing. I just want to get usage so that we can go here and type in stats. Okay, and so our usage is going slightly up. We'll go tab over. And so now we can see Opus, right? So there we are. We're getting our usage. I think we kind of proved what we needed to show there. And so, you know, is it easy to keep track of our usage? No, not really. There's a way to update the status line. And so that might be something we might want to do a bit earlier so we can keep track of our cost. If it's even possible. But right now, I would say that it's not clear if we can even track it. But there is a community tool that I want to try out. But we also need to look at another command. We'll be back in just a moment here. Okay, ciao, ciao. Something that we're going to have to keep a constant attention to is our context window size, because that's going to be dependent on how much working memory an agent has or an LLM has at a given time, right? The more you have, the more it will understand. And you have to realize that as the conversation goes, things will need to get summarized to keep the work going. But anyway, so context window is that working memory, and it includes both the inputs and outputs measured in tokens. So dependent on what plan you have and what model you're using is going to be determined how many tokens are in working memory. Haiku, Sonnet, and Opus, they have 200,000 tokens for the Pro, Max, and Team plan, with the Enterprise going up to 500,000 tokens. There are specialized plans like Opus 1 million and also Sonnet 1 million. I don't have Sonnet on here because I can't access it right now through Claude Code, and even Opus 1 million context window is in beta, and I don't even have it turned on. But anyway, those are our options there. And so when you think context window, another way of thinking of it is that it's the length limit. There are these two terms, length limit and usage limit, which we'll talk about in the next slide. But when we're talking about context window, we're talking about length limit. So a session specifically for Claude Code which we can also think of as a conversation, is the length limit. It is based on the underlying model and when that session was created, right? So different conversations, different sessions are going to start from 0 until you start talking to them, right? So one thing we have to consider is that if we are utilizing something like a very large model, like or a context window, like the 1 million, and then we drop to 200K, what's going to happen to the rest of that information? It's going to have to get summarized. It's going to get lost. So you do have to realize that there can be an issue when switching from a higher context window to a smaller one. Okay. And the thing is that when we do get close to exceeding it, or we do exceed it, we are going to need to compact that information. So Claude Code does have an auto pact. So when you're getting close or near the limit, and you can also manually trigger it whenever you want. And we'll talk about that, but there you go. So one thing I want to clearly distinguish between is usage limits and length limits. So usage limits is how much you can interact with Claude over a specific time period, and it's your conversational budget. So the usage of this is going to be based on all your uses across all services. We haven't talked about all the different kinds of services, but the idea is that if you use Claude IO or use Claude Code or use it in the browser or you use Claude Anywhere, it's going to go all to this single session, which has a rolling window of 5 hours. And we mentioned that rolling window somewhere else, but I'm telling you again, it's a 5-hour rolling window until that resets. Okay, when we're talking about length limit, this is the amount of information Claude can work with in a single chat. This is based on the context window. So functionally, context window and length limit is the same thing, but technically you could have a larger context window and the length limit is smaller than the context window, but we're just going to treat them as the same, so it makes the most amount of sense. And so the tricky part is really this conversation budget, right? Because especially with Claude Code, because if you're using Claude all over the place, you're not really sure how much you have left over in terms of your usage limit. But we will have to figure out ways to figure that out. Okay. Let us talk about current session for subscription. So current session shows how much of your plan's 5-hour usage limit you've used thus far. So it's a rolling 5 hours and it resets every 5 hours. Plus it will show you the time remaining. So you've already seen me screenshot this, shown you this multiple times. Why are we looking at it again? Because we need to make it very clear the difference between the current subscription session and Claude Code sessions. So all Claude plans, Free, Pro, Max, Team, Enterprise, operate on a session-based quota that resets every 5 hours. Usage within a session is determined by the message length, attached file size, conversation length, and platform demand. I don't know yet, at least at this time of this video, how to best split up the usage in a meaningful way, but we might come across tools and the videos might be included in this bootcamp, so we'll see. But I need to make it clear that Claude Code has its own concept of sessions, which you can also think of as conversations, because that's what they're going to call them in friendlier terms. And so you have to understand that these things work differently and they're not the same thing. And so I just have to make great emphasis on that, okay? All right, let's talk about Claude Code Sessions. So Claude Code Session is functionally a conversation to the Claude Code agent, and resuming a session is the same as resuming a previous conversation. So when you type in Claude, you're starting a new session, and there are two types of sessions. You have web and local, and it really depends on where you started that conversation. So basically, if you started via remote control or via Claude Code for Web, then it will be a web session. But what I found was interesting is that if I was using the VS Code IDE, I would be able to resume a web conversation into local, which kind of makes sense because with remote control, the idea is to trigger it over web to then run your machine or in your development environment on your machine. So, but where it originated and is stored is different. But we'll talk about resuming in the upcoming slide here and show you that. But there you go. So this is going to be very straightforward, and it's the resume command. So you can resume a previous session by using /resume, and then you can just choose it like a separate conversation. You probably saw in the last slide that in the IDE, you literally just click on conversations, which is the same thing as sessions, and that was a way to change it. When you do kill a session, via the terminal, it will give you this line for resume with a session ID. I have no idea how you get the session IDs or list them. It's not really a big deal, as I feel that most people are driving this stuff through this way. Maybe if you had to do something programmatically, you'd have to do it. In the lab, we'll see if maybe there is a CLI command in the non-interactive way to grab those IDs, but there are session IDs for that. But there you go. Hey folks, it's Andrew, and in here I have a project, which is the Claude Task app. Not a whole lot going on in this one, so we might be limited in terms of what kind of sessions we have, or I could try to switch to one that had more. But if I go up to here with the SDK, the Chrome one installed, you can see up Chrome. What am I saying? The Visual Studio Code extension, you can see we have local and we have web. So here are some previous conversations. What's interesting is like I did these ones for very specific projects. And so it's just generically showing me all web sessions where local seems to be scoped for this specific one. So if we go over to here and we click on this one, it seems like it's going to teleport us in here, and we're having a bit of an issue. To be honest, I haven't really continued web ones here prior. But here, what could be the issue? Missing file or encountered settings.json path, etc. So I'm not exactly sure what the issue is here, but we are trying to continue something, definitely in the wrong directory. Here we go. So this session was created with exam pro dev Claude code example. Open that folder. Okay, so here it's telling us to go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go back here and just kill this. So that's what I figured which would be an issue if we continued one on. You probably wouldn't have it unless you did the web version here. So I'm basically just showing you, but we'll go here and I think it was like Claude code. I already forgot what it was called. So we'll go back over here for a second. We'll try that one more time. The session was created in exam pro dev Claude code example. Open that folder first or continue in that current workspace, because that is my in developer account, right? And so I don't think I have it here. I'm going to say continue here and see what happens. Oh, there we go. But that was that was in the web. So I'm not exactly sure how we would continue on to that stuff. I'm not really that interested in that. I just wanted to show you that this dropdown does exist. And so if I go to something where we have a bit more going on, I think it was called grocery store monitoring. I never showed you how to build this during the app. It was something I was just building on the side while I was waiting for things to run. But if I open up this one, this is going to have a lot more sessions in it. So if I go here, you can see here I have, whoops, a bunch of sessions. And I thought there was more than that. I could have swore there was more. And then you could just click it and then it would continue on. But generally, I like using the CLI down here. So we type this, and we type in resume, we hit enter. And here it's showing this is show all projects, Control B to toggle branch, V to preview. I'm going to do Control A because it's showing me, which folder was I in when I did that? Hold on here, hit escape. We got to be really careful and pay attention to where we are. That's why I'm not seeing it. Okay, so we go into grocery store here. And I'll try this again. And now we'll do resume. And so now we can see the sessions here. Notice that it shows you the size of it. So you have an idea of how much of the, I guess, probably the conversation is at that given point. Okay. But notice down below here it says show all projects, toggle branch, Control V to preview, rename, things like that. I'm curious what it would be if we did Control V, Control V, Control Shift V, Control V, nothing, nothing, nothing. Okay, what about Control A? Now we can see all projects. So I can click on to bathbombsformoms.com. And so now we're in the context of this one. Okay, so I mean, it's pretty straightforward. It's not that complicated. When you want to continue a conversation, you just go to the conversation tab and change it, or use the resume, okay? Let's talk about forking sessions. So this allows you to resume a previous session without affecting the original session. The way it works is that when we perform the fork, it's going to basically branch off as a new conversation with its own session ID. Very straightforward to use. We just use the --fork session to do that. And if you notice that there's continue, resume, it's the same thing. I just have a hard time typing continue, so I never ever show you that. I always just do resume. But yeah, pretty straightforward. There you go. Hey folks, this is Andrew, and in this video, I want to take a look at forking a session. Just so you know, I'm jumping all around with these videos, and so sometimes things will look a little bit different, so I do apologize, but I have a project here that has basically nothing in it. I'm going to start up Claude, and I want to have some kind of conversation with it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell it to code me Flappy Bird in a new folder using JavaScript. So that's obviously a very easy task for it to do. And we'll go ahead and allow it to do that. And so whatever it wants, I'm just going to say yes, 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 until it gets to a point, because I'm just trying to have a conversation, continue on here until we have something, okay? And then when that's done, we're going to then try to do a fork. Just a moment, okay? All right, so after a little while there, it's finished. And so I'm just going to hit escape. And what we can do is we can go ahead and, whoops, hit escape here. And yeah, it's fine. There we go. I'm not sure why I can't type. I'll hit shift escape to go back into normal mode. Sometimes this happens. I have to like type a little bit to get here. And so obviously there is the resume command. I'm not sure if they have a fork command here. Do they have a fork command? They do. So that's obviously one way we can do it. In the screenshot or in the slides, I didn't show you there was a fork command here like this way, but there obviously is. But we'll go ahead and do that. And so now it's forked that conversation. And we can see there's the original one here. And so I'll just say, you know, can you check the Flappy Bird game for bugs, right? And so it's going to go off and do that. I'm just going to click into any of this. And the reason I'm doing that is just so I can see there's more than one conversation. So here you see code Flappy Bird, and then you have this one, and so clearly they're different. We could probably rename it so we can distinguish it if we were working on another fork. But really, that's all it takes to fork something. So that is not a complicated concept. Obviously, we just have two conversations or two sessions, and there you go. Let us take a look here at the context command. So context shows tokens consumed in the current session and available tokens broken down by category. And so here we have a completely brand new session, and we are running the context command. And notice that when we have a new session, that basically all the space is available. In fact, the only thing that's taking up any room is the skills being loaded into here. And then you have your auto compact buffer. Let's talk about that. So auto compact buffer is Claude code reserving a portion of the context window, so 22% of it, that ensures there's enough headroom to summarize conversation history when the limits are approached. So very, very useful feature. If we were to look at an older session here, you'll notice that we're getting actually a breakdown of information in terms of what it's utilizing. Okay, so there's obviously more going on here. So we have the system prompt, how much room it's taking up. Skills is really small here. And then there's our actual message. So you'll find that that's really, really useful to keep track of stuff. And later in the course, you'll see me use it a lot more as I start to think like, okay, how much usage do we have? And one thing I want to point out is that a really great way, if you want to see this command, is when you're using the resume or the resume flag to continue a previous session, then often you'll run the context here to see the size of it, okay? But there you go. All right, so let's take a look here at the context menu, or the context command. So I'm going to type in Claude down below, and we'll hit enter. And so now that we're here, I'm going to go ahead and type in context. So as far as I understand it, that when you type in Claude, you are definitely creating a new session. If you're over here and you have previous conversations, I imagine that those are separate sessions. Notice it says search session. So to me, these are previous sessions that we could resume. It's interesting that we have either web or local here. So I guess we could pick up something that we were doing in the web and then bringing it on over here. Actually, you definitely can, because I'm noticing here that carryover. I'll probably make notes of this. One moment. All right. And so one thing that I'm surprised is that we have 7% usage, because I thought this would have been scoped per this session. So I'm not exactly sure what we're looking at there. And I'm not sure how you would tell if you're in an existing session. So I'm going to go ahead and hit escape. Okay, let's see if there's any way in here. Let's see here. So what I'm looking for here is I just want to know. I'm going to type in / whoops. Can I type? Nope, nope, nope. We'll keep hitting escape. That's not working. I'm going to just Control C out of there. We'll type in clear. Oh, we just actually saw some session information. We recommend medium effort for Opus. I'm actually surprised that it did this. I didn't even prompt it for that. And so what I'm carefully looking for here is if there's any session information, efforts to determine how long it thinks or whatever. I don't know what it's doing, so I'll hit enter. I'm not sure why it was asking me that. And I'm just going to make sure that whatever model I'm on the default one, because I want to have standard usage right now. I'm just going to type in default. There we go. But I'm just wondering if there's anything for sessions in here. We don't. Okay, what have we, do we get, we do have resume. Okay, then we have clear. Okay, so maybe this would help us see, because we'll have some options. Okay, so here we have some options for sessions, right? So I can go here and take a look. Notice that like the amounts are bigger or larger here. I'm wondering if that's going to affect some stuff here. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter here. And now what I want to do, I'm so tempted to type clear, but clear is going to clear the conversation. It's not going to clear this here. So you really don't want to type that. But we'll go ahead and type in context. And so what I'm trying to figure out is that, you know, if I switch to different conversations or sessions, does this change? Right? Also, it's interesting how we have skills and messages here and they kind of stack up so you have an idea of usage. And it's cool that we have like a little buffer here. So that's kind of interesting. 1 second. I just wanted to screenshot that. I want to go re-record the context one. But anyway, so that's not really telling me what I want to know. So I'm going to go ahead and we'll try this again, resume. And we will switch to just anything that's different, right? And so what I'm looking for, yes, so it does. So it absolutely does change with your session. So if you switch over to a previous session, you're going to get different information. Okay, so that's pretty darn clear. Yeah, so I think that answers that. And yeah, okay. There we go. Let us take a look at the compact and clear commands. So when you have larger conversations, that means they're going to consume more tokens. That equals to greater costs with your API usage, or you're going to run out of your subscription usage, that 5-hour window, a lot sooner than you think. So Claude Code is going to do auto compaction. So technically it will take care of itself at those larger sizes, but there could be cases where you just want to automatically or manually trigger a compact, or you just want to clear the thing entirely. And so they have 2 commands for that. We have the compact command, and then we have the clear command. So it's pretty darn straightforward. Clear will not clear out your Claude MD files or your auto memory. This was a thing that a lot of people get mixed up on. The other thing is you got to be careful not to type clear as in to clear your screen superficially. It's very common in Linux to type in clear or CLS, but this will literally clear out, like delete the conversation and start it over from scratch, right? And I'm just going to, again, iterate this because I say this a lot of times, but there are cases where your environment like WSL2 might get halted. I was having a conversation that was at the max, and then all of a sudden my WSL2 hung and I had to restart it completely. So just be mindful of that. And the way that we can do that is with that context command, which will actually show us, right? Which we saw in another video. But there you go, okay? Hey, this is Andrew. In this video, I want to show you the compact and clear command. They're pretty straightforward. So what we'll do is type in Claude, and we can do it over here, but I noticed that sometimes when you use commands here, they work a little bit different. So for instance, context would tell us information about how large our context is, but you notice here that it's not as nice. It says how much we have here, but it's not as nice as the one in the CLI. So you just kind of learn over time. Probably one point in the course I told you I preferred the IDE, now I prefer the terminal. But here this gives us an idea of the size of our context usage. So we can see here system prompts, so how much the system prompt's taking up, the skills, and the messages. So not a whole lot. There's not really any need to compress this, but maybe what we'll, because this is a new session, right? Or it should be a new session. But what we're going to do is switch over to maybe an older one, like bathbombsformoms.com, and then we'll try this again. We'll take a look and look at our session. Is this any larger? It is. It's a little bit larger. It's not a lot, but it is larger. So we could kind of fiddle and try to find a very long conversation. I probably could do that if I just go back to one of my prior projects here. So if I go into this one, and again, if you didn't have such a long conversation, you just have to prompt until you did. But I can go here and then we'll type in resume. And I want to see, can I find a really big one here? I thought I was seeing megabytes in here somewhere, right? That one here. Can you read me and define what is expected to be called? Yeah, it seems like there should be something larger than that. Nope, that's my largest one. Okay. And so let's go ahead and take a look here. I'm assuming that's the largest one, right? No, not that much larger. So I'm not really sure where the long conversation is, but you know, if we did fill this up, we could do that. So what I'm going to do is I just want to fill up the context. So I'm going to give it some kind of complicated task that's going to take forever to get done, just so that it fills it up quite a bit. So I'm just thinking about this for a second. I'm going to say, I want you to port the app over to Rust. I want you to port the backend over to Rust and the front end over to TypeScript, I guess, because I wrote these, this is a JavaScript front end with Mithril, and then this one here is a Golang app, right? And so actually I might just save it before I do anything else, just so that I don't have to meddle with it. Say add all. I don't think we want to add this one, but we'll add all the rest here. Save changes, just because I don't want, if I ever want to come back to this code, I just want to have it in a good spot. And so this is a very large task. And so I'm going to go ahead and ask it to do that. And this is going to take a while, but the reason I'm doing it is just so that I can get a larger context menu and to show you the compact and clear. So I'll be back here in a little bit, okay? There we go. So after 9 minutes, it rewrote our stuff. I'm not actually trying to make this work. I was just trying to give it a large task that it needed to do. But it's fun to give it large tasks and let it run off to the races. I'm going to go ahead and check my context. And let's take a look here. And so, yeah, we're getting a lot more usage here. Clearly, there is still more room to be had. And while I'm here, I might as well just check my usage. Right, so I'm at 28% for this session, so that is good as well. But anyway, so I wanted to show you two things. I wanted to show you compact and also clear. So I'm not sure what is going to compact for this, but we'll go ahead and give it a try. So we'll say compact. And we will wait for it to compact. I don't remember it taking very long for it to compact, but basically what we're interested is what is this going to look like afterwards, right? Okay, so I'll just pause it and we'll wait till it's done. All right, so our compaction appears to be completed. So here, conversation compacted, Control O for history. I guess we do Control O for history and see what we get. That's not very useful. We'll go all the way back down. I guess it's just really scrolled us all the way to the top. I'll just hit escape here. And what we'll do is look at context and see if it's any smaller. It is much, much smaller. Okay, so now let's try clear. So clear the conversation history and free up context. And that instantly executed. We go check the context. And now it's basically just one thing. So there you go. That was our two compacts and clear, okay? Let us take a look at the rename and rewind commands that affect your session. So rename, as it implies, lets you rename your current session. I think this is a habit I need to get better at doing because I do find it very hard to distinguish those conversations. Just remember that you only have 30 days till you have those sessions, and there's some way to back them up, I'm not exactly sure. I'll have to look at that separately if that is a concern. But yeah, that is something that we'll need to look into. Then you have your rewind command. So this will restore a session to an older point in time. So here I was just trying to do a low effort. You can see I set to low effort, and these are the prompts that I did. So we can go to that prior conversation, and basically it's just like literally you are clearing out to that point and continuing on from that point. So if you cannot afford to lose that other stuff, just don't go too far back. But yeah, there you go. Not complicated, but we will give it a little try, okay? Hey, this is Andrew, and we are going to take a look at rename and rewind. Very straightforward, and we'll only take a moment of our time. So, again, it's hung up on me here. I don't know why that happens, but I'll just close out the old one, and we'll go ahead and type in Claude. And so we've started a new session. I'm going to rename it right away, and we'll just say maths, okay? And so now that's the name of our session. I'm going to go ahead, and maybe we could just take a look at resume, because I'm just curious what other ones we have here. And so none of those ones are named, okay? But we're going to stay in our current session. And what I want to do is just do some basic logic. So we're going to set the mode to low. We are, mode, not mode, effort to low. And then the model here will make sure it's haiku. It's already haiku, but I'm just doing it out of habit. And now I'll just say 1 + 1. Right? 2 + 2, 3 + 3, 4 + 4, 5 + 5. Nothing super exciting here. One thing I want to do is check context just to see what size we're at. So there we are. We haven't really used up a lot, so we're probably not going to notice, but it does say 822 tokens, right? And I'm going to go here and rewind. And so if we rewind, we can go in the past. We'll go to now 2 + 2. And here it says restore conversation or summarize from here. Interesting. We're going to restore the conversation. And now I'm going to do context. And notice the token count is much, well, it's not that much smaller, but it is smaller. So obviously we had a couple options there, and they're pretty straightforward, but there you go, okay? Ciao, ciao. Hey, this is Andrew Brown. Let's take a look at the status command. This is going to allow you to know what method of authentication you're currently using. Basically tells you whether you're logged in or not. Here we are using it within the interactive Claude CLI, so /status, but I normally will use it before I go into the interactive console because it's more useful to know before you go and start using Claude exactly which one you're utilizing. So depending on the method that you're logged in with, it's going to look different. And so it's important that you recognize this stuff so you don't end up using something you don't mean to use. So if you're logged in with the Anthropic console for API token usage, what you're going to notice here, I'm going to get my pen tool out here. What you're going to notice is it's going to say Claude AI first party. So it's coming directly from Claude. And if you look here, you can see subscription type is null. So that is indicating that it is using the API because it is null. And look, it says manage key. That means that we clicked through and said the Claude code user within our account to go make it for us. So we didn't manually make the custom key and import it. We told it we wanted to log in with the console. It made the key and added it to it for us. If we have a subscription, it's going to tell us our subscription here, and that's how we're going to know. Notice it doesn't say manage key, it just says first party. And we don't see API key source because we're not using API key source, right? So still a first party because it's coming from Claude directly. That's what I meant to say. And then if we were to create a key ourselves, then it would say first party, but you can see that we're using Anthropic API key as our key source. So that's the custom key, much smaller. Okay. And if we use a third party, then we can see that we're using a third party with Bedrock, and this would be set with our AWS credentials the normal way. And then we would have another flag that would say, hey, use Bedrock. This would work very similarly for all the other providers. And then down below, if we are not logged in at all, then we should see logged in false, auth method none, and then API provider first party. So I think they've all been, nope, the only one that wasn't, no, they've all been, yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, they're all, for most part, first party. The only one that wasn't that was the Bedrock. So that's where that's going to change. One thing I want to point out is that I ran into a case where I actually had more than one token in here. I'm not sure how I had it, but the nice part was that it prompted me and saying, hey, you have more than one here, so do something about it. And so you'd have to log out, check your nvar keys, and then explicitly log back in and fix that issue. Another thing I noticed was that when I had the API token set and I pulled up Claude, it actually reminded me, like saying, hey, did you know you have this set and you're doing this? Is this what you want to do? And this is kind of important because when you're using the API key, then you're having more direct spend. It's more expensive, or can get more expensive. And so that was a nice reminder that they had in there. So I just wanted to point that stuff out, okay? Hey folks, this is Andrew. I just came across a conflicting issue where I am logged in as the subscription and also the API token at the exact same time. That's because I did a video where I did the API and then I logged into subscription. And so when I type in Claude here, you'll notice it says both a token with Claude AI and the API key logged in manage are set. This may lead to unexpected behavior. So here, this is where we run into an issue, and this is where we're going to want to log out. Just a moment. I was taking a screenshot for the slides here. So anyway, it should be pretty simple to fix. I'm going to go ahead and type in log out. I've also logged in up over here as well. Can I log out over here? No, I cannot. But that's fine. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to type in clear, and we're going to go ahead and I'm going to go say auth status, Claude auth status. And so now I'm not logged in as anything. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and just relog back in. Claude, like this. And I don't know why it's giving me dark mode here. And then I'm going to go through my subscription. Okay. And I'll just open that there. There we go. And I'll be back in order here. So yeah, nothing super complicated. I mean, it's a logout command. It's not that confusing, but I just wanted to show that edge case if you run into it. I'm not sure why it's asking me all these questions as if it's like the first time I'm running this. But I'm going to go ahead here and just do status. I didn't want to do that. I want to do / status. So we'll do Claude auth status. I just want to see how I'm logged in. And so now I'm first party. But I'm pretty sure when I had the API token, I had a lot more information here. So I might just try that one more time. Here, I'm just going to go and say Claude auth logout. Oops. Logout. Because I just want to observe the different information here just so that we have a clear understanding of what we're looking at. And then we'll go ahead and type in login, and we'll choose the second one. And this is going to create an API key for us. It's going to open it up in the browser. Okay. And then we'll say authorize. Okay, we're going to copy that here. We will paste it in. We'll hit enter. And, oh, we're logged in. Good. And so now I'm just going to do status. Oops, status. Okay, and I mean, that's one way to get our information. So I guess we can get it here as well, which is fine. Just a moment. But what I'm more interested in is what does it look like when we are not in the console here and we're doing, Claude auth status. Because I think I noticed that it was a little bit different. No, it looks pretty much the same. So I'm just taking screenshots of these so that I can put them in the slides and then we can see a comparative if there is anything different. But I had just noticed that it looked a little bit different, and that might be something we might want to pay attention to. So again, just trying to capture that information there. But anyway, the logout resolves our issue here when we have more than one. And that's all I really wanted to show you. So there you go. Let's take a look at the usage command. This one's very straightforward. It's just a command that's going to show you the same information that you would get in the Claude Code CLI. And I do apologize for the spelling mistake here. It should say usage with an S right there. But yeah, it's the same thing. And I guess it's convenient because if you have to go all the way to the browser and check, that's quite the headache. But here we got our current session, our current week, and you can see whether you have extra usage, and you can enable it through the extra usage. So we saw that earlier with subscription. But I didn't realize there was a command for that, so I guess you could do that as well over here. But there you go, okay? Hey folks, it's Andrew, and in this video, we're just going to take a look at the usage command. So it should be pretty straightforward. Type in usage. There's that information. So I have 0 because I guess it just reset, which makes no sense because it's not 6 p.m. It is 1:30 p.m. Oh, it resets at 6 p.m. And so I guess it's 5 hours away. And so I guess it just basically reset in the last 30 minutes. I haven't had much use. Okay, that kind of makes sense. What does it look like in the in here? Because sometimes when we do things over here, it's a little bit different. Notice I don't get usage, but I get account and usage, and it shows it here. Just realize that different services are going to work differently, but you're going to find that information more or less the same way, okay? But there you go. Let us take a look here at CC usage. So this is Claude Code Usage Analysis. It's an open source community tool to analyze Claude token usage for subscriptions. And the way it does that is by analyzing JSON-L files that Claude Code automatically generates. What is this good for? Well, how much of Claude Code am I using? Which conversations are expensive? What would I be paying on a per use, per plan? Am I getting good value from my subscription? And so it's very easy to install. And I mean, they have a graph here. I'm not sure if this is even valuable because this is just what appeared exactly after I ran it. But here, it's more or less just telling you about the cost of these models. So this is just the token usage daily report. So we'll have to try to make sense of this, but this might be the tool that we need to be able to really actually keep track of our usage for Claude Code. Okay, ciao, ciao. Hey folks, we are going to take a look at that CC usage software. So I'm just typing CC usage into Google, and we'll go over to here and see if we can get started. So if we go to getting started, it should be a single line install here. There it is. So we have npx, claudex. I'm just going to go ahead and use the npx install. Most systems have Node installed there. If you do not, you will have to do a little bit more work. We'll run that, and right away we're getting information back. So the question is like, what does this mean? So this is Claude Code Token Usage Daily Report. And we're using the subscription model. So it doesn't tell me a whole lot, but here we go, and we're looking at the dates. So we have 07, 09, 10, 11, and we're seeing over time what we've been using. So here you can see that I'm using a variety of models. And what our inputs and our outputs are, our cache creator, our cache reads, and total actual tokens with the amount. Okay, so that is something, I guess. I'm going to split the screen here for a second because maybe I want to compare this with usage or context. I mean, probably usage, right? And there we go. There's the split. And so we'll go back here, and I'll just say CC usage. That was the command, right? Maybe we have to run it like that every time. So do CC usage. Okay, we get our information. And I feel like there was some command that told us about token usage. I mean, usage is going to give us that information. Must have been stats. Yes, stats. So what I'm trying to do is like, match the information from here to there. And so I could have swore, yeah, we had a larger number here. So total tokens, we have 16,960. And then if we go back over to here, we have 1,690. I don't know why I'm saying 16,000. Oh no, that is 16. That's 16 million. I was saying 16,000. That's 16,960,000. So I'm trying to see if like these things match up. I'm not sure why this one is not showing the same information. I guess there's less room, and so it can't show. There we go. And so I'm trying to like correlate these two, right? Because this, oh, I guess it is the same. I guess the reason why it's confusing is there's a K on there. So this is actually 169. So 16,009,003. Man, that K is really confusing. But at least we can match it up to here. Okay. But yeah, here we can't exactly see the usage. And so I guess we get a little bit more detailed breakdown. Is this useful? I don't know. I guess I would have to run this for like a couple weeks and then take a look at it, which We're just not going to have time for that. But let's see if there's any additional information that we can get out of this. So here we see our first report. Okay, so that we have our usage there. Okay, that makes sense. And maybe we could look at other information. The status line would be really interesting to update. And that might be something we might want to do, because that is something I'm concerned about, is just keeping track of our cost, right? But let's take a look here. So we have the daily reports. I think that's what we just did when we ran it. Okay, so we can do daily. Just move this over here. We'll close this out, close this out. So we'll do daily, because it's not installed. Well, I thought we installed it. Okay, so we'll go back to maybe installation. I want to install it. Global install. There we go. That's better. Okay. So now it's globally installed, and we'll go ahead and hit up. And so now that's our daily, which is the exact same thing we had before. I'm going to assume we just do weekly. Yep, it's just weekly. Weekly. Let me guess. Monthly's monthly. Monthly. Yep. Okay. Session reports. That seems like that might be useful. I mean, you can provide the session ID. Okay. Oh, and so we're seeing per session. Interesting. I didn't do this before, but let's just see if we get more session information. I was hoping that we could list like the session IDs. Just a moment, okay? All right, so I tried figuring it out, and there was no easy answer for that, but maybe CC usage has session and might list them out. Oh, so are these the session IDs? I thought it would be like a crazy number, no? Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second. What if we do this? If we do this? No, that doesn't help. I don't know. I was trying to figure it out here, but give me one more moment, okay? All right, so I'm just continually looking for a way to get the session ID. Like, I went through all the reference information, and there's no command to just list them out. Claude was suggesting, like, if you generate, like, use CC usage session, which obviously doesn't make any sense. And so it's not really clear to me, like, how you can even get the session ID. I mean, over here, maybe you think somewhere here there would be a way to get it. But right now, I would say that I don't have a means to grab it, but let me try a little bit more and see what I can do. All right, so there really doesn't seem to be any command that will directly list it, but there are some things that we could try. And so there might be a directory where it has our project with the JSON-L files. And I know this is like overkill for us to figure this out, but I'm really curious to know what's going on here. So I'm going to go into the Claude directory. This is a directory that's created for us. And in here, there should be something called projects. And then we have our projects here. So I guess these are the actual projects that are loaded into here. So let's go into, let's say, home. This, I guess, is wherever we ran. It's wherever we ran, what do you call it? The Claude directory. I'm probably going to go retroactively make a slide here just so we know a little bit better. Okay, what are these? Are these files? Cat, do I have to like open this up? Is this a JSON-L file? That's why I can't figure it out. So we'll go ahead and do that. No, okay, so cat, home, CD, home. I'm trying to get auto completion here. Sites, Claude, examples. Well, what is it then? Yeah, what is it? Like, how do I identify what it is? File? Is this a file? No, I don't know what I'm looking at here. So just a moment, okay? All right, so Claude's suggesting that maybe it's because it has the dash there, and so it's doing the double dash to kind of help it. Does that help it? There we go. That's funny that we have to do it that way. And so in here we have our JSON-L files. I'm trying to get to autocomplete something here. I guess it's a little bit too hard for it, so I'll just copy it by hand. I'm assuming that those are the sessions, right? Because that must be what it is. Let's go cat this file for a second. Because this has the conversation in it. So this has to be the session ID, right? So if I go here, I'm going to grab this value here. It's such a roundabout way that we had to do this. Okay. and we'll type in clear. I'm going to go and say Claude, or no, what is it? CC usage session. Okay. And so did that load that session? I can't tell. I think we have to give it an R flag for that. Let me try that. Is it R flag? No. Let's go back to the CC usage website and determine that. Okay. And we'll go over to here. I want to go back to session reports. Oh, hyphen ID. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. I don't know what the hyphen R flag was. I know we saw it earlier. I just don't remember what it is. So we'll go ahead and try that. No session was found. Okay. So what is the session? It must be, I mean, it must be that value, right? So just give me another moment here. All right. So this is where it's a bit confusing. So if we go over and we ask, we ask here, like, where is it? It's saying, well, the session ID is this without the JSON-L. And there's also a metadata file for the session. Maybe that's one level ahead or above there. I did not see it. Let's go back a directory. Do we have it here? I don't see that there. So I'm not sure what it's talking about. So we'll go back into that directory. So CD, and we'll say home, sites, Claude, task app. And so here we have a bunch of them, right? And so I'm going to go ahead and copy this. And we'll say Claude, or not Claude, CC usage session hyphen ID and paste that in. No session found. Okay, let's try the actual name here like this. What if we do that? And we'll just wrap it in quotes. That doesn't work. Okay, what if we say JSON-L? That doesn't work. Just a moment, okay? All right, so I went to the documentation, and that's why we rely on reading the docs. But if we go down below here, it says session IDs are actual file names without JSON-L extensions stored in the Claude's data directories. They typically look like this, session or project. You can find session IDs by running CC usage and looking for the files in your Claude data directory. And here it's saying session over here. So we'll go ahead and we'll try this again. And so here we have the session. If we go into, let's say, dilithium here, and I'm going to go ahead and try this again. Okay, we come back over to here. Sessions are displayed using the last two segments of their full identifier. So here we have a name followed by hyphen. Here is the information that says session ID. That's for session. We scroll up. This just doesn't match. Notice the name here. Look, this has this, and this has a human readable name. So I'm not exactly sure what the discrepancy is here, but if we want to use this tool, we'll need to figure out that issue. Filter sessions by the last activity date. Okay. Session JSON data. Let's try this. Maybe we'll be able to get more information this way. So we'll go ahead and hit enter. And here we have the session ID. So this is the session ID. Okay, so that's going to be the best way for us to figure that out. So let's go, and I'm going to copy that. And we'll go down to here. And I'm going to go ahead. I thought we tried that already, but we'll try that again. And it's saying that that's not the ID. Hyphen ID or just I is the option. Okay, so we'll go back over to here and take this again and take a look. Session ID, sub-agents. Well, you'd think that the thing that says session ID would be the session ID, right? And we're literally copying this exactly the same. And like, notice this one actually has one on the end here. So this one's makes a little bit more sense. But that's the project path. Okay, so we'll go down here again. I mean, like that would like, how would that be the, because that's like the project name. Why would it be called session ID? That's really confusing. So I'm going to try equals on this, and we'll hit enter. And still, we're not getting that information. So there clearly is a discrepancy. And even here, see, it says session ID, and it's giving us this numbery thing, right? So there is something that is not clear about this. I literally cannot figure out why that is different. Maybe what we can do is go to the actual CC usage website, CC usage GitHub, because maybe there somebody might have mentioned this confusion. We'll go here, session ID. So it's going to support Claude session ID in the session value. Here it is. So I've noticed that the CC usage seems to have a little confusion over session ID and project name. Session ID is the name of the project directory. It's converted over to this. These are actually the projects according to Claude. And now 2.1.9 by adding the skill environment variable Claude session ID, which makes clear that Claude Code considers session ID to be the GUI, the GID. I don't have a bug report here. It's just clarification for the session ID. I'm also seeing this. It doesn't match with the example shown in the documentation. And that is clear that it is wrong. So the session ID is the name for the project and it's converted to this. These are actually the project names. And now 2.19 is adding the skill environment variable, which makes clear that the Claude Code considers the session ID that. Okay, but then how do we use it? Right? Because this is where it gets confusing. Okay. So like if I go back over to here and, you know, this does not work. Okay, you would think that this would work, but it does not. No idea how to get per session reporting working. Okay, so if that's not working, let's go back a second. And I'll just give me a moment. I'll see if I can find anything here in the issues. All right, and so this is where we're just going to hit a roadblock with this tool. I mean, it's nice that we got those values, but we're obviously going to have some issues. And I mean, all this thing is really doing is analyzing those JSON-L files. It's not like we couldn't analyze them and try to figure out and make our own report, which might be a little fun project, but clearly the data structure has changed. And we would have to think a little bit more about what that data structure is. And, you know, I'm just curious to take a look at what that looks like. So we'll go ahead here. And I'm just going to go ahead and, you know, I'm going to just open this up like this and we'll just take a look. Like we've obviously figured out we can do a CC usage. What I was hoping for was we could use it in the status line so we can continuously monitor our current costs, especially in the current session. But that's going to be a bit of an issue. So looking here, oh, but look here, here's a session ID. So we have session ID here. That is confusing, right? We'll go back over to here. We'll try this one more time. Maybe we do have it. Maybe we can get it to work. Okay, we'll paste this in like this. And I mean, it gets us results. It says Claude Code token uses by session. But what makes no sense is like, why are we getting the entire breakdown? Because if I do this, and I just take this out for a second. Oh, we have a double I. 1 second here. We do have one problem. So we will just copy this here. And I'll put ID on it. No session was found. Oh, that has to be single one like that, like this. No session was found. What if we make it a space? No session was found. Let's go back up to this one. No session was found. Okay. So yeah, it's just not gonna work. But you know, the question really is like, what is it doing under the hood? And so what I'm trying to figure out is like, what values do we have here that would indicate the cost? And so I'm carefully looking through this. I'm thinking, okay, there must be something here that tells us. We have input output tokens. That's probably what it is. Okay. So I'm just going to put the wrap back on. We'll say edit find. And so I believe that's what it is. So all it's doing is iterating through these files and summarizing the information different ways. And so that's something that if we really want that information, I bet we could use Claude Code to write out a reporting tool, which might be really fun. But that kind of demystifies all that information there. But yeah, at least we have a tool that kind of works, but we'll have to do a bit more work if we want to get that information. Okay, ciao, ciao. All right, let's take a look at Claude Code via an API key. So you can use the Claude API key to control costs and usage for Claude Code. This is useful for production use cases and automation systems. Also, consider that the subscription model, you have to intervene or tell it to top off, or there could be cases where this just is gives you more freedom and access to work with stuff, right? So there's definitely advantages for choosing the API key over the subscription, but for general developers, you're going to want the subscription key, but for production use cases and automation systems, definitely the API key. And there are cases where you have to use the API key, like GitHub Actions. So the token is generated at platform.claude.com. So that's their workbench or space over there. So it's pretty straightforward. You create the key, you save the key, and if you just want to log in, then you say with the Anthropic console account, which will be the API key, or you can set it via the environment variable like that as we see there, okay? All right, let's talk about buying credits for the API token usage or API key, because obviously if you're using the API, it's not free. So how do you purchase credits? Well, you're going to go to your billing in your in the platform.claude. Whatever it is, the domain there. And then you choose buy credits. You can load up between 5 and 100 credits, because when you first start out, you are in tier 1, okay? And so if you were to exceed that amount, what you can do is once you spend $100 within a month, next month you're available for tier 2 and you can move up. So you can't just go and start blowing away a lot of money instantly. I mean, that's actually good because it puts in some really great safeguards so that you don't have runaway spend, at least through Anthropic's API. It might be a bit different for other providers that are using Claude indirectly. But yeah, that is the use there. One thing I do want to point out is that credits expire after a new calendar year. So I had bought credits. I didn't buy a lot of credits, like $20. And then, January 1st ran over and I had no credits. And I was like, oh, that's annoying. So you just have to be aware of that. I think that's a pretty common practice with most providers, but just be aware of that catch, okay? Let us take a look at the cost command. This can only be used with an API token. So if you're using a subscription, this isn't going to work. And actually through the course, I kept trying this command on subscription. I'm like, oh, I guess we'll have to find another way to figure out usage, which we did. But anyway, when you are using your API keys and you're consuming tokens, what you can do is type in /cost, and it will show you the dollar breakdown from your spent credits. You can also kind of see this information under cost in the platform, the Claude platform for developers. They also do have breakdown for usage, which is more just like lines of code and stuff like that. Not as useful down below here. But cost is going to be the closest equivalent to this. The only thing I don't know is like certain duration. So it says total cost. It's like total cost in the month. What does that mean? And the docs really just don't tell you. So you'd have to observe it to fully understand that. But I guess if you just go into the platform, it'll make it very clear the breakdown of cost across stuff. I also noticed in the documentation that they said, not me, they said that on average, Claude Code costs $100 to $200 of a developer per month. And I'm assuming that's USD using Sonnet 4. And then they caveat with like, well, it depends on what you're doing, which seems really, really expensive. And so I don't know, maybe the subscription model is really good, but I would have thought that you use the API, not for development, but for automated systems and things like that. But whatever, I have a strong feeling that Anthropic's documentation is written by their AI. So they might not always be the best at translating their offerings for us humans, but there you go, okay? Hey folks, it's Andrew, and in this video I want us to utilize the API key. So we know that we can be powered by subscription, and what I'm going to do is just see what status we currently have. So I'm going to do Claude auth status, I believe is the command. And so right now I am logged in, and so I'm going to see if I can log out. Let's say log out. Does that work? Yes, we are logged out. Pretty straightforward. And so now what I want to do is log in using the API key. So if we type in auth, and we then go to login, we're going to have an option to provide an API key, and so that is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to go over to the Anthropic portal platform site. So that is going to be platform Claude. I'll just type that into Google. Okay, we'll go over to here. And from here, I'm going to go down to my API keys. Oh, by the way, we do actually have usage for Claude Code over here. But we'll look at this later when we actually have some data here. As you can see, there's no data right now. We'll go over to our API keys. I have one here I generated the other day. We'll delete it. Obviously, all these keys will be gone before you see this course. So that'll be fine. And this will just be API key usage. And so I'm giving that a name. That's going to give us a key. I'm going to copy it. And so we should be able to paste it in there. I would be kind of interested to see if we could just set the value. So I'm just going to hit cancel here, because what I'm more interested in is, can we set the API via the environment variable? And if we close the session, then we can fix that. So I still have this here. I'm not getting rid of my API key. But what I want to do is quickly find the API key information. I just don't know the name of the environment variable. Give me just a moment. Here we go. So it is Anthropic API key. So let's try to spell this. I'm just going to set it here in this one here, just really quickly. So it's export, and we're going to type in I'm going to make this a bit larger so I can see what I'm doing. ANTHROIPIC, Anthropic _ API key equals, and I'll do double parentheses, and we'll go ahead and paste that in. It didn't go to my clipboard, so just a moment here. We'll copy that. There we go. And so what I want to see is, will that environment variable get picked up? So if I type now in Claude auth status, do we get any information here? And it says that we do have API token usage, right? So in theory, this should work because it says logged in true, API key, we have our information. Another way that we might want to set it is directly. And so I think it's like, what is it? Unset Anthropic API key. I'm just guessing, I can't remember. And now if we check this again, we don't have it. So what I'll do is now type in Claude, and we'll type in login. And I'm going to go to this one here. Okay. And it's going here. That's not what I wanted. So let me go back here, because maybe I have a misconception, but I thought that if we did that second one, that's what it'd be. So let's try this again. Claude, login. So Anthropic console account, API usage billing. Yeah, okay. Enter. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. So I think what's happening here is that by doing this approach, I think it's just going to create the key for us. Okay, so I'm going to try to click on this. It's a little bit hard. I don't know why it's popping up all of a sudden, but this is going to the platform instead. Okay, and so I'm just opening this off screen in a link. I'll bring it over here in 2 seconds. We'll say authorize. It's going to generate an API key, and then we're going to copy this, paste it back in, hit enter. Okay, and now it says we're logged in. So now I'm really curious. So because we have this key that we just made, just going to go to tabs. Do we have 2 keys in here now? We do. Okay, and it's interesting. One actually put it in the workspace Claude Code, which is not a bad idea. So either way, it's going to create that API key for us. It's up to you how you want to set it. But what I'm curious now about, I'm going to delete the other key here. This is the one that we authenticated the other way. But what I want to see is some usage. So I believe right now I'm in the front end, back end for this grocery share application. And again, you can do this with whoever you want. But what I'm interested in doing, it's just saying like, can you analyze this code base and tell me what additional features, or like, can you can you create a test code repo for the backend? Can you create, test units for the backend? API endpoints. Okay, so we'll do that. And I'm just trying to give it something meaty. And the reason why I want to do that is I just want to see the API token usage because we haven't been able to use the /cost command as of such. And I want to see that information. Another thing we're paying attention to is, do we see any token usage as this is moving forward here? So that's what I'm trying to carefully pay attention to. Okay. And so this is going to run for a bit. We'll come back here if anything changes. Oh, we do have something. Claude code, etc. Yes. You'll say yes, it's fine. So again, we'll pause here until there is something. Oh, here we are again. Create a new directory. Hold on, are we not in the right directory? I'm going to stop for a second here because I'm not sure if it knows where we are. So I'm just going to go 1 second here. We're going to escape. No, we're in the right directory. Claude auth login, auth status. It was just confusing because it seemed like it didn't know where we were. So say Claude login, or sorry, Claude here. And we'll try this again. I don't know why it was confused. Like it seemed like it wanted to look at a top level directory as opposed to the current directory structure. Let me explore the project structure first. That's what it's saying up here. Yeah, you can read that. That's fine. And does it say why? No, it's still exploring. I'll bring this up a bit more so we can see. Yes. And again, all we're trying to do is just get some generated out code, but I'm just also kind of carefully watching what it's saying. So it's looking at the package.json. Yes, yes. This is fine. And I don't know why these pop-ups get in the way. They're really frustrating. And yeah, you can look at the DB. Yep. Yep. Allow from the entire folder. I think for the most part, I'm just going to be clicking through this. I'm going to pause and I'll just see you on the other end, okay? All right, and just folks, as we're running here, you'll notice that it's actually telling us token usage as we go. And so I think this is, I mean, I've been doing stuff for a while here. It hasn't really finished what it's doing. And I just want to kind of check in and look at the cost. Let's go ahead and use the cost. And I'm just saying yes here, but I actually want to look at cost here. Can I look at cost while this is running? No, it's still going. But it is running tests right now. So maybe I could be a little bit more patient. Or did it just finish? Maybe it's done now. So I guess it ran for 4 minutes. We'll go ahead here and we'll just type in cost. And so here we can see, duration that we've been running it, the API, how many lines are changed, and the amount that we've used. So clearly not using a whole lot of money, so that's good. All right, so that gives us a bit of an idea of cost there. The other thing that I'm interested in would be seeing the cost within the Claude platform console, as they suggest that we have that information there. So we'll go over to our Claude code usage down here. And so I'm just trying to see if we get any information for the little amount of information we have. There we go. So we can see some activity and some spend. Okay, so pretty straightforward. We can see what team members we have. And so Claude code is being shown as here. And so I'm assuming this is when I generated out one myself, as opposed to Claude code when we, created that through the UI, when we typed in Claude login, I believe that's how that was created. And so it was added as a team member. But yeah, that's pretty much the usage. So nothing super complicated, but it doesn't really make clear the money cost, right? We do have cost over here, and I wonder if that correlates at all to what we have. And so, yeah, we have 90 cents. If we go back over to here, does that match up? 0.42 cents. So I'm not sure why there's a discrepancy between that. Unless I had used the API for something earlier, I may have done some really small thing with it. But we have an idea of stuff. Is it valuable right now? No, but we've started out. So there we go. Okay. Ciao, ciao. All right, let's take a look here at using Claude Code API key via a third party. And so the third party could be Amazon Bedrock, Google Vertex AI, Microsoft Foundry. It was a little bit confusing, but I eventually figured it out. And so let's say we're doing AWS. We would first have to make sure that we have AWS CLI tool installed with some kind of credentials. And then we would, in addition, need an AWS bearer token generated out from Amazon Bedrock, and then we would have to set a flag to tell Claude to use that specific provider. And it's more or less the same for the other providers. That last part, the flag, is always going to be the same, but just for different providers. But there you go. Hey, this is Andrew. In this video, I want to show you how you can use a third-party API key with Claude. And so here I have the Claude CLI on my local machine. I'm going to make sure that I'm not logged in as anything. So I'm going to go ahead and type in Claude status auth, auth status. And that's going to tell me if I'm logged in. I am with the subscription. So I'm going to go ahead and just say Claude log out. And then I'm going to try this. Whoops, not exactly what I wanted, but that's fine. I think it's Claude auth log out. That's what I meant to do. And so now we are logged out. Let's confirm that we're logged out with status. And we are. Okay, great. So now what I want to do is go over to here, and we're going to make our way to Amazon Bedrock. The other thing we need to know is whether we're logged in with the AWS CLI. So we'll get caller identity. And so I do have an account set up. If you do not know how to do this, well, it's time to learn. So we go AWS CLI install. Okay. And what you can do, because I'm not going to go through all this, this is an AWS course, that's why. I do have AWS courses that will help you, but you go here, you install it, you generate out credentials, you set it with the configure command. It's all in here, right? So figure that out. And if you do have it, then you technically should be moving along here. So what we will need to do is go to Amazon Bedrock. So I typed in Bedrock up here. And in here, we need to generate out an API key. I don't know why they have an additional step with it, but that's totally fine. And so somewhere here, there's API keys. There it is. We'll go to long term, and I'm going to generate a new key. I'm going to set the expiry to 1 day. I'm going to go ahead and grab that key, and I'm going to go and actually, it has the export right here. So I'm going to copy that. That'll save me some time. Okay. And if you needed this to persist longer, then of course you could set it somewhere. But so that is now set. The other value I need is to set the environment variable. So we're going to go over to Claude Code here, and we should get to the documentation. And here we'll go to deployment to Amazon Bedrock. We'll scroll on down. I'm looking for this line here. Okay, this is all we need. It's going to tell us what's going on. You might need to set the region. I don't need to. It'll go to the right place. And now I'll type in Claude auth status. It says we're using Bedrock. So let's make sure that we are. I'm going to go ahead and we'll type in Claude. I'm going to say 1 + 1, right? And if it executes, then it's running off of Amazon Bedrock. It is. There we go. And that's all it takes. I'm going to do a little bit of cleanup. So I'm going to say Claude auth log out, or Claude status, or Claude auth log out. The other thing I'm going to do here is I'm just going to close that session because that export was only for that particular terminal, so that won't persist. And I'm just going to go back to Amazon Bedrock. It's going to delete or become inactive tomorrow, so this is not much of a concern, that key. But I'm going to go ahead anyway. I'm just going to terminate it, or delete it, I should say. There we go. Probably asked me to delete the user. I don't want to do that. And there you go. Hey, this is Andrew, and in this video, what we're going to do is see how we can use Azure Foundry to get our API key set up here. I'm just typing Azure portal over here to get us rolling. First, before we proceed, I want to make sure that I'm not logged in as anything, so I'll do Claude auth status. I'm not, but if you have yet to do so, just log out and make sure nothing is set, and we are good to go. I need to get into my account just a moment, and we are now in Azure. And so we got to make sure that we have Microsoft Foundry launched up. I usually have one, or I might shut them down once in a while, but we'll take a look here. So I'm typing in, oh, now it's Microsoft Foundry. They just can't stop changing the names on us here. And so I was expecting that we would see something here. Let's just go over here for a second, maybe zoom out. They've changed it on me. Okay, that's okay. So if an Azure subscription with access to Microsoft Foundry. Okay, navigate to the portal, create a new resource. Yeah, they've really changed it. They love changing stuff on us. And I'm going to go ahead and we'll just call this Claude Code example. And we'll go ahead and proceed forward here. This will be Claude Code example. And we'll have it East US. That's fine. The project can be whatever it wants to be. I'm going to go ahead and hit review and create. Azure loves changing stuff on us. It's fine. I'm used to it. If we have to learn on the spot, we have to learn on the spot. That's our job, right? So that's going to deploy that resource. I'm not sure how long it will take. But once it's there, we'll deploy the models that we need. So let's refresh this. I just don't know how fast it's going to be. We'll give it a little bit of time here, okay? It was honestly very quick, so it is already there. We'll go to the resource. I'm hoping to see what I normally expect to see, which is the portal. So we'll go over to here, but yeah, they changed the interface a little bit. And oh, they got a nice new bar. Okay, New Foundry. We're not on the New Foundry? New Foundry? Whoa, really different. Okay, of course you're changing it on us because why not, right? So what we're looking for here, it says navigate to your resource in the portal, go to your endpoint section and get the API keys. Where could that be? It's all different now. So operate maybe? Admin maybe? Maybe we got to go inside of a project. Often you need to be within a project for this stuff to work. Go to endpoints and keys. There's no endpoints and keys. We're in a project right now. That's our project. Project details maybe? Oh boy. Where could this, well, here's an endpoint. Okay, but I need the keys. Endpoint and key sections. Copy the API key. Where? Where is it? So that is what we are looking for. Give me a moment, okay? You know what? I bet the API is just the project API key here that's right here. So that's what I'm going to work with because what else could it be, right? And I'm just going to paste it up here really quick just so I can see what I'm doing. I'm going to grab this here like this, paste it in on here, and I'm just guessing. With Azure, you got to guess. You got to be a good thinker because you'll never know what the heck it is. And we'll go ahead and do this. Okay, we'll hit enter, and so hopefully that key is set correctly. It was a little bit funny to paste that in. There's no way to show it, so it must be correct because I didn't manually copy it and try to select it. So we have that set there. We'll go back over to here, and I know it said we need to deploy those models. Okay, where do we deploy them now? Maybe under models. Here we go, and we want our Claude model. So. There's Sonnet, right? And I'll go ahead and hit deploy. Hopefully that's not super expensive. I don't think it is. It should be like consume as you use it, right? Kind of thing. Just default, please. East US, please. Please select a project and supported area. Well, I'm in a project. Why wouldn't it just... Okay, we'll try that again. You gotta love Azure. Does it ever work? No, never. We'll try that again. I'm gonna go under Anthropic. This menu is not the best. I think they've vibe coded this. That's what it feels like here. And so I'm trying to get Sonnet deployed like 4.5. 4.6 sounds great. I'm not sure which one has to be used, but we'll try this again. Deploy. We don't have any options. Okay, well, can I deploy anything? So we will go, I like ChatGPT 4. We'll go over here, ChatGPT 4, unless I already have access to that stuff. Registration is required to use this model. I mean, I used to be registered. I guess I'm not registered anymore. What if we try 4.5? Deploy. Default settings. No regions, still loading. So I would love to show you how to do this, but obviously it's just not going to work out. But let's talk about what we would have to do further. So we'd set that key just like we did in AWS. We would have to log in. That makes sense. And then we would set that, right? So clearly not super complicated, but if we cannot deploy the models, right, I'm not going to be able to show it to you here. And, you know, if it happens to work, I will, at the end of the course, I will check this again. But if the video is not here, then you know why. It's because it doesn't work. But this is a very common occurrence with Azure. You have to be very patient. You have to have a lot of time on your hands. And if we don't have it, it's just almost impossible to make a lab. And then half the time the labs don't work. It is what it is, okay? But anyway, at least we have an idea of how that would deploy. All right, ciao, ciao. Hey folks, it's Andrew, and in this video, we're going to attempt to get Claude to work with Google, Google Vertex AI, okay? We tried Azure, couldn't get it to work. AWS was fine, no problems there. So hopefully we can figure out this one, or at least figure out what all the options are. So I'm already logged in my Google Cloud account. I have a project from the Cloud Resume Challenge. I'm just going to use it. Probably already has Vertex AI enabled on it. If it doesn't, we'll figure it out. Let's take a look at what we have to do. So enable billing, we have that. Enable the Vertex API. So we'll go over to Vertex API, and we will see if that is enabled. May or may not be enabled. It's not enabled, so we'll enable it. And so we have GCP project with the API, access to the 4.6 model. Now here it's specifying the exact model. I don't know if it did on the other one. Okay, did it? Oh, it did say 4.6, so I wasn't paying attention. So that's something we will have to notice. Vertex is going, so we'll go over to here to wherever Vertex is, and we'll go to the model garden. That's where models are. And we'll see if we actually have access to Anthropic. Sometimes you have to request access, and it can be very quick. But we'll go over to here, and I'm looking for 4.6. I want to make sure I have access, so we'll enable it. And we'll say, oh boy, I got to enter all this stuff in. I'll be back in just a moment, okay? All right, so I filled in my stuff here. Here we have usage fees like this. We'll say global. We can see the token usage. I'll go ahead and agree by purchasing. They're very explicit about this kind of stuff. And we'll say manage on Vertex AI. The only thing I'm going to recommend is that if I do use this, I'm going to turn it off because I've heard of horror stories with Google, specifically with Claude API usage, and I don't want that to happen to me. So we're going to have a very thorough cleanup of this because I just don't want to have any issues. So we're enabling that now. I had to fill in my business information. It was kind of annoying. But we'll give that a moment to enable. As that is figuring that out, let's go over here and take a look. So we need the G-Cloud SDK. I already have it installed maybe. G-Cloud, is it already there? G-Cloud, gotta spell it right. If you don't know how to do it, you're gonna have to figure it out yourself. This isn't a Google Cloud course, but it looks like I'm gonna have to do it. So we'll go get that installed. Google Cloud SDK, or CLI, might be called SDK. Let's go here. I just want to install it. Let's install it. Let's install it. How do I install? Here we go. And yes, of course, we could use AI to ask us, but it's free for us to just use our brain and look. So we are on Linux technically. Well, I mean, we are on Windows though. No, we're on Linux. Okay, so we'll go here, we'll grab the curl. We have to specify a version here. x86 64 is what our machine is, so we'll go ahead and we'll utilize that. So I'll make a new terminal, and I'm going to go ahead and paste that in here. I'm really surprised it's not already installed. It seems like something I would use quite a bit. But I also use cloud developer environments quite often, so that could be another reason. We will go ahead and, oh, not in the Claude directory. Remove the Google file here. I don't want to have that problem. I'm going to go to my home directory and we'll try this again. Okay, so we'll do that. And that will download. We'll untar it once it's done. There we go. And we'll then go install it once it's done untarring. There we go. And so then we'll need to initialize and authorize. We'll go ahead and say yes. Yes. Sure. And we'll go back here and we'll initialize. Start a new shell. Sure, okay. We'll close that one. We'll make a new shell, new terminal. We'll say gcloud init. Bump the font up here a bit. And would you like to sign in and authenticate? Of course I would. Sometimes this is a bit of a pain though, so we'll see if we run into any issues. I don't know why we have two, but that's fine. We'll copy that one. Not crappy, copy. And we will log in here. That is fine. Yes, of course. We're now authenticated. Perfect. I want to be for the Cloud Resume Challenge on Project 1. We'll go ahead and hit 1. And configure, yep, that's fine, yep. Too many options. We'll do 2, I guess. So now we're in US East 1B, which should be fine. I'm just trying to find something I know that it will work on. I would usually do Canada, but I don't know if the model will be available there. So now that that is done, let's make sure if this has been enabled. It's still going. It says 10 to 15 seconds to get access. We'll give it a refresh. Do we have access? We do. Okay, so that is enabled. I didn't enable all of them, just Sonnet. All right. You know, so oops. Where are we now? Okay, so we have enabled Vertex AI. Why does this look different now? I don't need an AI assistant for this. We've enabled it. We've requested access. It says wait 24 or 48 hours. We didn't have to wait that long. Set up your GCP credentials. We did do that already. Configure Claude Code. So here we're going to need this line. And then notice we have a, oh, I thought there was going to be a key here. It just says Anthropic Vertex Project ID. So I guess we'll have to set some of these as well. And I'm going to go grab my project ID, which is up here, over here. We'll grab that. We'll go back. I'm just going to paste it here for a second. And I'm going to grab this. Vertex. Anthropic Vertex Project ID. Well, it's not, well, what does that mean? Let's go back here a second. Because we have project ID, but do they just mean over here? We have get API keys. Maybe it's over here. Is this what it's talking about? An API key for credentials for your password. It's essential for Vertex AI. Because it does say here, Anthropic Vertex Project ID. They never tell you what it is, right? So, you know, is it, was this project ID? It's not an API key. So it has to be this value up here, right? It has to be. What else could it be? So we'll go ahead, because there's no like project in Vertex AI, it's just Vertex AI, right? And that didn't exactly work as expected, so I'm gonna go ahead and I will paste it up over here, actually. I'll just make it a bit easier on myself, and I'll just do this, boom, like that. Because I think that's what it wants, even though you'd think it would just default anyway, so I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. And now we'll type in Claude auth status. There we go, so we'll go, oh, please just work. I have a feeling it's not gonna just work. Oh, that's not the folder I wanna be in though. It just created a new project there, of course. So we'll go sites, and we'll just say hello world, any kind of task, any folder, doesn't matter. And we'll try this. I'm going to say 1 + 1. Please, 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 please. It says the model is 4.5. We enabled 4.6. I'm going to go and type in like status. Okay, and say Claude auth status. Claude status. I mean, it should work. Okay, so we'll try this again. Model. Sonnet. The only thing I can think of is that maybe there's a mapping issue. Pin versions. So like this here, right? So I'm gonna just stop this. I'll do that. Try that again. Now it says 4.6 or 4.6. Yeah, okay. So 1 plus 1. And I mean, it's computing, but it's not working. All I can think of is maybe it doesn't have a permission to do that. Model 404 not found, 429. I guess we'll just wait a little while here and see if anything returns, okay? All right, so we get an error back. Could not load default credentials, browse to get authenticated. But we are authenticated, so... what do we have to do? Let's check G-Cloud again. Are we logged in? G-Cloud, whoops. G-Cloud. Probably auth status, probably the same. Auth status. G-Cloud. G-Cloud. Okay. I don't remember what it is anymore. Try under identity. Nope. I don't know, folks. Anyway, you can see we almost got it working. I don't want to goof around with G-Cloud here all day. This is always a constant problem. We might have to play with service principals or other stuff. I just don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't care, folks. But we have generally the idea of how it works. I'm going to go and just disable Vertex AI. I really don't want this thing activated. This thing is a nightmare if we get overbilled for it. So I'm going to turn it off. Get this API out of here. There's no way I'm going to get any spend on this because I'm going to turn it off. I got proof that I'm turning it off too. I want to get the Vertex API. Vertex AI API. So I want to go to the tool place and do this. And we're going to go and manage. And I want to disable this. Disable API. There we go. And so that will disable it. That means we'll not get any more charges here. There'll be no issues because that's what I'm really concerned about with this thing. But generally you can see with all the providers, it's pretty straightforward. Obviously AWS is the easiest to configure. Azure could have been easy if we could have launched the model, and then Google, we're always goofing around with authentication. And so the thing that I wanted you to take away from this was that you're setting that environment variable, and it's very clear the procedures between the three, okay? Well, let's take a look at the by the way command. So this is a command that allows you to ask a question in parallel while you have a request currently in progress. This is useful when you have something that's taking forever and you just want to ask something that isn't going to require tool use or skills or maybe anything else. As by the way is just, I think, directly going to the Claude model and not doing any of the fancy stuff with it. But you know, if you didn't use by the way, normally what happens is that these messages get queued up. I personally never queue up messages, so I'm not sure that kind of workflow. But and I also notice that if you do queue something up and you try to remove it from the queue, it's not the smoothest experience fixing it. So again, another reason why I don't queue things up. But this by the way command is just nice when you have something you want to ask that's very easy or simple. It's not going to require anything complicated, okay? All right, let's take a look at the by the way feature. So the idea is that if we ask Claude to do something, and while we're waiting, we can then ask something on the side that's not going to use tool use or do anything computationally complicated. It might just answer a question. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and ask it to do something very large to do. I think before I was asking it to write code or test code in this repository. And I'm not sure if it even did it, or I might have stopped it. So I'm going to go here and try to give it a large task. So I'm going to say, I need you to write unit testing for my backend API. And so that's going to shoot off there. And now I'm going to write, by the way, what version of Claude am I running, right? And so it's answering that as I'm doing this. Because normally if you were to type something and say like, can you, check the front end for bugs? I'm not doing this, by the way. Notice that it's now queued up, right? So it says press up to edit the queue. And so that's in the queue. If I hit escape, I can take it out of the queue, which I guess I never talked about before. And then the interface is all messed up. So probably don't want to do that. But anyway, you saw what by the way did. It allows you to ask something while you're waiting, something small, okay? Hey folks, this is Andrew, and I want you to know about a command called voice, which allows you to control or send prompts to Claude Code using your voice. So it's pretty straightforward what it is. The only problem is that there are caveats getting this working. So I'm on WSL2, and Windows Subsystem Linux doesn't expose audio hardware, and there's a lot of steps to get it to work. The other problem is that I'm recording to you, so my microphone is already being utilized, right? And so I have multiple layers where it would be almost impossible for me to record this. There's probably a way to do it, but it's not worth the time and effort to do it. I just want you to know that this command exists. If you're on a Mac, I bet this is like super easy to use. If you're on WSL2, it's going to be really hard to use. Linux, I have no idea. And I mean, that's pretty much it, right? So there you go. But one thing we might want to check out is maybe in the Claude Code desktop app, it has it. I will take a look. I don't think it does, but if it does, then I will record a video. And if you don't see a lab, well, you know, I didn't have it, okay? All right, here's a fun little command. It is the export command. It lets you export the current conversation to your clipboard or file. Pretty straightforward. You choose clipboard or file, and there you go. All right, let's take a look at this export feature. So what I'm going to do is go to Claude, and maybe what we can do is try to resume a previous conversation. So I'm going to go ahead and type in /resume. And we have a previous one here. So I have the Create Bath Bombs for Mom's website, and I'm going to load up that one. And so the next thing I'm going to do is type in /export. We have two options. We have clipboard and file. We'll try clipboard first. So it says it's on the clipboard. I'm going to open Notepad, wherever Notepad is here. Just a moment. Just a moment. It's opening. Okay. And let's see if it's in my clipboard or not. Okay. And so there it is. It's in the clipboard. Let's say, no, that's fine. Let's say we want to save that to a file. Okay, there it is. And I'm not sure where it's saved. Maybe in the current directory, ls. There it is in the current directory. So there you go. That is two ways that you can work with it. I wonder if the export would work this way as well. It'd be interesting to know. Not exactly the same way, but it'd be nice to know if you could like pipe it out in a single command with a very specific one. But we already learned that getting the session IDs is kind of a pain. It's something they probably should really add. Is just like Claude session list. But anyway, there we go. Okay. Ciao, ciao. All right, let's take a look here at Claude Code projects. So every time you run Claude in a directory, it's going to create a Claude Code project. They don't have any commands, at least at this time, to see the list of projects or fully understand it. So you'd have to know in the code where it is. So in your .claude directory at your home directory, there's a folder called projects. And within there is a series of folders. And the folder names are named after the projects. And the project names are based on the original folder location. And so you can see I'm running into my sites directory, my home Android directory. I don't intend those to be projects. And when you first run in a directory that you haven't before, it'll give you like that trust thing, like do you trust this directory? But basically it's creating a project for you in here. And so if there's ones you don't intend to have, you could just delete them out here. It's not a big deal. It's your local machine. But it's nice to know how the structure works. So if we wanted to CD into them, I just noticed you have to do a hyphen here because they have this weird convention of naming the projects with a hyphen in front of the project name. I don't know why they do that, but that's what they do. In here, you have a series of JSON-L files, and these are the individual sessions, the conversations you're having with it. And these are, files, and the session ID is that value there, okay? And then down below, you'll notice that we have memory. I believe that's where auto memory is stored. When we go to our memory section, if we have to visit this, we will be looking at it then. But let's talk about the actual session file a little bit. So each session file contains a series of JSON objects, and each one is event data. And basically, this structure is going to be determined based on the type of event. I don't know how many event data there is. I'd have to have a lot of files and analyze them, but we'll just generally look at some structures here. So here's an example of a file history snapshot that is being taken. Here's one of a user message. This is going to be the most common one we're going to see. This would literally be the user message conversation. Here's a system command. I would assume that would be triggering some kind of local command. But it's a bit easier to look at the files, and we will do that, but there you go. Hey folks, this is Andrew, and in this video we're going to just observe where projects are. So I'm going to go and, I'm going to CD back a couple directories here just so we can see what we're doing. And actually this is where I want to go. So, you're going to go to your home directory, which is usually / whatever, Claude, and then we'll go to our projects. Okay, and so here is our project listing. So I'm going to go and open this up in VS Code. I did code period to do that. And this is just so that we can explore the files and see the JSON data a little bit better. And so this is the project that I've been doing most of my stuff in. And so here we can kind of start seeing that structured data. So we see queue operation type, there's all sorts of kinds of things in here. And it's just not clear to me what all the types are. And I'm not going to spend a ton of time figuring that out. But here we have progress, right? All sorts of stuff, okay? And so what is the value of being able to go in here and look at this stuff? Well, one thing is that we were looking at that CC usage tool, and if we wanted to figure out what our cost usage was, we could just analyze this files if we knew all the event types here. Even down here, like type last prompt shows us our last prompt. So I don't know, there's just probably something you can do to analyze your information here. But I just wanted you to know, I don't know what all the types are. Like here we have type user, and they're doing something here, so that's probably a message. Right, type system, and then we have subtype turn duration. So yeah, not sure what we would do with this, but the point is that this is where the data is, and if you had an idea that you needed to analyze your usage, it's right here, okay? All right, let's take a look here at Claude Code setting scopes. So there's a settings JSON file, but there's a little bit more to it because you have to take in consideration at what scope it is being utilized at. And you're going to find these level scoped settings files for more than just the generic settings JSON file, but other ones as well. So just consider you'll need to apply that in other places. But anyway, let's work our way from the top to the bottom, starting with manage settings. This is the highest level of settings for Claude Code. This is for organization-wide instructions, and it's going to be managed by your IT and DevOps team. The next level is user settings. These are your personal preferences across all projects. Then there's project-specific settings, and then there's local settings, with the last one being project-specific, but it doesn't get checked into your Git repo. So where do these things live for the managed settings? It's going to be on your servers, and there is a special settings file called a managed settings JSON file, and there are some settings that only go in this one, so it will take all the other ones, but there are some that specifically only will work in the managed settings JSON file. For user settings, that will live in your home directory. As you can see, the tilde. I'm not sure what it'd be for Windows, but for Linux machines, it'll be tilde, which is your home directory /.claude, and then it will be there. For projects, it's going to be very similar, but it's going to be in your project, your repo, wherever that is, and it's going to be in a similar folder. And then local, we'll just have .local JSON on it, and that's how you're going to distinguish it. And the priority of what takes precedence is what's higher in scope. So something higher in scope is going to take precedence over settings in the lower scope. And there you go. Status line is a customizable bar at the bottom of Claude Code specifically for the CLI that runs any shell script you configure. So here's an example. It shows the model, it shows the current folder, the feature branch, how much of the current session we're using, or context window, I suppose, the cost, if that can be calculated, and the duration of the last run. So there's many use cases for it. I'm pretty sure it's pretty clear. But the file is generally located in status line sh. It's a bash script, but with a shebang, we can use any language we want. So here's an example of showing the context window usage. Notice in the script, if we look at the code, we are getting whatever is from stn. We are parsing it to be JSON. This is JQ, which parses JSON and return the information. I don't know what the data structure is. They don't have it in the docs, and I didn't bother to test it, as it's so easy to generate this stuff out. I'm not really concerned about it. Might be interesting to figure out what it is. We might try that. But anyway, yeah, so it's doing that. Notice that this script is a Python script, and this is what we get here. Notice it is parsing the stn as JSON, and then we're just calling it and displaying the information, just printing it to screen, not complicated. Here's another one. This is in JavaScript. So again, stn, we're watching on it, and then we're parsing as JSON, and then we're just reading the data there. And the reason that I say I didn't really look into the structure of it is because we can just use status line and then just say what we want, and it will just generate out the code for us. If we want to get rid of it, we use natural language like clear and remove to get rid of it. If we want to fiddle with it, it's in the settings.json, and so you can see it says command and command. And so there it's pointing to the exact shell script, or here it's just in line. But this will be very useful because we need to keep track of our costs, and we don't want to constantly run commands to find out. But there you go. Hey folks, it's time to look at the sessions data, which is what is being passed to status line. So I was saying I wasn't really sure where it was, but I found it. And it was just in the documentation. The thing that I cannot figure out is, like, how would you find it outside of the status line? Because you would think that this would be the data that would be in the projects directory where they have all the sessions JSON-L file, but they don't really match. So unfortunately, we can't exactly find out the source of it. It'd be nice because then you could debug it in real time, but at least they have this here so we can see what we're getting. So what do we have to access? Well, we have the current working directory, the session ID, the transcript path, transcript path, the model that is being used, the workspace, the version, the output style, and then we have a whole breakdown of cost, which is really, really nice. So that's probably how we are able to get the cost information. Then we have our context window. So basically how much is being used. We got our inputs, our outputs, the full size of the window. So we have 200,000. That makes sense because if it's Sonnet or any of those basic ones, we know we get 200,000 tokens. The percentage used. So all the information that powers the context window, like the / context. Then we can see whether they've exceeded it, whether we are in Vim mode or not, whether here it says agent name security groups. So maybe if we're using an agent and the agent is security reviewer, which there actually is an agent for, and then working tree information. So not a lot of information, but that's what we can work off of. And if we're aware of that, then we know the limitations of what we can display in the status line. So there you go. Hey folks, it's Andrew, and in this video we're going to take a look at using the status line. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and we're going to go and launch up Claude, and you can see we do not have any status line. So we'll go ahead and type in status line, and I assume that it can take any natural language here. So I just want to have a status line, help me keep track of my usage and cost. So I'm not being very specific in terms of what I want. Technically, Anthropic tells you to be very specific, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to do it this way because I'm lazy and I just want to see if it works. And so here it looks like it's working through it. And it's saying, do you want to proceed to read the ZSH? So we'll say, sure, why not? And the settings JSON, yes, because that's what it's going to modify. Okay, and so here the bash RC, sure. I'm not sure why it has to read the other ones, but that's totally fine. And we're going to give it a moment to figure it out. Now, I haven't installed JQ on this environment, or maybe it already is pre-installed, I don't know. But it really depends on how it makes the script. So here we have a script, and it is using bash, okay? And so this assumes that we have JQ, right? I can see JQ here, but does it know that I have? That's what we don't know. So we'll say yes and allow edit, say yes, okay? But this might not work if you don't have JQ. So something I would do is check and just say like, where is JQ? And it's already installed. But if it wasn't, brew install JQ or sudo apt-get install JQ, whatever your system requires. I don't know if npm install JQ. I'm not sure what it is. Figure out what that is. I'm sure you can use Claude for that. I'm going to go back over to here. It looks like it's still thinking. Okay, so now we have one. Is it nice looking? No. But it is technically working. Hold on a second here. And so there we go. So your status line is now configured. It will show the model name, context usage, token counts. I know that there are some issues where because if you're using certain data, it can be really, really slow. So we should really take a look at what that is. So, can you just show me the status line codes so I can see it? I would say yes. All I'm asking is to cat it out. I'm not sure if it can do that or not. No, that's not what I meant. But anyway, we do have something here, and it is kind of messing up. So it's a bit of a shame that it's not really working out as expected. But what we'll do, because maybe we can get one that actually looks good. And it could just be a limitation of me working in Visual Studio Code. I don't know. But we'll go over to here, and let's just go grab something that we know looks cool. So we got that one. They have code examples. They should have code examples here. Yeah, because that's where I got them from. I just grabbed them from here. And so I would say that I like this one is okay. I'm just going to go along here. This one's really nice. So we have Bash, Python, and Node.js. You can do other languages. It's just saying what they have there. So I'm going to go copy that, and I want to now open that file. So over here, we have Claude. Oh, you know what? It's not there. It's in, I think it's in the global Claude file. So we'll go here into Claude, and we should have a status line. Where is it? I don't see it. So let's check our local settings, because maybe it's just put in line. We don't see it there. I'm going to cat out Claude settings here. I know we haven't really talked about settings right now in the course. And there it is. So it's interesting that it didn't really follow the naming convention that we said earlier. It kind of deviated from it. I think I said it was just called like status line. But let's go take a look at that. And I mean, I'll just open it up with Vi. It's not a big deal for me. I know Vim quite well, but you open it up however you want. Okay, and I'm just going to clear this out. Hit I for insert mode. If you don't know Vim, that can be frustrating. So figure out however you got to open it. And I'm just looking for that code. I just had it here. Just had it. It was this one. But it's these examples down below. So it's this one that I like. Okay, so I'm going to copy that because we already have a bash script going. Might as well make our lives easy, right? I for insert. I'm already insert mode down here. So I'm going to paste it in. Hit escape. Go to the top. Yeah, it looks fine. I know it's acting a little bit weird, but I'm pretty sure that's fine. W quit. And I'm going to see, do I have any of these sessions open? I don't want any of them open. Good. I'm going to type in clear. We'll type in Claude. And there we go. So the only thing is that it's kind of being distorted here. So notice it looks like here and there. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to open up. Can I even open this up in any other way? Probably. I can use terminal. Command prompt here. So if I go to command prompt, I'm on Windows. I usually work on a Mac, but I have to record this way for you. So what I'm going to do here is type in Claude. No. I got to go to WSL2. So I'm going to type in WSL2 or WSL. That's going to launch me into the same environment. I'm going to type in Claude. Yes. And so that's just the way it's going to look. So here it looks a lot nicer for whatever reason. On Windows, it doesn't look as nice. Okay. So it's the best that we're going to get, but it's still something, right? It's not bad. So we'll go ahead and do that. The only thing is that when you ever run Claude, you're creating projects all over the place. And so we might want to clean that up later. But yeah, we got something, and we'll just have to work with this. And maybe at some point I might turn it off if it's no good. But at least we're kind of seeing where we are. It's providing some clear information. So I think it's okay. This kind of ugly though. All right. Ciao, ciao. All right, so now that we understand scoping for Claude Code settings, let's actually go look at all of them. And we are going to look at all of them, but my goal here is not to make you remember them here. That's not important. What's important is to get exposure to understand what settings are available to us, because we're going to repeat that out throughout this course when we need to look at those settings, okay? But there are a lot of settings here, but I think it'll be worth our time. So first, we're going to look at authentication settings. And by the way, all of these are going to go into the settings.json file. There are going to be some settings here that are managed settings only, and we'll point that out. So obviously, authentication has to do with authentication. And you'll notice right off the bat, we have some things that are specific to AWS. But let's go take a look here. So the first is API key helper, and this is a custom shell script to generate a temporary API key. Then we have for AWS auth refresh, so that is going to be the trigger to refresh the authentication. And I mean, you'll probably leave it alone, but it'll be just AWS SSO login. So to do SSO login, single sign-on login. Then we have the auto select for the UUID org, so you can force the exact value that you want it to be. You can also force the login method. So if you only want to use Claude AI, you can do that. If you only want to use console, which would be for the API usage, then you can do that. So that's something you can set. And then if you need to export AWS credentials with the grant there, you can do that and set the script for JSON output. Let's take a look at session and storage settings. So we can set a cleanup period. And so the default is 30 days. But the idea is that, those sessions aren't active, they're going to get deleted. So you might want to have a strategy to back that stuff up. But the point is, and we showed you how to export somewhere in this course, how to export individual sessions, right? Or if you just go to the project files, we know that they're literally JSON-L files, so you could just back those up as well from there, but they're not as easy to parse. But anyway, so if you set it to 0 to delete all transactions at startup, and it will disable persistence entirely. And so when it's 0, there will be no new JSON files written, and resume shows nothing, and hooks get empty transcript paths, okay? So just a consideration if you do set it to 0. For auto memory directory, this will be a custom directory for your auto memory, so you can change it to a different path, but it's not allowed in the project Claude settings JSON file there, okay? And then for the plans directory, you can change where you want to store your plans. Pretty straightforward. Let's look at environment variables. This allows you to set environment variables, right? So if you need to set them to be applied for every session, you can do that in your settings.json file. For model settings, you can override the default model for all sessions. You can restrict exactly what models you can choose from. So you're saying what available models, okay? You can map model IDs to very specific provider IDs. So example here to Amazon Bedrock. I can't imagine that you can set this to anything outside of the Claude models, but maybe there are different variants of Claude models on Amazon Bedrock, and you might want to set those. You can set it so it's thinking is always enabled by default, and you can set the fast mode per session opt-in if you want to. So fast mode resets each session. Users must re-enable fast each time, right? And fast mode is, I believe that's the Opus feature, right? Where it gets expensive. So that's why you'd set it in here if you don't want to keep setting it and you're comfortable with the cost of it. Let's take a look at output and language settings. So you can set the output style. And so that would be to explanatory. Output style, we covered this somewhere else. Yeah, we actually have a section where we cover it, but that's going to change how it's going to work. So explanatory means I'm going to not just only solve the problem, but I'm going to explain it as I go so you understand. Then you have another one called like learning, which will let you, it will stop and then let you learn, like your pair programming with it. And again, we cover that in the output styles. Language for setting language, pretty clear. You might want it as English. I don't know why mine's set to Japanese, but I never noticed it in Japanese, but that's fine. And then we have include get instructions. So yeah, that will be for, I guess, the PR workflow. I don't think I've used that setting, but it's there. Let's talk about get attribution settings. That's usually when you're saying who the author is. So here you can set it in terms of what the commit message looks like. And this option is now deprecated. So you're not going to be able to set include co-author by. Let's take a look at announcements and update settings. So here, this will be shown at the startup of multiple entries that are cycled in. So if you're a company, maybe you want to cycle these things to remind people like, hey, remember, don't do X, Y, Z, or, how like whatever companies want to do. And then you can set the auto updates channel value to whatever you want it to be. For the UI itself and spinners, we have quite a few options. So for show turn duration, we can change that value. We can set the spinner verbs. Actually, you know what? I'm so glad that I know where that is because I really dislike these verbs, right? So I think I'm going to make a lab where I change the settings so I do not ever have to see all these weird words again because I cannot stand them. Yeah, we have whether you want to show tips or not in the spinner. We can override the spinner tips. So again, if you're working with a team, maybe the suggestions you want them to see periodically. You can show terminal progress for iTerm 2. This might actually fix, well, we're not using iTerm 2. That's a Mac specific thing, but you notice that in our WSL2, my version, that the progress bar in the terminal is not great. That need to be fixed. And then we can reduce spinners, shimmers, and flash animations for accessibility. So if they're bugging you, you can set that to false. Okay. For agent team settings, we have the ability to set the teammate mode. I think this is just how it's going to work. So whether it's going to split pane or run in line or run in split panes in TMUX. TMUX is terminal. Actually, I don't know what TMUX stands for. I know what it is, but I don't know what it stands for. But it's like a terminal extension that lets you do split screens natively in terminal, right? So a lot of programs these days let you do it at the OS level, but it literally will do it within the terminal, like the terminal shell window. Let's take a look at permission rule settings. And this stuff we're going to dive a little bit deeper because I have to explain the wildcard logic and stuff. But the idea is that these are the things that are allowed to do. So whether it can read files, write files, utilize bash, and then there's some logic in terms of how the wildcard works. But that's where you don't require permissions or like it doesn't have to ask you to do it. Then the things that you want it to ask you before it does it, things that it will deny for very sensitive files or dangerous commands. If you need to include extra directory access beyond the project root, so maybe there's some shared files that you want to include or shared documentation. Maybe you have a coding guideline across all your projects. Then you could maybe reference that information, let it know that it's there. Here we can set the default mode. So here it says accepts edits. Yep, so, default mode there. And then we have disable bypass permission mode. So this would be, set to disable to block the dangerously permission flag entirely. To block the flag entirely. So that means we can't use it. Anyway, we cover it. I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it means to disable the feature, but we definitely cover it in that specific slide because I remember talking about it. We got MC server setting controls. So auto approve all servers listed in the MC JSON file. So if you want to enable them all, then you just say true. Approve only specific servers. So here we're saying we approve memory and the GitHub servers. Disable specific ones, so specifically reject certain ones. And then we can allow them based on server names. These are based, again, this is managed setting only, so just pay attention to that. So allow lists for MCP servers. So for specifically managed settings, okay? So that's all they're saying there. Then all of these settings here for plugin marketplace are for managed settings, okay? So for your org-wide level settings. And here we have the option to restrict to known marketplaces or block marketplaces or it says appended to the plugin trust warning to show it install time. So just a message there. Then we have managed settings only lockdown flags. So here we have allow managed permission rules only. So whether we can set that there for MCP servers and hooks only. And again, this is for managed settings. And then we have hooks. I don't know if this is the last slide. I think it might be the last slide. And so whether hooks are enabled or not, what are allowed hook URLs, the envars that will be allowed to be interpreted, and then the actual hooks themselves. And we have a whole section on hooks. I guess we're not done. We still got observability, status line, IO, and miscellaneous settings. So here you can set the OTel headers helper. So I guess if you're using OTelemetry to export your data, you can utilize that there. This is where we can configure status line. We already covered this when we did status line. And then for file suggestions, we have a custom script to power the auto completion, which is interesting. And then we have respect git ignore, so whether the file picker hides files matched by the git ignore or not. So there you go. that's all the settings as of today. And again, do not worry about remembering all that stuff. We will figure it out as we go, but I definitely want to change those darn spinner verbs. I cannot stand them, okay? Ciao, ciao. Hey folks, this is Andrew. In this video, what I want to do is fiddle with settings. Now, obviously, there's a lot of settings and at a lot of different levels, but I personally just want to change something for myself. And I know that we already have a settings.local.json. If you don't, go ahead and create one, but I'm pretty sure when you do Claude there at the start, you're going to get one, or you could do Claude init, as that will set one up initially for you. So I'm just thinking about this for a second. Let's go make a new project because I just want to test this for sure. And we'll say mkdir, and this will just be settings example. And I'm going to cd into that one there. I'm going to do Claude. And so as I hit enter, okay, it's entered into settings example. And so whenever you do that, it generally is going to create a new thing. But notice here it says in settings local.json. So I think that it might have already created one. So I'm going to go ahead and type in code period just so that we can get into this context so we're not confused. And I'm going to give this a refresh here. I want to see if there's any kind of file here. That's what I'm looking for. Do we have any settings file yet? Okay, we'll go ahead and do terminal, new terminal here. I'm just going to go ahead and make a README file just so there's something here like hello world. So it has something to look at, right? I'll even make a Ruby file. We'll go ahead and just say hello.rb, and this will be puts hello world. Because I noticed that when it was empty, it didn't prompt us for anything like, do you trust this directory, which I'm used to seeing. So maybe there has to be something for it to do that. So go ahead and do that. And it didn't. It didn't prompt us for anything. But we see this, it says in hello.rb, that's its context right now. Oh, because that's the page we're looking at up here. Okay. But it isn't, let me just see, it isn't telling me anything else. Let's go ahead and stop that. So now I have nothing in context up here. Let's go ahead and hit Claude. It's not asking me to trust anything. So it says, tips for getting started, use the init, okay? And notice there is no .claude directory. So we could obviously create that manually. I'm gonna go ahead and use the init, okay? So we'll go ahead and do the init. And I believe that's gonna go ahead and create it for us. So here it's searching. If there's anything in that projects directory, we'll give this a refresh now. And I still don't see anything. So I'm gonna stop this here. I'm gonna do ls-la. And we still don't have a Claude directory. So I for certain thought that was going to create for us what we wanted there. And so we'll go ahead and we'll just launch this up again. I'm gonna do /init. Initialize a new Claude MD file. It didn't even make one for me here. Am I not in the right directory here? I am. Okay. I'm still gonna do this. I just wanna see if it generates out a settings JSON file. Okay, because I don't remember creating that other one. Maybe Claude changed it at some point. Maybe I tried to change permissions. And so we're just trying to observe what it creates here. Okay, like I don't need a Claude.md file. We'll go ahead and just say yes, it's fine. But what I do need is that page. And so again, just trying to verify if that's correct or not. We'll pause here and see what happens. Oh, it looks like the file's already here. We'll say yes. We'll refresh. And so we're not getting that directory. So we have our Claude.md, which is fine, but that's not going to do anything for us. So we'll go ahead and we'll make a new one here. This will be .claude. And then we'll make a new settings file. I always forget if it's, I think it's settings.local.json. It is. And because I only want it to apply to me, do that. The reason we went through all that init stuff is I just wanted to see if it would actually make one. It apparently doesn't. Okay, so now we have this, and so I'm going to go ahead and we'll do curlies. And the thing that I want to get rid of is that the spinner verbs. You heard me already. I really don't like the spinner verbs. They drive me crazy, and so I'm really glad that we have this option. And so I'm going to go ahead here and change it like this. And I'll go here and put verbs. And so I'm going to list it to very specific ones. So I'm just trying to think of, well, by the way, if we want this to work, we're going to have to name it correctly. So it's going to be local.json.com, not json.local.com. That makes no sense. But I'm just trying to think of a verb that will not infuriate me. And so I am thinking Computing. What is it? Computing. Okay, and so that's the one I have. We might need to set the mode. Just a moment. Let me take a look here. And so we'll go into the settings, JSON, Claude, and see what the exact specification is for this. And so what I'm looking for is the possible settings. So we want spinner verbs. Spinner verbs. Spinner verbs. And there's the mode append. I'm not sure if we have set mode to replace to only use your verbs or append to add them. Oh, I do not want any other ones. So we're going to go here and say mode and replace. Okay, so now we have it. And so the question will be, will this work? Also, you know, if I change my settings, does it automatically take effect? So can you create me a simple Sinatra app that has a hello world endpoint? So that's what we're going to do. Very simple request. It says boondangling. And it's also giving me tips. So it doesn't seem, I'm just hitting escape to interrupt it, that it's taking effect. So how can we reload our settings thing without having to completely go out there? Is there like a reload? Whoops. It's hanging there a bit. And notice I'm hitting Control C. So I didn't really mean to quit that session. I'm just re-entering it there. So now it says settings local JSON. Okay. And I'm just curious, is it like a refresh or reload plugins, remote environment? I don't see any option there. So really it seems like the only way to reload it is to exit it out. I'm just not convinced that changing settings takes effect until you go in and leave again. But anyway, what we'll do here is we'll go ahead and go say, build me a simple hello world endpoint in a Sinatra app. Sinatra is Ruby, and it's a very small framework. And notice it's now just saying computing. So now my sanity is back. So I'm very happy about that, as I've been getting so sick of those commands. But I want this to take effect everywhere, right? Because you know I really don't like that those verbs. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this and copy it. And what I'm going to do is just cancel out of here. And I want to go to my home directory into Claude. There should be a directory here. And there should be a settings. If there's not, I'm going to make one. So I'm going to go here and say touch settings.json. And then I'm just going to say code Claude here. So I can open that up very quickly. And in here, we have a settings JSON. And apparently we already have one, even though I don't recall there being one there, but that's fine. And I'm going to paste that in, and we're going to merge this stuff together. And so now, across all my projects, for me, I should never, ever see these again. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this out permanently. Okay. And we're going to type in Claude. And I'm going to resume a previous conversation we were having. So I interrupted you. Can you continue? Can proceed? You can proceed again. Because I can't spell the word continue. So we have computing, which is great, and that file's not there anymore, right? So I'm going to stop that because all I wanted to see was that worked. We'll go over to here. And so this one is it's settings example, which was the folder we just created. But this is actually grocery share monitoring. And so this has its own settings.local file, right? And so if I do Claude, and I'm just going to say, you know, what version of Claude am I using? Just a really simple question. And now it's saying computing. Okay, great. And we don't have it set there. So there you go. That is something, I think, the most practical setting we have. I'm also kind of tempted to try out language. As they say, you can switch out language, so preferred language. And I know folks here probably don't know Japanese. I know enough Japanese, but I'm not very good at it. But I'm going to try and then pretend that I know Japanese, even though I don't. And we'll go ahead and put that there. And so I'm going to run Claude. I just want to see, do we get Japanese text? So we'll go ahead and type that. Oh, you know what? To make it work, I think you got to spell language correctly. Do I have that spelled correctly? We do. Claude Code's preferred response language. Oh, that's how it's going to respond. Okay, so let's We'll say, what Claude Code version am I using? Is it going to reply in Japanese? Because I'm using English. So that might not help, right? Oh, it did. Perfect. So we have Claude Code, no, Bajing wa des. Okay, so I kind of know it, but that's cool. So if I want Japanese, we could just swap it to Japanese. But there you go. That's our fiddling with settings, okay? All right, let's take a look here at permission rules. So Claude uses a tiered permission system that is tool-based access controls, or TBAC. And you won't find that anywhere on the internet because I just came up with it. So we all know RBAC, so role-based access controls, but the way the permissions work with Claude, it's all around their tools, okay? But here's an example of a permissions, and this would be in your settings.json. We saw it earlier in the settings.json section, but we're gonna go deeper on this stuff. So permission levels are allow, ask, deny. It should be straightforward what they are, but let's just cover them. Allow means it's allowed to do it, right? Ask means ask the user if Claude's allowed to do it. Deny means you're not allowed to do it, okay? The rules are evaluated from deny, ask, allow. So what will be applied is what's either, we could say, least permissive or most restrictive. That's the same thing. I'm just saying it two different ways. So a deny will always rule over an ask and allow, and an ask will happen before an allow happens. So there you go. Where are the tools? Well, they're here. It's bash, it's read, it's edit. Those are two separate ones. I just have an editing issue there. We have web fetch, MCP, and agents, and specifically we're talking about sub agents. Okay, so now we know that, and the next thing we need to cover is all the syntax sugar here so you can configure this perfectly, okay? Hey folks, let's take a look at syntax sugar for the bash tool. And specifically, we're talking about this wildcard function. So here's an example of permissions, and these are all bash commands. And you'll notice that bash takes a parameter. It's a tool, it can take inputs. And so what it's taking as an input is actually a bash command. So running npm run or get or whatever you could think of, it can do. But the thing that is a little bit different here is the fact that there's that wildcard there. That's that asterisk. And so basically anything can be substituted in there. You can put a wildcard before or after or in the middle. As you can see here, just get my pen tool out so we can point to it. So it's here, here, and here, so different spots. There's only one catch with this thing is you have to just be aware of spaces. So spaces do matter. So like if you have the command here, ls space asterisk, it will match this, ls-la, but it will not match lsof, okay? So that's just one little caveat. Pretty straightforward. There you go. Let us take a look at the read and edit tools. So here we have a bunch of read and edits, and let's talk about the pattern for pathing that we can pass in here. And so there are 4 ways that you can do your pattern matching here for your paths. The first is with a double /. So this is going to be at the root of your file system. So normally when you're in Linux, just a single / would be at your root, but when we're doing this, we're using a double /, okay? If you want to work from your home directory, you're using tilde. That's a very common practice in Linux, okay? Then we just have a single /. This is gonna be at your project root, and so that can trip some people up, but that's what it does. Then we have your relative one, so that's your ./period or just nothing there, and that's pretty much it, okay? Let us take a look at the web fetch rule, technically tool. And so here's an example of us using web fetch across allow, ask, deny. And the only thing it really needs is a domain. And you'll notice it says domain, and then whatever it is. Maybe in the future, they'll have more things you can put in there, and that's all there is. And you'll notice one little thing down below here. Notice that we don't have any input for this. There's no parameters. And we'll probably make a separate slide on this just to make sure that you know. But if you have that, that just means that it's like a catch-all for everything. It's saying deny all for web fetch, or if you had it here, it'd be like ask for all, or if you had it here, it'd be like allow for all, okay? There you go. All right, let's take a look at MCP rules. So for the MCP tool, we have many examples here. So if we want to accept everything from a very specific MCP server, we do MCP __ and whatever the name of the server is, according to Claude's directory. Then we could have a wildcard to say we want to match all possible tools in there. And then we have one here for a very specific tool that we're matching. One thing I don't understand is like, why wouldn't the wildcard be the same thing as the server? There's probably some distinction there. I can't really tell what it is, but we will continue on, okay? Let's take a look at bare name tool rules. So here we have our tools as rules, but notice that there's no parentheses or stuff like that. So when you have a bare tool name with no parentheses, that's going to give you total coverage. No domain filtering, no pattern. So web fetch is going to do all fetches, all domains. Read will do all reads, all files. Edits will do all files, all edits, right? Bash will do all bash commands. You're getting the picture here. MCP is the only one that's unusual where you'd have to say the name of it. So it's not just MPC __. That's not a thing. You still have to do an individual name. And I still don't know why there's one with a double underscore asterisk. It doesn't explain it in the docs, but there's a variant. So just be aware of the bare name tools. Hey folks, this is Andrew, and in this video, I want to go ahead and just test all the types of tools in our permissions and see if they work. So right now we have a settings.local.json file here, and we have some allows, so we can install anything we want. We have this database information, and we have this to fetch from Bright data. But I'm just going to back out here for a moment. I'm going to make a new directory. I keep doing this. This would be like hello world tasks. As you can see, we just keep making new ones to whatever we need to work our use case here. And I'm going to go ahead and make a new folder called .claude. As we learned, init's not going to help us there. We're going to have to make that ourselves. And I'm going to apply this all at the settings.local JSON level, okay? And so in here, I'm using permissions. Yes, I know we can use Claude to help us write permissions, but folks, we got to do a little bit of work ourselves, right? Permissions, and in here we have our allow, right? We have our deny, okay? And we have our ask. Okay, so right now we don't have really anything in these, of course. And there's obviously different tools. Oops. Tools that we have here. And I'm not sure why it's complaining like that. Maybe because there's nothing in them right now. That's probably why, because they're empty. Incorrect type for array. Oh, sorry. Array, that's why. Okay. So there we go. So now we are set up to start working with them. And technically the order is deny, ask allow, or ask allow, you know, however you want to order them. This is how I'm going to order them, okay? So now we have our permissions in here, or the start of permissions. So let's take a look first at bash. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead here and just say bash, and we're going to deny it. And I'm going to go ahead here into a new terminal down below, and we will type in Claude to start it up. And I'll just say, you know, can you run a bash command in the project directory for ls, okay? And so we want to see what happens here. So I explicitly told it, just go ahead and run this single command. So I don't have access to the bash tool in this environment. I can use the glob tool to list files. And so the project directory contains only one file. So it found a way around it because it obviously has other tools available to us, but that is something that it could do. How about we just make a new file here? This will just be data.json. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and just make some data in here. So I'm going to go and say HP 100, make a value there, MP 300, class mage. Okay, so just random data. I mean, obviously for RPG, but random data that we have here. And so I'm going to go back here and say, can you use JQ to return back .hp data from the data JSON file? Okay. And so it might try to find another way around it. So it says, I don't have a bash tool available to run JQ, but I can read the file and show you the HP directly. And so it found another way around it, which is awesome. So what we'll do is we will take this and we will permit it. We'll just say that, we'll go and move it to ask, and let's see what happens here. Okay, so we'll go back and try this again. And it didn't ask us, right? So I'm thinking that maybe the data is cached. Okay, so I'll go back over here and say, can you use the JQ file to read MP data? Because it might be trying to work around the problem. And it didn't ask us. So are you using the MP, the JQ tool, or are you relying on something like cache? Because I'm trying to test it for that, right? Each time there's no cache involved, each executes the thing. Okay, you can verify this yourself. But it's confusing because we've told it that it has to ask us if it wants to be able to do that. But maybe it has to do with our mode, right? Because I think it's the first time it asks a tool, that's where we run into an issue. So I think what we need to do is figure out what is going to be our mode setting. Now we can toggle with Shift Tab here. And here it says accepts edits on or plan mode on. But I think the challenge here is that we need to make it a little bit more explicit. So I need to figure out what all the permission modes are. I know we have a slide on it, so let me just go grab that slide really quick so we can compare it. I know it comes later on here, or maybe we've already done it. We'll see here. But our permission modes is default. So standard behavior prompts for permissions on first use of each tool. Okay. We have accepts edits, automatically accepts file edits, plan. Claude can analyze but not modify files and execute commands. Auto denies unless pre-approved via permissions. Auto denies tools. So let's go ahead. Well, this is don't ask. We have bypass permissions, so skip all permissions. And so it's strange because if it's been asked once before, it's not going to explicitly ask again. I'm not sure how we force it to ask. Let me see if there's anything we can do to make sure we can test that behavior. Oh, you know what I think the problem is? Human error. Look, there's a colon on the inside. You probably saw this the entire time. So we'll go back here, and it was probably me. Okay, and we'll go back and ask it to do this now. So now, here we go. So permission rule, do you want? We'll say yes. Okay, and so now another thing we learned was that it's not caching it every time, right? So it's going to ask it every single time. So we'll go back over here. Can you return the HP data? And so we want to see if it prompts us, right? We'll say yes. We get the data back. We'll move it over to here. Okay. And we'll try this again. And so another thing we confirmed is that we can update our settings JSON and will take effect immediately. There were some cases, I think, where if we hadn't created it and we created it after the fact, it didn't work. But clearly, we can change this file and it's reading it every single time. So that is really useful to know. So we have those. Let's talk about the read. So we'll just say, we'll deny read. I'll make another one here. This will be player data. So we'll rename this to player. And then I'll make a new one. We'll call this world JSON. And in here, we'll just say location, like current location, town, right? So we're in a town. And we'll go back over to here. And so we're going to deny all reads. So can you return the contents of world JSON for me? And maybe it'll find another way around using bash. Okay, and so it's returned back that data. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this bash command. I'm going to put it over here. Okay, and so in theory, it won't be able to use bash, so it can't use cat or anything else to get to it. So go ahead here, and then we'll try this again. Because we've denied it on two things, bash and read. Okay, it's thinking hard. I also should start typing clear here because we're just experimenting. Because it's adding that context every time, right? And there we go. So here it says tool use. Import JSON, world JSON, allow, allow whatever. So it's trying to execute code in a very roundabout way. I'm not exactly sure. So it's IDE execute tool. So it's trying to find another way to work. That's really confusing. So what I'm going to do is stop this. I'm going to clear this out. So we have no context. We can check it again, just make sure that it's emptied. Okay, see, it's nice and emptied. We're going to try that again. Okay, because I think it's trying to find a way around it, right? It's trying to search the file. It's not allowed to read it. See? What? It read it. But we have those on deny, right? I'm going to stop this and restart it up. As we're just trying to get a reliable sense of reading it. Okay, how are you able to read the file when I have deny for read, bash, and read? Okay, that's what I want to know. Can it even answer me that? I use the grep tool, not read or bash. I search the pattern for it in the file, which effectively turns it. So grep is a separate tool from read. Oh, okay, but it's not under bash. Grep is its own dedicated tools. Okay, tools. How do I get a list of all available tools? Because I didn't see that in the docs. And so we have this here. Look at that. Doc maps, skills.md. It's trying to find, it doesn't even know what tools are available. This is where I would probably like start going into the code base. So we go Claude code, GitHub. Isn't that interesting? We have a tool that we're not aware of. It's not in the docs. And so I'd go in here and I might just go search this code base. I'm going to hit period on my keyboard. I'm logged into GitHub. And I'm not asking Claude to do it. I'm just doing it myself. I don't want to wait around asking it to look in the code base. And so I'm going to go here and I'm just going to, yeah, that's fine. Let's just get me logged in here. I just want to quickly search across this repo. So find in files, grep. Right, I'm just trying to see if that finds us anything. Quickly here. So here we have glob, we have grep. Oh, I didn't cover these. I'm gonna have to go make an additional video just to cover the ones that are missing. Okay, but we have docs here that explains it. So, you know, I would have thought that there would have been a very specific place for this. How did I miss these? Am I crazy? Here we have read, write, grep, glob, bash, agent, web fetch, web search, task, notebook. Okay. Claude code tools. Oh. Hold on here. Permission required. Oh, wow. We have way more rules than I thought. Okay, maybe my confusion was when I was doing the permissions, I didn't realize how many tools there are. So I guess I will need to go back and correct that. But it seems like we have a lot more tools available to us. And we'd have to go here and say like, no glob, no glob, right? And then we would need no grep to get this to work, right? So we'll go back and I'm gonna ask it again. Cool. More slides I gotta make. More slides. Looks like you've denied it as well for bash. So what I'll do is now I will bring in the readme, just the read, and we'll say allow. But you're basically getting the idea of how this works. It's not complicated, right? But I guess you'd have to really test it and make sure. So with bash and read, can you read it? I don't have the remaining tools I can use to retrieve it. So it needs a combination of tools to achieve its goals. So that's really, really interesting. So I will need to go back and retroactively update this. So you'll know by the time you watch this that there is obviously a bunch of tools, or I'll follow it right after this video here. But we're getting an idea of how this works, right? We didn't deny the bash stuff, so we can go here and deny very specific tooling. But I'll just go here and bring these back. And we'll just do one more test here. We'll be like JQ is denied, or maybe just like J asterisk. So okay, so go ahead, and I'm just going to go back and say like read with the JQ tool, and so it should be denied here. So it's denied. Okay, so I think we got some experience here, and I have a missing spot here. Probably the next video we'll literally start talking about tools. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, ciao ciao. Let us take a look at permission modes. Okay, so permission modes is going to change the way Claude is going to work with you in terms of whether it will go ahead and do something or ask you. And so in the lieu of having permission rules, this is what it's going to do. Okay, so the first is default. So standard behavior, prompts for permission on the first use of each tool. Then we have accept edits, so automatically accept files and edit permissions for the session. We have plan, basically, which is plan mode. This will make Claude analyze but not modify files or execute commands. And so you can have it where you can have it do a plan, but then you probably want to get out of that mode next step, right? So you wouldn't want to run that all the time. We have don't ask. So auto deny tool, unless auto denies all tools, unless pre-approved via the permissions or some kind of allow rules, right? We have bypass permissions, so skip all permission prompts. Obviously, you shouldn't do that, but that is an option that you have. And if you want, when you launch up Claude, you can tell it what mode to start in, but you can obviously toggle away from it so you're not like locked into it. And when you're in the interactive shell, you can use Shift Tab to change through some modes, not all of them, but some of them. And the first one is default. You'll be in it because there'll be no message there. Plan will literally say plan mode, and then accept edit will be on accept mode. And as you hit Shift Tab, it will toggle between those three. So there you go. All right, in this video, I want to take a look at permission modes. And we will get to tools in a moment here, but I figured this would be a very easy one to jump into. And so if we want to start up in a different mode, we can go ahead and do permission mode plan. That's going to bring us into plan mode. I do have one little issue here, so I'll just kind of fix this and update my old settings file here. So I can just stop and try this again. Okay, I'll just say like, can you read the player JSON data using JQ with for the HP? Okay, very worded, but it's in plan mode, so it shouldn't be able to execute it. So what we're looking for is to see what happens. What I really like is plan mode when we're using it over here because it'll open it a markdown file, and so that's a lot nicer. But here, I'm just carefully looking at it. So we have explore, so we can read it. We'll do bash, we'll run it. And we'll go down below. Find all visible files in the project. Do you want to proceed? So I'm assuming that this is the plan, right? Okay, but it's hard to see it because of the way we're looking at it. And we could talk about plan mode later on. But if we go over to here, I'm going to switch it over to plan mode. There we go. I'll just say, can you read the contents of player JSON and return HP? Maybe use the JQ tool. Okay, and so this way it's a little bit better. It'll make a markdown file. We're obviously covering plans sooner than I want to, but that's fine. It's okay. And so it should output a markdown file. It's in plan mode. Where's my plan? Where's my plan? I should have written a plan first. Wow. That's a screenshot we're going to take. There we go. Escape to cancel. So I'll take a screenshot for that for our plan stuff, but that is very interesting. Okay. All right, so that's kind of interesting that that was the result for the plans. But I mean, really, it just came down to me showing you that this will enter you into different modes for that command there. And of course, we can change our setting for this. So maybe we'll do that as well as, I guess that is the second half of that part. I'm just looking for the list, the slide I have here, which will help me know which ones we can change to. Okay, it's somewhere here. There we go, permission modes. Yeah, I just can't remember the names of them. So there's also accepts edits, plan, and don't ask. So maybe try don't ask. Don't ask. And so it shows don't ask. What's interesting is that when we toggle on this stuff, it only toggles on those two. So we want to get to a mode that's not there, right? We have to do that. And as soon as we toggle out, we don't have it anymore. And I don't plan on running it in this video, but we'll go ahead and try bypass permissions, assuming I'm typing that right. Let's see, we get a big warning, right? And in fact, they have their own flag for that, and we'll cover that in a separate video because obviously it's a big deal. But yeah, so I guess it's just that one or two modes that we cannot access anyway. But it was interesting to find out that our plan didn't stick to its plan mode. So, you know, if you're expecting it not to muck with stuff, just be aware of that, okay? Ciao, ciao. All right, so we discovered that there actually are a lot more tools than I thought that they were. I don't know how I missed this earlier, but anyway, what we'll do is go review all the built-in tools that can get the job done for you. And ones that are marked with an asterisk are permissions required. So as far as I understand it, the ones that are not asterisked, which don't require permissions, it doesn't mean that you cannot set permissions to deny it. It's just, I think that in default mode, there is a tool that when it first time you use it, it's going to ask you whether it's allowed to use it. But I'm thinking for tools that do not have the asterisk, it probably will not ask you the default mode, but we can still explicitly deny them, allow, or ask them, okay? And generally, if they don't have the asterisk, they're probably just read-only tools, or they should be anyway, or things that wouldn't impact your code base. But let's take a look here at the tools. It's all alphabetical, so we'll start at the top with agent. So spawns a sub-agent with its own context window to handle a task. We have ask user questions, so ask multiple choice questions to gather requirements or clarify ambiguity. There we go, I could say it. We have the bash command, execute shell commands in your environment, make note of the asterisk, as it obviously is going to be doing heavy lifting. Cron create, schedule a reoccurring or one-shot prompt with the current session. We have cron delete, so it's obviously going to delete it based on a task ID. We can list the cron jobs, so whether we can see them or not, whether we want to edit a very specific file, whether we can enter plan mode, so switch to plan mode to design and approach, yep. Enter the work tree, so look at an isolate git work tree, exit the plan mode, exit the work tree, utilize glob, okay? Whether we can grep or not. Grep is just a pattern for searching across files, listing the MPC resource tools. Lots of this stuff is very self-explanatory. LSP, we have a slide on this. So yeah, it's code intelligence tool. So LSP is a language server protocol. So whether or not it can use a language server protocol to understand more about a language, whether it can edit a notebook, notice the asterisk there as it's editing something, and that's for Jupyter notebooks. The read command, whether it can read MCP resource tools, whether it can execute a skill, create a task, get a task, list a task, task output, stop a task, okay, task update, to do write, and we got a few more. So we got tool search, so whether you can search and search tools, I guess, whether you can fetch something from a URL, whether you can perform searches, whether you can write. And I mean, they're all pretty self-explanatory. The only one I think I wasn't really sure on was the last one, to do right. Manage the session, task, checklist. No, that's pretty straightforward. But yeah, there's obviously more tools there, and any of those can be applied. They might even have some of them, some parameters, as you saw, like whether it needs a task ID or something. But there you go. Hey folks, this is Andrew, and what I want to do here is just show you how you can edit settings permissions without having to go to the settings local JSON. I mean, it's not really hard to go over here, but for some reason they have it in the IDE, so we'll go ahead and take a look here. I say IDE, I mean the CLI interactive tool. I keep saying IDE. So if we go ahead and type in permissions, what we can see is what rules are actually being applied. So if we go here, notice that there are no rules. So if I go here and we'll just add one, maybe we'll add one to bash here. And now that we have a great idea of all the types of tools we can use, maybe we say allow grep and allow web fetch, I believe it's called. Okay. And notice they actually just updated in real time. That's really cool. So we can go over here and we can kind of see what is being allowed, what's being denied. I thought I put, I have nothing under deny. So maybe we go here and say, was it notebook edit? Is that what it is? Does that one work? Yep, there we go. And so here if we wanted to, I guess, add a new rule, we can go ahead and do that. So permission rules are tools, optionally followed by names. So maybe we go here and say bash, and then we say ls, just like they're doing that in that example. We'll go ahead and hit enter. And we can save where we want to save it. So that's kind of cool where you can get that there. And then you have the ability to add additional workspaces if you want to look outside of this current directory. So if we had a shared one, I don't think we need to show that. That's pretty darn straightforward. But we did see the reflection here of this information, right? Well, I guess we could. Why not? So what I'll do is I'll make a new directory. I'm just going to make a new tab here. And I'll go one directory back here and I'll call it mkdir like shared docs. Okay, and I'm just going to open this up in a new one. Rules.md. Oh, sorry, like flight club rules.md. Rules. Don't talk about Fight Club. To bring your own shoes. Okay, so what we'll do is go back over here, and I'm going to go add another directory. Enter the path. Oh, that doesn't look like fun. And so I guess we're in home. Can I do tilde like that? Oh, we can. Great. So sites. And shared docs. So now shared docs is added to here. Let's see if that's been reflected anywhere here. So it's now been added, and I'll go ahead and hit escape. And so can you tell me the rules for Fight Club that we specified in our shared docs? Okay, so we're going to see if we can go out and check that other directory. So see, it's searching for that in our docs. There, it went to our shared docs, so now it's reaching outside of our repo, and there are those rules. So, yeah, that's pretty straightforward. Nothing super exciting to write home about, but you have the idea there, okay? Sandboxing, or a sandbox, is a security mechanism for separating running programs for your operating system. And a sandbox provides a tightly controlled set of resources for your guest programs to run in: storage and memory scratch space, limited network access, the ability to inspect the host system, disallowing or heavily restricting reading from input devices. So you can use sandboxes with Claude Code. And so if we were to type /sandbox, depending on our operating system, it's going to need certain programs installed because they won't be there by default. Since I'm on WSL2, it's asking for bubble wrap, socat, and secomp filter. And so it gives you the commands right there, and you install them. And then once you have that, you'll be able to go into sandbox mode. Notice that we can have a few options where it says sandbox bash tools with auto allow, sandbox bash tools with regular permissions, or no sandbox. And so the reason why you'd want to use sandboxing is that it's very, very useful when you're running a session with dangerously skipped permissions, where you want a bash command that's not going to happen. So the key thing you have to remember about sandboxes is that sandboxes only apply to bash tools, right? So that is what we're limiting, is bash. Okay, but technically it's bash tool. And so let's say we wanted to read something from the internet. If we used a curl command through bash, it would get restricted, right? But if we tried to use web fetch, it sits outside of the sandbox. It's a tool outside of it. It's not trying to utilize the host system directly. And so it can go out to the internet and grab it. So just be aware that it's about limiting bash tools. And so I'll definitely be trying to find a use case that is safe for me to use with dangerously skip permissions. But there you go. Hey folks, in this video, we're going to take a look at sandboxing or just getting it enabled. So let's go ahead and get into the interactive shell where we have Claude. I'm going to go and type in sandbox. It's going to depend on what you are running, right? So I'm on WSL2. I never installed Bubble Wrap. I guess it just came installed on this Ubuntu virtual machine. But you can see it really depends on what it is that you want to do. So here it's giving you instructions saying do app install SOCAT. Okay, so I'll make a new tab here. We'll go ahead and do that. And so I'll just go up and say sudo app install. Okay, I guess it just wants that. And we'll just say yes, so it's going to get that installed. And it looks like there was one more. So here it says the ccomp filter required to block Unix stuff. And so we'll go ahead and do that separately over here. Okay, we'll hit enter. And it looks like it's been installed. I'm going to make my way back over to here. I'm just going to hit escape. We'll go back up to sandbox. And it shows that SOCAT's not installed. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get out of this here, and I'm going to try this again and just open a new terminal to try to get a new session, okay? Because maybe it doesn't know that it's installed. So go ahead and do that, and we will say sandbox. Okay, and so now we get this mode. It's not even showing that we don't have anything installed. It's now showing us the steps for us to configure. So let's take a look at the modes we have. We have sandbox bash tool with auto allow, sandbox tools with regular permissions, or no sandbox. And then down below, auto allows commands will try to run in the sandbox automatically, and attempts to run outside of the sandbox fallback will fail. So what we'll do is choose the first one. And so now we have it turned on. How do we know that it's turned on? I wonder if we could do like status line, show if sandbox mode is turned on. I had a status line earlier when we did the cost, but I ended up removing it right away. So if that's why you're wondering why you haven't been seeing it, it's because I keep fiddling with things. But we'll go ahead. I just want to see if I can add it there. I don't know if that's something that's available in the status line API, as I don't know what is being returned, and I never figured out how to, well, I just never put any effort to figure out what's being returned. But I'm just curious if we can get that information there or not. And so here, it looks like it's trying to grab is sandbox mode. So we'll go ahead and say yes. It looks like it's bringing back all the old code too that I had from when I did the last status line. Okay. And so your status line is now configured and to display a sandbox label to magenta when sandbox mode is active. I don't see it, but maybe we need to exit and re-enter here. So I'm going to go ahead, type in clear. We'll re-enter. Okay, I'm going to go sandbox. It says we're on right now, so it obviously didn't set it, and so maybe there is some trick to it. But I guess if we want to know that we have sandbox mode, we'll have to do that. I'm just going to check 1 second. I just want to see if we can actually get it in status line or not. All right, so apparently what it's piping to us is JSON session data. So apparently this is all the data here. So I'm curious, is there sandbox in here? And we do not see it. So maybe that's just not an option and it made it up. Okay, because this apparently is the data that's available to us, which is fine. And so when we want to check sandbox, that's how we're going to have to do it. Commands will try to run in sandbox automatically and attempt to run outside of the sandbox will of the sandbox fallback to regular permissions. And so it just depends on what we have set for there. So I would think that if we want this to work, we would need to set something to deny it, right? So we'll fall back to regular permissions, explicit ask or deny. So my question is like, how do we set up a scenario to test that? That's what I want to know. So just give me a second. I'm going to go ask Claude off screen here and see if it can give us some code to put in our settings file to make this work, okay? Oh my goodness. It's so hard to make sense of whatever Claude is outputting for instructions. I guess that's why I'm here. But what we'll do is we'll go ahead into our settings local. It's saying settings JSON, but it doesn't really matter here. And I'm going to grab in the deny for deny all. So I'm going to grab this one here. Okay. And I'm going to paste it in. And the idea is that we're saying you're not allowed to curl, wget, look at environments or secrets. Okay. And so then for the sandbox, apparently we have configuration for that. It says configure to catch what escapes the deny rules. Allow unbox sandbox commands, false, networks, allow domains, GitHub, and whatever. So we'll go ahead and we'll grab this as well. Okay. Oh, we have it right here. So I'm just going to grab this command here. Okay. And we'll save that. It says testing the stage flows. So here we have Claude P run curl command. I mean, we shouldn't have to do this headless, but we'll just go ahead and grab it here like this. Also, I'm just going to stop. I don't know if those permissions will take effect immediately. They probably do, but I'm paranoid, so I'm just going to go ahead and restart that there. We probably actually could have just checked them, to be honest. So here I have runcurlexample.com. Okay, and so here they're saying this should hit the deny rule before ever reaching the sandbox. So permission to use bash with a command curl has been denied. This command has been denied. This is likely due to the sandbox restriction. Sorry. Okay, and so that's what we want to happen. So then here we have this test, the sandbox catching something, and the deny rules missing it. So let's go ahead and give that a try. Okay. So we'll go ahead and do that. And here, network requests outside of the sandbox. Did you want to allow this connection? So it's asking us if we want to allow it, and that's fine. I'm just going to hit escape here. We'll say yes, sure, that's fine. Okay. And yeah, we'll say yes, yes. Yes, yes. Okay, and so here we have a message coming back here. So the sandbox prevented the Claude CLI couldn't create its session directory due to file system restrictions. If you want to check SSH config files, you could run it directly in your own terminal. So the idea is that it's trying to check our SSH file, which is on the exterior on here. And so here you can see that working. So yeah, the sandbox is working expected. And so hopefully that was clear. I think it was, but I'm just going to revert these for now as I do not need these set. And I'll take these rules out as well so I do not forget. And I'm going to go and turn sandbox off. And we'll say no sandbox currently. Now, should I have used this with dangerously permissions? Probably to show you, but I just also don't want to make a muck of anything. So I don't even feel comfortable using it. I'd probably have to launch up a virtual machine and then we would try to do something destructive. I might do that. We'll see. But for now, I think we've shown how sandbox works, okay? I'm starting to notice at the beginning of videos, I keep saying, let us take a look at. So I'm going to try to break that pattern here. Bingo bongo. We are checking out dangerously skip permissions. I don't know. So dangerously skip permissions is a setting which will tell Claude for a session to stop prompting you to ask for permission. So basically, go run at it. And if you want to use it, you type in Claude, dangerously skip permissions. And you could even one-shot it with the headless task here, which we haven't talked about headless tasks, but that is something that you can do. You can set it in your settings.json. Of course, it is not SJ or SJON, it is JSON. It's just a spelling mistake there. And that is a setting that permission default mode, so bypass permissions. We saw it earlier. I just didn't say anything about it because I was waiting to talk about it now. Let's have a serious talk about this feature because it can be dangerous. As it says, dangerously skip permissions. So why would you use it? But you probably shouldn't, because you're getting annoyed that when you walk away and you come back, your task is not completed due to a hanging ask for a permission request. So you should avoid using dangerously skip permissions because it says it's dangerous. A lot of folks say that they can avoid this issue by doing a lot of planning up front and then working their permission files, but it's going to be different for other people in practice. Or one really strange thing, I don't know if this is a good thing, but some people, what they do is they take their Claude API key and they put it in a .env in their root directory, and they say that helps avoid a lot of waiting around for them. But again, that sounds bad to me. I don't know why, it just does. So when should you use it? When you are running a dev container in a VM and there's no concern of risk, you know exactly what it's doing, and it's hands off. It's in an automated system like a CI/CD pipeline, and hangup's going to cause you issues. It's very low risk stuff, well scoped. You know exactly what it's doing. It's linting errors across hundreds of files. It shouldn't be deleting files, right? So how you can make it safer? Well, at the very least, if you're going to use it, run it in sandbox mode, and this will limit the amount of risk on a host machine where serious damage could be done. And we will obviously talk about sandboxing, okay? All right, so I want to use sandbox and also the skip dangerously permissions command. And so I want to set up a dangerous scenario for us to do. We're not actually going to do anything dangerous, but this would be a good area of exploit. And I just want to prove to you that even if we have these two layers of protection, we can still run into a problem. Okay, so one thing is MPX. So MPX is a utility tool, part of the Node ecosystem. And what it can do is download and execute arbitrary code from the internet on the fly. Very often used to set up projects. So like MPX create React app, or MPX maybe like create or initialize a VTJS thing. So there's many MPX commands you come about, but the idea is that when you don't want to necessarily install a library, but you want it to execute and do something in one go. So even if you think you have it completely locked down, there are still trapdoors with MPX where those restrictions don't matter. So you might think, okay, well, how do I protect myself from this? Well, I can set up a rule on Bash that denies MPX, right? That would be one thing I can do. And then we can enable a sandbox account, right? So we believe that those two things are going to protect us, right? But the only problem is that the sandbox cannot protect you when Claude actively reasons that the sandbox is the obstacle and decides to remove it. And so when you're using dangerously skip permissions and auto-proofs, the sandbox becomes something Claude can simply opt out of whenever it completes a task. But also, it's just like when you have like 20 commands, you're going to miss that, right? So unless you're sitting there watching it, you're not going to see it. And the whole point of this thing is to be able to walk away, right? So the next lab we're going to do is I'm going to go and set up an EC2 instance. We're going to implement these two things, right? We're going to do this, and we're going to download an MPX thing, and we're going to see if Claude will go ahead and try to remove the sandbox. I'm going to tell you, first try, and it did it. So I'll show you here. Sandbox is enabled. I asked it to run an MPX command, and it wasn't able to do it because we blocked it. It did ask us and prompt us and say, hey, do you want to run this command? So I was able to do that, but right after that, I failed, and it just figured out, hey, if I disable the sandbox, I can get around that problem, and then it ran it. Okay, so this is where you can run into serious issues. But again, this isn't really a dangerous thing that we're doing, but we are pretending that we're executing a dangerous MPX, and we are either missing it or we don't have the guardrails in place to keep us safe, okay? Hey, this is Andrew Brown. In this video, what we are going to do is go play around with Sandbox and dangerously skip permissions in a virtual machine. So generally, when you're using dangerously skip permissions, you're supposed to use it in an environment where you do not care if anything goes wrong. And so I think that running in a virtual machine on AWS is going to be a great place to do that. And so I'm going to go over to EC2. And what I'm going to do is launch up a new instance. Of course, you can do this anywhere with like Google Cloud or Azure, wherever you want, but I'm going to do it here. I'm going to go with Ubuntu because I want this to be an easy install. In fact, I'm pretty sure Amazon Linux 2 or Amazon Linux 3, whatever version it is now, is not going to be an easy install. I ran into problems with that. And technically, we need to have 4 gigabytes of memory. So I'm going to launch a T2 Medium. You can run it on something smaller, but I'm going to just go with the that there, as I don't plan to run this very, very long. But, just be careful of costs there if you're concerned about it, because there is a cost associated with running that, especially if you forget to turn it off. I'm going to choose my EC2 SSM role. This is a role that I've created and I've had forever. And I'll just show you what it looks like if you need to create it yourself. And so all it is, it's a role, EC2 role here, and it has, the key thing it needs to have is this managed instance course. So you can create that yourself by creating a rule and then choosing EC2 here. I'm not going to fully make it here, but I'll give you some of the steps. And from here, we'll go next. And then it's that SSM core. Okay, I type in core to get it half the time. Here it is. Create that, attach it. Okay, so what we'll do here is we have that attached, and we are ready to go check this out. So we'll just say sandbox test Claude code. I gotta remember what we're doing here. And so we'll go ahead and launch that instance. I do not need a key pair, as we have, Sessions Manager, and that's how we're gonna get into it. Okay, and so we'll give that a moment here to get spun up and get going, okay? All right, and so let's go take a look at that instance and see if it is spun up. So here we have 2 checks passed. I'm going to go over and connect to that instance, and we're going to use SSM Sessions Manager as the means to connect. I think it also lets us specify exactly how we're connecting to it, so that is really good, as AWS is always making changes on me here. Ooh, cool, we got shortcuts here as well. And so I'm going to say, who am I? I just want to make sure that I am the user I thought I was. Actually, I need to be the Ubuntu user. That's who I need to be. I wasn't paying attention here. So maybe here, they let you pick it there. But what I need to be is the correct user. So I'll just say, I want to change over to it. So I'm just thinking about the command. It's sudo su -- Ubuntu, as that is the user that we expect on here. Let's go figure out how to get Claude Code CLI installed. It's a single line install, so it should be pretty darn easy for us to get going here. Here is the command. We'll go ahead, grab it, paste it in. Let me paste. Yep. And we get a little bit of mess up there, so I'll have to fix that. No big deal. Very easy for us to fix. And so that's going to go ahead and get the CLI installed. I'm going to make my way over to Amazon Bedrock. Actually, I don't have to do that at all. All I need to get this going is AWS credentials and just set a flag. So since this is set up, I guess what we would need is permissions for this to have access to Amazon Bedrock. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new IAM role. I didn't think about this while I was working through it. But we'll make a new IAM role, and we'll just say like Amazon Bedrock access. So we'll go here, and I'll say managed core, because I'm going to need that. Core. And, there it is, Bedrock. I'll say Bedrock. Just a moment here. So I'm trying to think of like which one will give me access to it. I'm going to say full access here today. Okay, we'll go next. And this will be my Claude Code EC2. Okay, and so I'm going to go ahead and create that role. And so now I have a role that's going to help us out. So even though we have this installed, okay, we'll go ahead and say Claude, right? Oops. Here it says native installations exist, but not in your path. Okay, so what we'll do, I'm going to open this up here, and I'm going to, actually, I'll just run this one line because that will put it into the, nope, that's not getting it, into our paths, okay? So I'll go ahead and paste that in there. There we go, we'll hit enter, and it probably won't take effect just now. Oh no, it did, because it has source here on the end, so it does repeat. And so I'll go ahead and hit enter. And so we have modes here, which is fine. But the thing is that we need to get the right role attached here to get Amazon Bedrock access, or this is not going to work. So what I'm going to do is go here to our instance, or to our actions. And what I'm looking for is the means to change the role. There we go. So I'm going to go here, and this will be, what did we call it? It had Claude Code in the name. There we go. And so this should still allow us to have access to Sessions Manager, but also Amazon Bedrock. So now what I need to do is I need to go and change a flag here. So we'll go ahead and just type in, I think it's under here, configuration maybe, deployment, Amazon Bedrock. And the command I'm looking for here is not that one, this one here. right? So they have some other stuff up here. Export Amazon Bedrock keys. We might need that one as well. Let me go back over here. I can't remember. I have a poor memory of this. Using API keys, view API keys. Long terms. So here's one that I generated and it's expired. So I say confirm here and delete it. And I'm going to delete an IAM user owning it if you are using it for any other purpose. Delete. Oh, delete this IAM user. Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, sure. We'll delete that. Well, I don't know. I'm about to make another API key, so I'm just going to ignore that message for now. It's a little bit unusual. We'll go ahead, and this will just be 1 day. You can see they'll be very sensitive here with Amazon Bedrock keys. And so I'm going to grab that, go back over to here. We'll paste it in like that. Okay, so that's one being set. And then the other thing we need to do here is go all the way down here and set this value so that it knows. Okay, we'll hit paste. And so now I'll just type in clear. What we'll do is type in Claude auth status. And so it says that we can use Bedrock, right? So I'm going to go ahead and type in Claude. And sure, dark mode's fine. We'll hit enter here, fine. I trust this directory, that's fine. And so I'm going to say, what version of Claude am I using? We're just trying to confirm if we're having API token usage here. Excellent. So it is working. I just go ahead and exit out of that. I'm just hitting Control-C to do that. And here, I'm just going to make a new directory. We'll just call this Hello World. Because I just want something to work within. Oops. Let's go to here. I went to the home directory. And I'm just going to make a new directory called Hello World. And we'll cd into that. And so now we have a means to work with Claude. So I want to enable sandbox mode. So we'll go say, yes, I trust this folder. I'm going to type in sandbox. And there's a couple commands that we have to do. We need the sudo app install, the bubble, and the other one. So I'm just copying these off screen somewhere very quickly. Just give me a moment. Just trying to find a spot to put them. And this copy is very finicky. So go ahead and do that. Pasting them off screen here. We will grab the next one. I'm not sure if we can get npm installed that easily there. And then we will grab the next one here. Okay, because we're staging that scenario we had a bit earlier. I got to copy this. Right-click copy. What a pain. Right-click paste. Okay, so I'm going to do the first one. So I'm just going to hit Control-C here, or get out of this. Here we go, Control-C. Type in clear. And we're going to install bubble wrap. We probably need to do sudo in here. We'll try it anyway. Yep, we need sudo. That's going to install bubble wrap. Okay, so that is now set up. We'll go ahead and we will install SOCAT, okay? That's another one. We'll go ahead and try the npm install, assuming npm is even installed on this machine. It is not installed, so sudo apt install npm. Sudo apt install npm. Okay, install npm Ubuntu. It might be sudo snap install. Just looking for it, old school way. Just give me the command, here it is. I don't really like taking it from somewhere like that. I guess we can install mvm install, which is fine. I'm trying to go to the source for instructions. When I install stuff, that's how I do it. We'll go back over to here. Do we have curl installed? We do. So they do have that export thing. I believe that's already appended, so it's already there. I don't have to worry about it. So I'll say, do we have npm yet? nvm install, node, I don't know what the versions are. So here we have that one. Yeah, like MVM, like Node version 20, right? So I don't know what the latest versions of Node is. Node, we'll say npm GitHub, because that way we can find out what the latest version is, right? So we're going to go in here. I'm looking for Node, and I'm going to go here and see we have 14, 20. Are we still in 20? I don't know. So I'll go back over to here, and what we're going to do is say like npm install 20. I'm going to see if it just takes version 20. I keep thinking there's something newer than 20. npm list. It's not there yet. Maybe source bash rc. npm. There we go. npm install 20. So that's going to install a version of Node for us. Okay, that's now installed. I'm going to go grab up here that last command we needed from earlier. And so that will install all those three things. So now, in theory, we should have all sandbox stuff installed. That looks like it's installed. That red stuff makes it look like it's bad, but it's actually fine. I also notice it feels like a little bit cut off here on the bottom. There we go. I zoomed out a bit. And so we'll go ahead and type in Claude. And so now I'm going to type in sandbox. So here we have sandbox mode on. So it says sandbox bash tool auto allow, right? So I guess the question is, we'll say allow, auto allow. The only thing we didn't do is we didn't deny npx. So that's something else we should do. So I'm going to do Control C to back out of this and hit escape. I'm just trying to get back to my terminal. And so something else that we're going to need is a dot, like a Claude file. So we're going to say make directory, and we'll say .claude. And then inside of that, I'm going to touch a new file called Claude, and this will be called settings.local.json. And then now I'm going to use Vim to do this stuff. And we'll go ahead and do that. And in here, I'm going to set my permissions. Okay. Permissions. Yeah, permissions. I don't like how the indentation is like giant here, but there's not much I can do about it. And so I only need a deny. So I'm going to say deny. And we need an array in here. And so this is going to be bash. And then this is going to be npx. Okay. And so in that sense, that should work. Let's see if there's anything wrong with their settings file. It seems like it's fine, right? So what is the contents? Oh, actually, you know what we can do is just go to permissions. If we want to check it, we'll go to permissions here. And then we go deny and see that npx is denied. So we should not be able to run npx. And so in theory, this should work. So, what is a popular, can you attempt to run npx for me? Like generate a project for JavaScript or something. There's a lot of JavaScript frameworks that use npx to download and run a binary. And so I want to see if it can execute it, right? And I want to see if it fails, because now we have two measures. We have sandbox and another thing here. And so it's asking here, can you attempt? I'll try to generate it out. We have npm install y. It didn't use it. Look, it went npm init. Okay, so what I'm going to need is a very particular command. So I'm going to go here and just say, what npx tool can we use that will reach out to the internet and generate something? Make suggestions. Okay, so I'm not asking it to do something. I'm just asking it for an npx tool. I could look for one, I suppose. Is it npx or npm? No, it is. Okay. So yeah, this is what I'm looking like. Create React app. Great. So, great. So we'll say here and say try create React app. Okay. So npx should execute a binary. So npx create React app. We have an explicit deny in our local settings file. Okay. And so we'll go ahead and hit enter. And it shouldn't be able to execute. Okay. It looks like it can though. If we go to permissions, while we're waiting here, we'll have to wait for it to queue up. But my expectation is that it can't, right? Because we have that limitation on it. So anyway, I'm going to go back over to, I'm just going to pause here and wait until it does something, okay? So what's strange here is it's still going, and we have 16 lines, but I'm not sure what it is. And so it could be generating here. I'm just going to hit escape because I don't know what it's doing. So I'm going to just hit Control-C here. I want to do an LS. And so it clearly is using my React app. And so I'm just going to go ahead and remove this really quickly. And I want to type my React, like I want to say, it should be npx my React app. If we run that, we should get a command here. Let's go back up to here. What did it suggest? Oh, it's create, it's create React app, right? Create React app. And so what if we go here and just say yes, like that? Okay, so what I want is an example. I'm just going to go over to Claude and ask, like, over here. So I want to test, we'll go over here. I'll just say, like, I want to test MPX on my machine. I want one which will not require any prompts, but it will generate something. Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just grab this one here. Well, hold on. What's Causeway? Oh, I know what Causeway is. But the only problem is that I don't want a bunch of this, but we'll try it anyway, because I think this one's animated, right? Causeway would be fun. No, actually, that's totally fine. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll copy this command. And it's not supposed to be able to use MPX. But I'm going to go back into here. And even though it shouldn't work, I'm going to run it anyway. Using bash, execute this. Oh, here's a better question. Are we even using the sandbox right now? I don't know. And here it's asking if we need permission for it, right? Which is strange because if it's denied, it should be not denied. So what I'm going to do is just hit escape. Let's go to permissions. Bash npx. Huh. Okay. 1 second. Let me just make sure I have the format correctly. All right, so I'm over here and I'm looking, right? And this is what it is. So maybe we need an asterisk. Maybe it's not enough to just say npx. I totally forgot to do that part. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to this rule, delete it. We'll add a new rule. We'll call it bash. Just another way we can do this, npx, and then we'll do asterisk. Okay, so, or we'll just do that because we still have to have a space there for it to work. And we'll update our local file. And so now we have that rule. So what we'll do is go back to this command here and we'll run it again. And so it should get denied. Actually, before we do that, I'm going to hit escape. I just want to check our sandbox. Is there sandbox on? It's currently disabled. So we'll say with auto allow, and I'll go back here and say use with this. So now we have both sandbox and that deny rule on. And so here it says network request is outside of sandbox. Do you want to allow this connection? Okay. So we're going to say yes. Okay, but it should still fail. So there you have two layers. The sandbox is asking, saying, hey, it has to go to the internet, because that's what happens in sandbox. And then the second part, it shouldn't be able to work, right? So here it says the command failed due to sandbox restrictions. NPM needs to write to the cache. Let me retry with sandbox disabled. See, it actually disabled it. We didn't even use that permissive thing, and it did it. That is so awesome that we were able to get that to work. And that is deserving of a screenshot. Just give me a moment, okay? That's awesome. But my point is that if you're running dangerously skip things, and it's not going to know this. So what I'm going to do next is I want to put that flag on. So we'll just go here and say skip. So disable. dangerously. I mean, the way I notice it is the flag. So what I'll do here is I'll just cancel out here. And we'll go Claude and we'll say dangerously skip permissions. Is that what's called? Let me double check. Dangerously skip permissions. If you don't spell it right, it's not going to work. So it says, Claude will not ask for approval before running potential dangerous commands. And I'm going to say, yes, I accept. Okay. And I'm going to make sure sandbox mode is on. I think it already is on for some reason. It is, good. I'm going to go ahead and hit up until I get back to my previous command. And so now I'm going to ask it, we are not doing anything. It's just going to run here. And so it's going to go and attempt to do this. So I still have to ask this something. The one thing I'm surprised is like, why do I have to ask for the network out here? So we'll go ahead here and I'll just say, yes. And so it failed here, and it's going to find a way around the sandbox. It turned it off. Okay, and so it did that. The sandbox prevented NPM caching partially initially. The Cosmic command executed successfully with that. So let's go take a look at sandbox again. Okay. And so there was still a prompt area, but if you're not paying attention carefully and you have like 20 or 30 commands queued up, you could see how the dangerous part will spin up there. So, I mean, there you go. I mean, we figured it out. So let's go ahead and we'll spin down our instance. So that was nice. It just worked. Doesn't always work, and I sometimes have to do this multiple times, but first try, we got the result that we wanted. So I'm pretty happy with that. I'm going to make sure I get rid of my Amazon key here. So I'm just going to go back over to the API keys, wherever that is, API keys here, and get rid of that key. Okay, we'll just delete it. I don't need it anymore. Bye-bye, key. I don't care about deleting the user right now, but that's about it. And I'll see you in the next one, okay? Ciao, ciao. Hey, it's Andrew, and I want to tell you that you can use Vim mode in Claude Code. So if you like Vim and you're familiar with the Vim key bindings, you can just turn it on and you're ready to go. And so, you know, I like Vim, and so I'm using it. I don't think I ever show you how to do it just because I don't want to put people in the trap of Vim, but I don't know, it's there and it makes my life easier. And if you know Vim, then you can. If you don't know Vim, I got a full Vim course, right? So go check that out on my YouTube. But if you don't, you know, just know that this feature exists, okay? And tell your Vim friends. All right, in this video, we're going to take a look at how to configure which model we use. I feel that we've already done it somewhere, but we'll cover it again as I have no idea where in the course we covered it. But anyway, you can change which model you're using with Claude Code. And so we have the option to just say, use this model for the entire session. You can also switch it during your session with the /model command. We can set what the default one will be loaded in our settings.json, and we can also restrict which models we are able to use. Not that there's that many models, but if you do want to restrict it just to Haiku, we can do that. We'll just take a review of that here in a lab here shortly, okay? Hey folks, it's Andrew, and in this video, we are going to take a look at changing our model. Okay, so pretty straightforward. If we want to start with a very specific model, we'll just type in model, and here I'll say Haiku. Okay, and so that should start us off with the Haiku model. If we had a better status line, we could probably see that. I'm just going to go to here and say status line, show what model we currently have in status line activated. Okay, and so that will just update our status line as I keep choosing to use it and not use it. And we'll give it a second here and see what we get. Okay, and so now down below, we can see model Haiku 4.5, right? So that's what we started up with here. It's still working, but now we can see what it is. I just want to quit it, and I'll type in clear. Let's start it up normally, okay? Because it should go with the default here, which would be Sonnet, right? So we have Sonnet down here below. I know we can also see it in that other spot, but we'll go back here and check that again. Okay, and so now we see Haiku 4.5. If we want to switch it, we'll say model, and I'm going to switch it over to Opus. Okay, and so now we're using the Opus model. If we go over to here in our settings, I believe it was just model. Okay, and then here I'm going to make it start with Haiku, like that, and we will just stop this. We'll type in clear. We'll start this up again just with Claude. Okay, now we're on Haiku. And there was a way for us to limit which available models. I think it's just available model. Let me double check here. And it is, it's just available models. Okay. Those slides aren't just for you, they're for me too. They're my notes. Okay, so we have available models. And so here I just want to only put in Haiku. I think we have to do double quotations. It is, what do you call it? It is Jason after all. Okay, so I'm going to quit here, and hopefully I've typed that correctly. Whoops. Oops. And so we'll type in Claude, and so we'll start with Haiku. I'm going to try to switch now to Opus. And it's switched. So clearly there must be a problem here. Available models. So I'll go here. I just want to see if there's any mistake here. I don't think it understands what I'm asking for. Is my, there's a typo. Okay. I can't see the typo, but it is fixed now. Okay, so you might have seen it. I can't see it. I'm dyslexic, folks, so little typos I'll never see. We'll go here, and I'm going to say model, Opus, not available. So there you go. Pretty straightforward. We'll just save that, and that is, model configuration, okay? All right, let's take a look here at fast mode. So fast mode is a high-speed configuration for Claude Opus 4.6, making the model 2.5 times faster at a higher cost per token. And so in order to utilize it, we will have to use extra usage. So if I can get this to work, I will try it. And so you can see me experience it and then decide for yourself if this is something you want to use, okay? Hey, this is Andrew. In this video, I want to use the fast command. So apparently fast command for it will accelerate Opus. The only trick with it is that it's going to cost more at a different premium. I'm not sure if we can use in the subscription. I assume we can, but I'm going to go ahead here and type in Claude. And what I want to do is just switch over to the Opus model. Apparently I'm already in it, as maybe in my local settings, I had set it here before. I'm not sure why it entered into that mode, but I will go ahead and try this again. Well, we're already on Opus, so that's perfect. But if you're not on Opus, I'm going to go ahead and switch over to this Opus. There we go. And we'll just say, can you tell me how to code Tetris? And all I'm trying to do is observe how fast it is. So we're going here, we're running it. I think it'll give us time to find out. Okay, and it's going at an okay pace. It doesn't feel slow, right? Right, it's producing, and so the question is, what is it going to look like when we do fast? So we'll just wait a moment here for it to generate out code and be back in just a moment. So it's finished. We don't have any time estimate for that. That's totally fine. And so let's go see if I can enable fast. So here I have to enable extra usage. So we'll hit escape, extra usage. And I'm going to do this through my Claude subscription. So it's going to open up in the browser. And we saw it earlier where it's just a toggle. So I'm opening up this link off screen here. And we'll go ahead and say authorize. And we'll copy this in here, paste it back in, hit enter. And so now we are logged in. And so I want to know, hit escape, Do we have extra usage on? So we say extra usage. Is it configured? I mean, I think it is. One thing that I can do here is I'm going to go to my Claude account. I'm doing this off screen for just a moment. I'm going to go to my settings. I'm going to go to my usage over here. I don't have extra usage turned on, right? So I assume that this would have to be turned on for this to work, but maybe that's not the case. Let's go ahead and try fast again. It's still asking this, right? So I just authenticated. I don't know why it's not working, but I'm going to go toggle it on right here because this is my other account here. I'm not going to do anything with that. I just want to see if it's on or not. And I'm going to hit escape. I'm going to just close that out, type in clear, go back into Claude, and I'm going to just type in fast here. And so it says high-speed mode for 4.6 is billed as extra usage at premium rate. Separate bill rates apply. Fast mode off. And we have $30 to $150 per monthly token. So we have an idea of that. Do I want to turn it on? I mean, we can try it, but the only problem is that I guess we would have to have this topped off. That's what I'm assuming. We'd have to top that off to utilize it. And it's showing that it gets built another thing, and it's only research preview. So this is not a feature that is fully developed yet. I think what I'm going to do is just leave it at that, and we have an idea of how we can utilize it. I'm not really worried about cost. I just don't think there's any point in investigating this at the current moment. But I would imagine that we turn it on and it runs faster, right? There you go. Let's take a look at Claude Code image reasoning. So Claude Code can receive an image as input, and it can analyze the image or use it as guidance for generating out code. So imagine you have a cloud architecture, you give it the image, and you say, can you create a tech spec based on the AWS diagram? It will go and it will produce it, and it's pretty good. There are some caveats. So like you'll notice here that I'm actually using the Claude Code extension as I run on WSL2 on Windows, and I can't drag images into the terminal. In fact, I don't think I can drag them into command prompt, even if it was on the Windows side. So your terminal needs to support drag and drop of images. You might see cooler people out there where they're running full Linux machines or maybe even on Macs, and they're dragging them in there. I actually do have a Linux machine and a Mac, but when I'm recording, I'm on Windows, and a lot of people are using Windows. So, I'm just showing you the way that it works here, but it's not like it's too complicated to drag and drop stuff and ask questions. But yeah, just be aware that you can do it. I'm sure there's some cool feedback loop you could have where there could be images taken. Something I'd probably try out, this is probably before the boot camp, is like, could I have it periodically take images and inspect it based on that as a means for validation? Because if you can have it use tools to take screenshots, and I'm certain that you absolutely can, then you could use it as a feedback loop to ingest images and continuously improve things like design, which has always been an issue if it can't see what it's doing, right? But there you go. All right, so I want to test out the screenshot feature. Is that something that is suggested that it can do? You can bring in, well, not screenshot, but you can drop an image in here for it to interpret. So I'm going to go ahead and type in Claude here. And in ChatGPT, which is just my other provider, I'm going to tell it to generate me an image. Can you generate me an image of a layout for a website? Make it thumbnail image of a 3-column website, okay? And so hopefully it will give me a conceptual image and not a full site, but we will see what happens. We could also drop in screenshots here to help it out, but we will just wait a moment. And all I'm testing here is if I can drag it into here. I'm certain we can drag it over with the Claude Code extension over here. But let's find out. And so not really what I was asking for, but close enough. It's really small. So I'm going to just say like layout design sketch. Okay. And let's see if we can find one. This is what I was really looking for, with something like this. Okay. And so this is one that I will grab. So I can just do a screenshot here. It's on my clipboard. I'm going to go right click paste. And so I'm trying to see if it's pasting in here. It's not pasting in here. We'll go over to here and we will paste in here instead. So I've seen people paste it into their terminals, but I think it's going to be dependent on what kind of terminal you have. Maybe it depends if you're on a Mac with iTerm 2. I do have a Mac. I'd have to go log into it, SSH into it, and to test it. I don't want to do that here today. But let's go ahead and just see what it can do. So here are designs for a website. Can you write me the HTML markup only and produce 3 pages in templates folder? Okay, and so hopefully it can interpret that. We'll give it a moment to see if it can do that. I think I'm on the Opus model still. I'd actually have to check here if that's the case. And we'll say yes. But, and we'll say yes. But you can see that, there obviously are limitations over here versus that. I suppose we could also test in command prompt. I really don't think it could take it. So if I'm over here and we type in Claude, right? And we'll say yes. I try to paste an image. It doesn't take it, right? So I'm thinking that there's going to be very particular ones that can do it. And I didn't mean to interrupt the code, but sorry, continue. That was an accident there. And so now it's going to have to do all the work again. I'll give it a moment here. So yes. So here we have an index. I'm not asking for any CSS. And we'll say yes. Did I tell it there was 3 pages? There's left, middle, so homepage with logo, nav, hero, rows, CTA, content, video, etc., etc. And I'm sure we could take screenshots of other things like code or problems of a site or feed it back into it. So obviously if it's designing something, we can have screenshots. When we use the Claude Code for Web, you're going to see it take screenshots quite often. So it obviously can work with screenshots, but we're just trying to work with it in this limited context here. But just another moment, just a second, okay? All right, and so, here in the common workflows, I was just looking for other things. They're just saying, like, if you have an image, you can analyze it. So, we can go here and just also ask it saying, can you describe the UI elements in the screenshot? And obviously, it would have to go back and look at the previous one because I didn't paste it in here with it. And so here it's describing it, top left logo, block, etc., 2 features. And so it's describing it, and obviously, those are capabilities it can do. But again, when you see the Claude Code for Web in action, you'll be like, wow, this thing can really reason with images. But there you go. Let us take a look at the effort command. This determines how many tokens Claude uses when responding with the effort parameter, trading off between responses, thoroughness, and token efficiency. So basically, it's min-maxing or right-sizing efficiency versus cost versus outcome, right? And so here we have the effort and we have different modes: low, medium, high, max, auto. I think mine was always going to medium. I'm not sure what the default is, but I think it's medium. But we will walk through this and take a look. So the first is max. So this is the absolute maximum capability with no constraints on token spending, and it's Opus 4.6 only. So requests using max on other models will return an error. That will be something we'll test for. Tasks requiring the deepest possible reasoning and most thorough analysis. We have high. So it's very capable, equivalent to not setting the parameter. So that makes it sound like that this is the default, which is strange because I keep seeing medium where I haven't fiddled with this setting before. So I'm not sure what they're saying here when clearly I'm seeing medium, but complex reasoning, difficult coding problems, agentic tasks. We have medium, balanced approach with moderate token savings, agentic tasks that require a balance of speed, cost, and performance. Then we have low, so most efficient, significant token savings with some capability reduction, simpler tasks that need the best speed and lowest cost, such as sub-agents. And then there's auto, which is going to choose the best option. I wonder if it would include max. But I guess if you just exclude Opus from your selection or you're not using Opus, then you're going to be safely in this area. And so it seems like auto would be probably the smartest thing to set. But maybe there are cases where you don't want to do high. But yeah, there you go. All right, folks, let's take a look at the auto mode. So I'm going to go ahead and get into Claude here. If my UI would start letting me do that. So I'll go ahead here and reopen up terminal. Okay, and I'll go ahead and type in Claude. And we can see medium effort here on the right-hand side. Hopefully it shows up most of the time, but I didn't set it, so maybe it's set to auto, I don't know. We'll go over here to effort, and we'll take a look here. So if we do a space, we'll get options. If we don't do anything, it's just gonna go to auto. All right, and even though we have it to auto, it still says medium over here, which is a bit confusing. So maybe auto is the default, I don't know. But what I wanna do is just test that the max effort does not work. So we'll go ahead here and we'll just say effort max. And so we are not on Opus, and I just want to then go ahead and say, can you review my code base? Okay, and so this shouldn't work because it should error out, right? So it's thinking with high effort. Notice that it's at high. So we explicitly set it. I hit escape here and escape again, but we explicitly set it to be that. So we'll go to our effort again. And I set it to max, right? And so basically, it's not erroring out, even though it said in the error somewhere else that it would, in the docs it says it would, but it would just fall back to high. And of course, things are changing constantly, so that kind of makes sense. What I'm more interested in is effort auto. I mean, all the other ones are pretty obvious. And so I would like to see what happens if we ask it something really simple and something easy. So I'll just say, how many characters are in the word dog? Okay. And so it went to 3. All right. How many are in the words cat? How do we know what it's using? That's another question. Because it's not showing me here. How do I know? And that's a little bit of a mystery, but maybe one way we can find out, and maybe this is not the best way to determine it, but it's going to be the way that I'm going to do it, is maybe we just need to go into our projects directory. So I wonder if there's a way for us to see this. So I'm going to go into Claude. Oops. I'm going to say code, Claude, projects. And then we want home Andrew. That's what it is here. Sites, hello, tasks. And so in here, somewhere in here, we would have that conversation. So I can't really make sense of all this. I'm going to delete it out because I don't care. Delete, yeah, it doesn't matter. Delete, doesn't matter. And we're going to ask that question again. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead here. And I'm going to make sure what mode I'm on. Not mode, effort. Okay, and I'm going to say how many words, how many characters in the word dog, right? And so we ran that. And so I would think that would be something that wouldn't take medium effort, right? And so we go back over to here, into our other one, we'll take a look here. And so I'm looking for that effort value, if it's even in here, effort. Can we see it? So how would we know what effort it took? So that's really, really confusing. What if we go over to here and we'll open this up. We'll say effort, auto, okay, and say, how are you today? Or like, is today Friday? I'm just trying to see if we get that information anywhere. How do I know what effort level of Claude Code you're using? It's not displaying anywhere. Because that's what I need to know. Can I even ask it that? I could have swore I told it to use computing everywhere and we set the configuration, but I'm not sure why it's like that. And so it's not really, well, we'll give it a second here. I think the only way we'd know auto would be working is if we like explicitly, I mean, not auto, but if we wanted to know it was using something, we have to explicitly set it to a version. How to see the current levels? It should display next to your logo spinner. It doesn't. I'm sorry. I mean, like it keeps saying medium. It doesn't store it anywhere as far as I'm aware of. Oh, we can also set it as an environment variable. That's nice. So I would just say that auto is unclear at this time. Maybe it'll improve in the future. But I would say that we can explicitly set one, and it should utilize that one there. We could compare other ones. I'm not that interested in doing it, but we'll go down here and just do it quickly. So say low, and we'll just say, how can you code me a FizzBuzz? I mean, I must be able to do it, FizzButt. I'm probably not giving it a hard thing to do. And so we'll just say like effort medium. Might do the exact same thing. Maybe I'm asking it something too easy. I'm not being specific enough. Oh, look at this. One's actually trying to make a file. So maybe because it has a larger buffer, that's why it's trying to do that, right? So that's the only reason that I could have. We'd have to play around with it quite a bit to find out. But yeah, I mean, there you go. Okay, that's something. Hey, this is Andrew, and we are looking at headless tasks. So a headless task is when you execute requests to Claude Code CLI without entering interactive mode. And the way we do that is providing the -p flag, which stands for print mode. And you can see there is a bunch of stuff we can do. So here's a basic one where we are just giving it a command to do something. Here we can enter it into plan mode and then only make a plan. Here we might limit the max amount of turns that it can do on a run. Here we could output a file, which would be very, very useful, especially if you're generating out with the plan information. Here we can cat into it so that we are diagnosing something on the fly. Here we can use a very specific model, which we've done before. So there's lots of use cases for when you'd want to use headless tasks. Maybe you're in a CI/CD pipeline, and like, let's say you want to do auto fix lint errors on commits. Maybe you are doing scripted automation with batch file processing. Maybe you're doing cron jobs with nightly code analysis. Maybe you're doing piping data where you're feeding log files directly into STNs, okay? So here we have the allow disallow tool flags as well. And this is going to tell you what permissions will be applied for that task. So here, we're just saying, hey, just for this run, make sure that we are locking this stuff down. Well, this is allowed, so it's saying you're allowed to run this, but here it's saying you're not allowed to delete stuff, or you're allowed to read, but you're not allowed to write. Of course, I would imagine that this would load in the JSON files. I'm not sure if there's an override for JSON files or settings files. It's probably something we might want to look at, but I would assume that all that stuff takes effect. So if you have the settings.json file in that directory, I would assume that it would load it. And maybe that's something we'll test in our lab, but there you go. Hey, this is Andrew, and in this video, we are going to take a look at how to use the headless task or the print command. So it should be pretty easy. So let's go ahead and type in Claude and give it a try. So we'll go here and just say, what is in my code repo? And see what we get back. And I would assume that's running with whatever default one there it is. So it would be running with Claude. So I'm just wondering, do we just wait and hang out? And I guess we just wait and hang out. So there we go. So we got back a summary. Your repo contains FizzBuzz, whatever. Let's go ahead and make a plan. So we can go here to permission mode, I believe it is, permission mode. And we will specify it to plan. And so we might ask it for a plan. So what could we do here? Because we wanted to execute a series of steps. So create a plan for implementing a static website for bathbombsformoms.com. Okay, so I'm just giving it something here. And it actually entered plan mode, which I was actually surprised. So I'm going to kill that and try that again. I think the reason why was I forgot to put the -p flag. So we will do that again here and just do -p. Right? And I'll scroll up here just so we have more room. And we will wait for output. I'll pause here so we're not waiting forever, okay? So just unpausing here for a moment. I've been waiting, I don't know, 3-4 minutes. And so I'm going to keep hanging tight here. Oh, there we go. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was coming back, but here we have our plan. That was a long time for not a whole lot of information. So that was a bit unfortunate, but I guess that's what the result is there. But at least we're getting the experience to understand, like, there's that huge delay. I would think that if we were doing this, we'd probably want to use effort that's lower. So I'm going to see if we can say, I imagine there's a flag that's just for effort, right? So probably go like effort like this and go low. And then we can try to do that way. And so, we might try something to output to a file and just say like, create a schema, an API, a simple sitemap of my templates. And then we'll output it to sitemap.md. I'm going to assume that's what it is. And right away, it created the sitemap. We don't have any contents in it, but it knows that we want to, well, I guess we just did that. That's probably why. Please describe what you want. And so they're not like the best. And so I'll go ahead and try this again. We'll try with medium this time. Because I feel like medium's not going to do that. Okay, so we'll just say create a sitemap for a basic e-commerce website. Okay, please don't ask me more questions. Oh my goodness. It's going to keep doing that, isn't it? So I'm going to stop this again. And I'll just say like, what is 1 plus 1? Okay, so it looks like it's not actually outputting it. So there's obviously a little bit more to it. I think the problem is because we need double quotations around it. Okay, so we'll go ahead and do this. It's not getting context. Now, I have it as low now. Well, that's what I'd prefer it to have. Assuming it is running low, how would you verify it? There's no way, right? Unless we told it to output it. And so I'm hoping that this might get us the result that we want. For low effort, it's sure taking some time. I guess it must be working, right? Even if it's at low, it must be working because the other ones returned very quickly. So we'll give it a moment here. All right, there we go. That executed. We'll go take a look there. And it says, it looks like the right permission wasn't granted. Please approve the file creation. So I guess it would have done it if we had a permission fix. But actually, this is a perfect opportunity because we can try that allow tools. So we'll say, I'm going to make sure I get that flag right. I don't want to run this more than once. So it is allow tools. Okay, allow tools. And we're going to give it write access. So I'm going to say write. I don't know. I will say write and, I guess it's separate like this. I'm going to say write and bash. I just want it to work. Okay. And I mean, that should work, right? Like no option allowed tools. I must have spelt it wrong. Allowed tools. There we go. Allowed tools. There we go. And, we'll see if that makes any kind of difference. I did want to test that out, so if that helps it out, we'll find out here in just a moment, right? The output is completed. Let's go take a look here at the results. It says created the template sitemap HTML. It's interesting that it didn't output the actual thing here, but that's fine. We still have one, right? So I guess we have a sitemap, and it literally decided to make a sitemap, which makes sense, It's the genie wish, you know what I mean? You ask for what you want and you literally get what you want, but not exactly what you want, which is fine. So I think that's pretty good in terms of what we have here. The only other stuff we might want to do is like take an input of a file. So I'm going to go here and I think we already have the world.js. Do we have the player.js? I'm going to use the player.js as an input. So here I'm going to go cat and we'll say player.js. Player. Maybe what we can do is make a new prompt here and say prompt information or input.txt. Please add 2 plus 2. No, it's not going to help. No, I didn't think about that. I think the thing is like, it's like input for a file. So it's going to be player, I changed my mind, player.js, and we'll cat it out. And then we'll pipe it into it. And we'll type in Claude -p and, Explain the inputted content. What is it? Okay, so it should be very clear that it's this JSON file, but the contents of it, but we'll give it a moment here to think. There we go. So it says this is JSON object notation, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, there we go. Pretty straightforward. Let's take a closer look at the escaping logic. That's when we hit the escape key when we're in Claude CLI. As you'll see me hitting it rapidly all the time, but I never explain it. So when you press the escape key while you have an active task, it will interrupt the task. So let's say we say, please implement Wolfenstein 3D, and then we realize it's just a ridiculously long task. We can hit escape and it'll be interrupted, and then we can ask it. It basically returns you back to the prompt, but you can say, hey, do something else. This is basically the same thing as when you press that stop button when you are using Claude IO. If you press escape twice, it will clear a current prompt that you have. So it's not for an active task, but it's just a great way to get back to the start. But this only works if you don't have Vim mode enabled. So I use Vim mode. And so I was like, where's this double escape coming into play? I couldn't figure it out. And then I was like, oh, right, I have Vim mode turned on, and then I turned it off. But we'll take a look at it. But sometimes I find that even when you escape, that at least in WSL2 in the terminal, it can get stuck, and so I'll be hitting escape and Control-C quite a bit to get things working. But there you go. Hey, this is Andrew, and in this video, I just want to give a closer look at that escaping logic. So I'm just trying to click here to get context in my terminal. Sometimes this happens. I'm not sure why, but I'm waiting for it to wake up. And it's stuck. So I'm just going to go ahead and close that one out. It's a pretty common issue for me. Might happen to you as well. And so we're in here. I'm going to give it a task. We'll say, please code me Wolfenstein 3D using C++. Okay, I'm not really serious about it, so it's trying to compute it. We're going to give it a moment. So we'll wait a little while, not that long here, but I want to give a key interruption to it when I can. Shouldn't take that long. But now it's saying computing. I'm not sure why the other one, when I'm in this window, it ignores it, doesn't pick up those settings. I'm not sure as to why. Maybe it doesn't realize it's in that context of that window. But anyway, it is working, so I'm going to hit escape. And so you can see that I've interrupted it. So that's pretty clear. If I was to go and just hit up here on my keyboard, and I wanted to clear this quickly, tap, tap, it cleared it out. If I have Vim mode on, right, I'll hit up, right, tap, tap, notice it doesn't clear it out. So that's a case where it's not going to clear it out because we have DD for Vim, right? Pretty straightforward. But yeah, it sometimes gets stuck, and Control-C your way out and you'll be fine. There you go. All right, folks, let's take a look at the debug command. So it's a mode that will output verbose information to a specific text file. And Claude will also prompt you to describe the problem as it attempts to investigate the issue. So I would imagine that this is probably for you providing those diagnostic information if you find something critically wrong with the way the model is working, and provide it to Anthropic. I'm not sure how you would do that. Maybe go to claudecode.com, or maybe you have a customer service account. Not exactly sure, but it's pretty straightforward. You type in debug and notice that it's asking us to describe the problem. There's also a flag to start this up on the start, so you can do -- debug. But anyway, you can see it describes, say, hey, help us out here, tell us what's wrong, makes a text file, we have an output, says stuff like what it connects to, what tools are disabled or used, all a bunch of stuff. But there you go, okay? Hey, this is Andrew. In this video, we are going to look at the debug command. So I saw it, I figured we should go explore it. I'll probably retroactively make the slides so you've already seen them. But I'm in here and I'm going to turn on debug mode. So we have debug mode. This is enabled debug logging for this session. So we'll go ahead and enter that in. And now you'll notice that it's outputting to a very specific directory, which we will investigate as we're working through this. So I'm going to assume that debugging is when you run into an issue and possibly you're providing it to Claude, but let's take a read here. To help debug the issue, describe the problem, what you're having. So reproduce it, perform it. I'll review the logs and I'll do this. If you can't easily reproduce it in the session, you can also restart Claude Code with debug mode enabled from the start with Claude Debug. What issue would you like debugging? I mean, I don't have an issue, but we'll go ahead and just say like, yeah, the code doesn't seem to be, you know, the code outputted seems to be containing mistakes. Like, I'm not sure what to ask it, but we really just are here to observe what it's outputting here and try to figure it out. I need more details. What code? Flappy Bird. Flappy Bird repo. The code should be in Go. The bird should be Flappy. And I'm asking it really dumb things, but we'll see if it can handle it. So here it says permission rules for bash command. We'll say yes. And again, we're just really interested in the output of this file. We are asking it really dumb stuff, but we will wait a little while here. So I found the issue. What issue? You have a Flappy Bird in JavaScript, but you want it in Go. The current bird does have flapping animation codes, but since you need a Go version, I'll need to rewrite it. What output format do you want the Go version? So it's asking, and it seems like it's a little bit more ASCII, like as it's trying to debug stuff, but I'm really interested in this particular file. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna stop this here. We'll type in clear, and we'll cat this file out. And so that's going to give us debug information. So is any of this really useful? Let's take a look here. And so it's just saying like temps file is rewritten, add original permission file. So I mean, like if there were communication issues or other stuff going on there, I could see that might be helpful. But anyway, this seems like something that you would provide to Claude to say like, hey, I had problems, can you help me debug it? I don't know if there's any sensitive information in here. I don't see any, but yeah, there you go. Hey, this is Andrew, and we're taking a look at dev containers with Claude Code. So Claude Code Development Container is for teams that need consistent, secure environments. It's literally 3 files within a .dev container, and it's using the dev container framework. If you've ever used this, it's supposed to be a convenient way to easily launch up a developer container. So this file is going to define the configuration, and then it can load a Docker file. And this file is being brought in. It's just a firewall rules. But I would say that this thing does not work as expected. You can run into issues based on like where you have Docker installed. Not that it's hard, but like if you're using WSL2, you might get confused about where it is. So I had to install Docker Desktop. But yeah, the firewall, I ran into networking issues. I didn't want to solve it. I noticed that in the Docker file, they have the Node version installed, which is said that it's deprecated. So it seems like it's not up to date. And so I think you could, if you're a team, you could use this to make your own, but they kind of failed on the whole that needs a consistent environment because it's already failed that. But it is there as a template and you can tweak it for your team. So we are going to look at it and you'll just see me fail. And so if you're really interested, you can watch it. And hey, if you're good at networking, maybe you can solve it and you go tell me, hey, Andrew, I'm a network engineer. I solved the networking issue. Because I'm a developer, right? So I know the development side, but you networking folks, you come out and you bring the help, okay? Ciao, ciao. Hey folks, this is Andrew, and in this video, we want to figure out how to work with dev containers. I've come across dev containers quite often, but I can never remember how they exactly work, but we will figure it out. So Anthropic apparently has a repository for their dev container setup. And so what I think we'll need is this .dev container directory. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just cd back here and I'm going to make another new project. So this will be, well, I don't know. I like to say goodbye Barsoom. If you know John Carter from Mars, you know that they call it Barsoom. So I don't know what to tell you. We'll go ahead into that directory and like that. I'm just going to open it up in a new one. So let's add the old ones out of the way. And we need to get this dev.container stuff in here. So there's many ways we can do it, but I'm just going to be lazy and make a new folder. And I'm going to call it .dev.container. Okay, and then we need our Docker file. So we'll go ahead and say Docker file. And I will just open this. I'm just opening it off screen. We're going to the raw. and we're grabbing the raw content, we're pasting it in. We'll review the code in just a moment so we can have an idea of what we're looking at. And we'll go into the devcontainer.json. I believe this was a standard created by Microsoft, and I don't know, it's not the greatest, but it's what we got. Okay. But you get used to it, okay? So we have our dev container in here now. This needs to be in that directory, so make sure we drag into the correct place. We'll back out for just a moment, and then we want our init firewall. So these are our firewall rules to keep our container nice and safe. And so we'll say init firewall sh. Okay, we'll go ahead and paste that in there. I'll just make sure that those are all named correctly. So init firewall, yes, that is correct. Dev container, yep. JSON. Okay, so let's look at the Docker file and see what we're looking at. I think it doesn't hurt to kind of peruse and take a look. So it's running Node.js. Get the latest Claude version. We've got a bunch of things we need to install. Notice it has IP tables, which makes sense because we are setting firewall rules. And we have other networking tools in here in JQ and Vim and Nano. Okay, cool. We are bringing in npm global, and we're mapping, or we're giving permission to the local share directory, specifically to the Node user, as everything seems to be using Node. Maybe Claude is still written in Node. I'm not sure, but the old one was all in Node. And so whether dev container is being used will be true. We set up our workspace directory here. And then we are doing what here? We are something, delta something something. Okay, git delta. So it's probably some git thing. Not exactly sure, don't care. And then we go down below. So this is what? ZStation Docker, so we can have ZStation Docker. Okay. I mean, we're going to have to interact with it in some way, so that's going to be something we'll have to figure out. And then here it says install Claude. But isn't that the old way? That's the old way, right? Because that's not how you install it anymore. So I'm going to go over to here. That's confusing. Okay. So if we look at how to install, like install Claude code, maybe it's just out of date. But I swore that they don't have it anymore, and that's where the confusion comes down to. So see, we have these commands, right? And then if you look up Node, it'll just tell you it's like it's deprecated. Node or npm, or it's definitely on this page. And in this course, I tried crawling through the script to actually figure out if it was that. Well, we've definitely seen that it was deprecated somewhere. It definitely said that that's the old way. But hey, if it works, it works. And I don't know, it'll be what it is. Because maybe, again, it's still using it underneath. I don't know. I guess one other way we could check is just to check the package. So if we go over to maybe, well, we have it right here, right? Claude code. And so we go here, we can just look at what it is. Okay, so we go here. So it says npm deprecated. It says don't do it this way anymore. So I'm not crazy. It's saying this here, but that doesn't mean that it's changed its implementation, right? So I'm looking here, and I'm trying to figure out, because I guess the AI writes itself, right? So Claude code writes itself. That's what they say. And so it's very hard for me to tell where the entry point of this is and what it is. Okay, maybe it's not supposed to be human readable, or maybe it gets downloaded somewhere else. But we're just going to try it anyway because they say that you can do it. And if their docs are out of date, let's know whether it's possible. We have the init firewall down here. So here we're going to set our IP tables and enable and disable stuff. I'm not the best at reading this stuff, but I know what firewalls are and allow and block and stuff like that. I'm no Tim from our network boot camps, but I know at least what I'm looking at. Here we have our dev container, and so we can see that it is setting up some extensions for us. The Claude code extension, which we'll need, some other ones. And so that seems like something. And we can see it's mounting and what it should post start and some other stuff. So in order for this to work, we actually need a extension called dev container. There it is. Oh, I just saw it. It was the first thing that popped up here. And switch to pre-release. I don't want to do that, but you need to get this installed. Okay, so you got to get that installed, and then we will have our dev container. And so we want to run this dev container. So I'm going to go down below to here into my command palette, And there should be something like dev container build or something. Dev container run attached to a running container. That sounds good. Only attach a container if you trust the origin. Well, I would hope that we would trust them. And so up here, it's trying to go to buildx builder. I'm not sure why, because it really depends if you have where you have Docker installed, right? So I believe that I have Docker installed in my Ubuntu. I didn't show you how to do that, but I believe I have it installed. And I might also have it installed on my machine, but it's spun up. So where did this come from? It's connecting to something, right? BuildX, BuildKit, BuildX. So that built. Okay. Where did that come from? So I'm just going to tell you right now that you might want to get Docker installed on your Windows machine. So maybe get Docker desktop or whatever. But it's clearly connected to something because I have so many things installed on my machine. I don't know what it is. I'm pretty sure BuildKit, is that not part of Docker? BuildKit Docker? Or is that just a separate thing? BuildKit is Docker's next generation build engine, providing significant improvements. Okay, so it's the default builder for Docker desktop. So if you don't have Docker desktop, install it. That's maybe why you don't see that option. You should have it installed, but I believe that's where it's running. I'm gonna see up in my machine if it's running it already. So I'm going, you can't see it, but I'm going to my task manager. I'm looking for Docker desktop. I'm also just gonna try to open up Docker desktop. I'm typing it, but I'm not seeing it. So maybe I installed Docker a different way. I'm not sure. But what we'll do here, because it says we're connected, I want to see the container. So normally what I will do is I will go, is this not installed in here? Okay, we'll go here and I'll say Docker. Because I usually use this so I can see what I'm looking at, right? Assuming that will even work. So this has failed to connect to Docker. All right, so I'm not sure. Let's go ahead and we'll go to terminal. I just can't tell if this is running or not. It's supposed to be. I mean, this is minimal, so who am I? I'm root. Okay, I'm definitely in a container. I just don't know where this is happening. And this just has to do with my own weird setup, but it's gonna vary a little bit for you. I'm sorry, this isn't a container course. If you need container knowledge, go over to our other buddy, I can't remember his name. Oh, and he's such a nice guy. He's the best. He's the Docker captain. But anyway, let's just continue on here. So let's see if we have Claude. So this is Claude not found. Okay, well, shouldn't it be installed? Or maybe do we have to install it in here? So I'm going to go back over to our Docker file. Yeah, it should have installed it. So what is going on here? I'm honestly confused. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to stop this because I don't know what I'm connected to right now. So we'll close that connection. And I guess I don't have Docker desktop installed. So I'm going to go get it installed. So I'm going to go to the store. I didn't think I'd have to do this. I'm going to go install Docker desktop. All right. Didn't think I'd have to do this. And we'll get it launched up and see if we can connect through there because it has to connect to something. But I do have Docker installed on WSL, but I'm not sure how that's going to work, right? So we'll just get that installed here and see if we can see it running this way. There we go. And after, I don't know, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, it's now there. So we'll go ahead and hit open. Though I really thought I already had this installed, but who knows? I don't know. I'm always resetting my computers and stuff like that. And so over here, I need to log in. I'm just going to do the Google login and get in nice and quick. I'm going to assume I've made one before. Okay. Apparently you can skip it. I probably should have just skipped it, but too late. And so now I'm in here, and so I have no containers running. Let's see if we can connect this way. So what I'm going to do is go back over to here, connect to WSL, or not connect with WSL. We'll say dev container. Whoops. Reopen Visual Studio Code. I lost everything I was doing. Okay, we'll go back over here. And, well, now I don't know what I had open. So just give me 2 seconds to get back into place. I think it was goodbye Barsoon, right? CD sites. Good. I know I'm off screen. Just give me a second. Goodbye. Oh, it's giving me a hard time. Oh, maybe I'm not connected to anything. We'll go here, connect to WSL. Okay. And then I'll go to my terminal. I wonder if I can even do this through WSL. Maybe that's my problem to begin with. Because the code base is sitting here on, here. So sites. Good Barsoon. It's not even good night. Okay, that's fine. And so what we'll do here is we'll attempt the dev container connection again. Not here, but I want the context window. So dev container. Oh boy. Dev container attach. I mean, like we need a new one. Open attach container, open folder in container. And so I would expect this to just a second. Okay. Again, it's because I have multiple layers and you might run into the same issue. So we got to figure out what is the correct way to fix this. All right. So there's supposed to be an option called reopen in container. So we'll go ahead and try that. Reopen in container. I don't have that option. Okay. So open in container maybe. What if we go over to, we don't even have the thing open. That's why. It doesn't even know the context. So we'll go ahead and do that. And so now this one should know about dev container. Sometimes when you can right click them, sometimes you get options, but I don't see that here. Now let's go over to here, go up to here and say, open in container, open folder in container. I mean, you can say workspace container. I would think it's a folder. We'll go ahead and do that. Yes, that one. Yes. Okay. And so now it's launching it again somewhere. It's connecting. Is it in my Docker desktop? Is it in my WSL2? Notice that it says opening remote. And so the reason I don't think it's WSL2 and it has to go to something like Docker desktop is because, yeah, and there it is because how else would it work, right? So maybe the other one was opening up WSL2. I don't know. But anyway, here it is. And I guess we're just waiting for it to do something. I mean, there it is, right? So, anytime you want to start, I guess we'll have to wait. Let's go to the show log. Maybe it's installing stuff. Oh, okay. So it's downloading, installing stuff. We just got to be patient. I'll pause here and hopefully it just works, okay? And we have hidden errors. So that's great. So it says dev container JSON failed. Command failed for the init firewall.sh. Okay. Edit it, I guess, and it'll reopen the original one. All I can think of is that I named the file wrong. So we go down here to init firewall. Copy that. Rename. No, it's named correctly. What is its problem then? So we'll bring this on over. Failed. Okay. Why? Oh, is there anything in the file? Let's make sure there's something in there. I'm pretty sure there is. There is. I don't know what could be wrong with it. Maybe it's not chmoded. Let's give it a chmod. Okay, we'll say chmod u plus x. I don't know why that would be it, but we'll try it. That's all I can think of, right? Init firewall sh, because it's there. It knows where it needs to be. And so I will try this again. Is the other one still there? This is something. It's not the right one. And so we will go here and we will try this again. Command palette. Open there like that. And do we still have the old container running? I think so. Oh, I don't know which is which now. Oh, okay. Well, we'll have to wait a second then. Oh, we haven't done anything. Okay, great. I'm going to stop that one just so I'm not confused. Okay, so now we have none running. Perfect. And so we'll go ahead, and that's assuming that it even opened up over there, or didn't, the other one didn't open it or something. I don't know. So we'll go back over to here. Okay, and so there it is. There is a new one here. And so it says VS Code good bar soon. That one, other one must have been the other one we ran. So all maybe we already had Docker installed. All Docker Desktop did was give us an interface to see it. So here we have the same issue. I don't know. It'd be nice to copy that command, but it keeps vanishing on me. And so I guess we'll ask Claude. I don't know. Init, what is this? Init firewall sh for the dev container for Claude to run in a container is failing. Like why? I don't know. It says ipset command is failing because the it's trying to add an IP address that's already set. Since its script exits on the error, to fix this, make the firewall script idempotent, either by checking for duplicates or the most common thing. Oh my goodness, I don't want to do this. I don't know how to do that. I mean, sure, we could figure it out, but this is now we're doing networking. I am not a networking person. So if you are a networking person, you could probably solve this, but there are a few things that kind of put me off on this. The first thing is that in this Docker file, they're installing this old one and they're saying it's deprecated. So is it still valid? Is it not valid? Are they still doing it? I don't know. Why do we got to fiddle with the init firewall sh? I don't know. Should we be goofing around with this all day? No. But I mean, like if you're a team, maybe you can use this to try and figure it out and tweak it for your team. But we don't have the time and effort to do that here today. But at least we tried it. But yeah, there's videos out there from 7 months ago where this is working fine, but that was 7 months ago, and maybe this is just not kept up to date. There you go, okay? Ciao, ciao. All right, in this video, let's take a look at the common workflow that is being defined by Claude Code. Nothing really exciting in here, but they're just trying to give you kind of suggestions of some things you can do. And so this might be a great example of me pulling out one of my custom code bases that is public, like Dilithium. And you don't need to know anything about this, but it's just more like taking an approach to something and seeing how it can handle like a wildly different code base. So I've actually created my own JavaScript framework or boilerplate on top of Mithril.js. And some of this code is a little bit old and a little bit odd, but I think that this would be a really good example because, you know, just like what it is. So I'm going to go ahead and grab the SSH key or the SSH download, because I believe that's the primary way I download stuff. And what we'll do here is we'll go to terminal, and I'm just going to stop this and stop that. And I'm going to go back a step. I'm going to say git clone. I'm going to clone down to Dilithium if it's not already there, and I'm going to go into that directory. I'm going to type in code period to open it up in a new screen. And we want to get this project ready with Claude. So I'm going to open up a new terminal, and we are going to go ahead and just expand the screen. Well, technically, we don't even have to type Claude down here because it's already open here on the left. But I'm going to go ahead and do it because it seems to be like an initialization step. So yes, I trust this folder. Yeah, it's the same thing. Okay, so I'd rather probably work over here in this if we're going to use Visual Studio Code. And maybe what we'll do is just try some of the suggestions that they have. And I'll tell you whether I think they're meaningful or not, as this is a code base that I obviously know very, very well. And you can access it too, but just to kind of get an idea of if they're useful or not. And so we just had it here. I really dislike these pages looking all the same. It's over here, first page. Okay, and I'll just move this off screen so I can bring these in here. So let's go take a look here. So ask for a high level overview. So give me an overview of this code base. Let's see what we get. Hate those words. You know? It's like if you go to a restaurant and somebody says like, do you want some H2O? I'll be like, no, just bring me water. You know, this isn't a, what do you call it? A 2010, early 2010s, you know, indie rom-com. I don't want that. So here's just reading through the files, nothing super exciting. I mean, these are all things we've seen in the past, but this is a little bit more polished, obviously. It's kind of weird because we had like Claude in here before, but I guess it just brings more of the UI over into these modules. But let's take a look here. So the framework is organized into 4 layers: base, components, events. That is true. And then we have a data layer. And then there's a view layer. A lot of stuff's not being utilized. Pre-built components. The tool chain is util general helpers location. The source is CoffeeScript source, cake compile, which is a very old way of doing it. And then we have Mithril 2 only. And then we have CoffeeScript 2, which is the latest one, and that is true. So here it says, dive deeper into specific components. So explain the main architecture patterns used here. Okay, so maybe say like, explain the architecture patterns for using this JavaScript framework. Okay, and so maybe I would expect here to be like, oh, this is how you're supposed to compose your files and use them. I mean, it's just a JavaScript framework, so I'm not exactly sure what it would expect to get out of this because it's not that complex. It's not like a Ruby on Rails app. But there's a lot of stuff in here. This is a repo I'm meaning to, like, I use it. Like, it's in active use, but it needs some major improvements. But anyway, we're going to see what it comes back and see if it gets a good analysis coming back here. But you think, like, if you have Sinatra, which is like a MVC micro web framework, it'd be like, oh, it's using MVC, and this is the pattern, and so and so. But I don't know how it would handle if it's like a very large repo like Rails. I don't know how it would do it. So I can't imagine really big repos like that would work. Hate those messages. Honking, like, come on. It's just kind of patronizing because, you know, the Claude code is supposed to be the more code-like stuff, right? And you'd think that they would keep it a little bit more professional. But we'll go all the way to the top here and see what we have. So here's a breakdown. So everything the framework communicates through a global pub sub event called events.com or coffee. That's actually true. Okay, so yeah, there actually is an architecture here. This is the most important pattern to understand. Broadcast register. Yeah, that's actually something I made. I wasn't really thinking about it, but yes, it is an event-driven communication system. The API layer fires events automatically on every response. Components listed for these in the events map. That's true. Yep, that's how they work. This means the API and Vue are fully decoupled. Yeah, they are. The Vue lifecycle pattern. Vue follows a consistent lifecycle managed by Mithril's components. Yes, but that's more so just part of what they are. But they're mentioning this here. And so they show